Looks like Armando and I are the only ones here. Hello. Yes. Hello. Okay, it is working. We're live. Yes. Hello. Okay, it is working.
You there, Jack?
Okay, hi, Russell.
Yeah, see you're all by yourself.
Yeah, we're on. Yeah, I was in here starting to, I thought I was not working or I was in the wrong place or something, but I managed to talk to myself.
Yeah, I saw you there. Nobody come.
I get a much better picture over on the Hangouts part.
Yeah, you mean the full screen?
But I like to read the nonsense over on the chat page.
Yeah, what's up over there? Is anybody barking?
No, and then there's that other thing that when you call up your email, there's a chat over there too. There's a lot of chat going on it right now.
Ah,
Plus or
oh,
whatever
is
it
it?
is over there. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on over there that I don't know how to display it very well, but they're doing a little bit of bantering about something.
You mean another open chat? Another Hangout chat?
No, it's not an open chat.
Oh,
When
it's
I
Google
go
Plus.
to to the Google Plus, there's a chat on that page that I don't have defined as to what it is. It makes a boinging noise in the background on as it happens.
Oh, is that little tones that we keep hearing from your mic? Like, boom, boom. Your little
Yeah,
warning tones?
yeah, it's that one,
Yeah, they're pretty.
and I haven't figured it out yet what it is. Except that's where I did just get my Hangouts address this time. Al, D-Beck, and Dave aren't here right now. You're welcome to come across.
Yeah. Will Durant.
Oh, Will Durant is here. I hadn't noticed him. Yeah, the fella that hunts for Angel.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's always calling for Angel.
Yeah, I tell him Angel's
Or
here all the time.
Ah.
Yeah, Will the Legend.
Oh, is that what he is?
He just typed that on the chat over
I
there.
see. Well, he definitely had people talk about him.
Oh yeah, some people don't do well. Some people are accepting him. Yeah, that was me, Will.
Will.
Shopping for your angel. I've even talked to Angel. She's a nice girl.
Angel, isn't that one that keeps posting? Are you talking about the RN or whatever, that big long title, or is it somebody different?
Different. She's a real pretty. Her picture anyway is a real pretty blonde girl.
Ah, okay.
Of course, then to me, most of them are all pretty. So I don't know what to say about that. I like girls.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few that aren't attractive, but
No, but even them, it's fun to talk to them.
sure. Why not? Why not?
Yeah. Let's see. Now I'm coming back over to Hangouts to see if anybody's trying to get in. No, just you and I and Armando.
Well, maybe Will Durant wants to come on.
I've never met Will over here. Will, come on over, Will Durant. Come on to the Hangouts.
Well,
Broadcast yourself.
the thing about being on here is, you can be confronted in something, and you have to leave right away and look like a clown or whatever. I would imagine people that are living a, alter ego on here or whatever, trying kind of hesitant and coming out and talking.
Well, I come here because I'm too lazy to type is the real reason I'm here. I enjoy the voice part too, but laziness on the typing is a huge amount of my part.
I can't understand Will most of the time. That's why I always figure he's writing, his own movie or whatever, his own little drama, and trying to act out a part.
Richard is equals pokey.
Who?
Oh,
Edward?
he's equal pokey. Will Durant says Richard equals pokey.
Well, I'm not Richard.
Oh, I'm sorry, Russell. I'm sorry. I'm just a brain fart there.
My kid's second name is Richard. I guess I shouldn't call him my kid. He's 20. For fuck's sake. Not a kid. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess it's always my kid, whatever.
They're always your kid. That goes on forever.
Yeah. But I never talked to him like my kid. I talked to him like an equal or whatever. Usually always about cars or something he's doing. Something he's learned, something he knows more than me.
Family is nice.
Yeah, he's got his own electrician's job and everything else. But
Oh, that's great. That shows he's a thinker.
well, he kind of always, I don't know, I remember him asking me, what do you think about doing an electrician? I said, well, it was a trade that I was going to do if I didn't do mine. But he was always kind of had that keenness to get in the trade when he was about, I don't know, 14, 15. So, I mean, to me, it seemed normal because I was kind of the same way, but Yeah, he just focused on that. Took his schooling and everything, and got into his apprenticeship.
Oh, now Will has switched it to where he's saying that Jack is pokey.
Jack
Well,
is what?
thank you, Will.
Yeah, Will's trying to troll to get a reaction, but he should just come on here and get a reaction. We'll
Yeah, come
react to you,
on, Will.
Will.
Talk to the world. I'm sorry, I don't know what pokey is, but I'll be pokey for you.
Oh, maybe he's talking.
Just don't poke me.
Jack, don't you remember that silly show that we used to watch when we were, I don't know if you did, but Kids Gumby and Pokey? Remember that horse thing that was orange or whatever? You used to be able to buy them in toys and bend them
No,
around and throw them. Well, that
no,
was,
I never had. I haven't had TV most of my life.
no, there was a toy like that everybody, kids had, like Rat Fink and all that. And those, it was 68 or something.
Oh yeah.
And they had a cartoon about it too, Gumby and Pokey. If you go online, put in Gumby and Pokey, you'll see these two little orange things.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm remembering the little blocked off shaped animal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, thanks.
Well, it was from the 60s. It was like 66 or 68 or something. I remember the stupid.
Yeah,
I remember the ads all the time. Play with Gumby. I think we had them, but it wasn't like to play with them. I think we just chucked them or something. I don't think I ever bought one.
no, but you could bend them and they'd hold their shape and they were soft and squishy.
Yeah, you'd see other kids with them and grab them and start bending them all over. But I can't remember having one or two, like buying one, because I was probably like 9 or something. So it was probably, probably too faggy.
Yeah, no, I'm older than you a little bit, so I do. You did get me to that was Pokey, the little horse of those things. I remember him now.
Yeah, it was orange, and you could bend that thing around too, like its legs and everything like that. But if you bend it too far, the metal wire inside would pop out.
Oh yeah.
Oops, I didn't do that.
Somebody else did that.
Yeah,
I did.
I didn't wreck your toy. No, I just remember Pokey, that stupid song about it or whatever in a cartoon, or the ad on TV, to buy them, like they were little toys you'd buy, so they'd have some ad jingle on there like "Play with Gumby, play with Pokey." I think I was playing with. I think I was playing with a Johnny Express. It was a truck. It was radio or battery controlled, and you had a handle and whatnot. It was pretty big. I could sit on it, and it would, go slow, but it would pull me along. And that was the big deal about this truck. It showed, a guy standing on the flat deck on the back of it. It was pretty big. It was probably like 40 inches long or something. And it took like 4 batteries, and I'd ride around on the back of that, and it was funny. Not fast, only crawling or whatever, but it would actually tow me. Yeah, I didn't.
Anything that was powered was fun.
Well, I had one of those Tiger Joe tanks. You ever remember those? It was like a patent tank, and it would fire little shells out, plastic ones. It was pretty big. It'd be about, I don't know, like I say, 36 inches, 40 inches long. And it was battery powered, and you could fire these little shells out of there. It's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't play with Pokey or anything like that. I think I had a G.I. Joe, though. A German one.
Yeah, I'm older than all of that stuff.
Well, no, you're the same age as my brother. I more or less did what they did anyway, 2 years older. But that stuff was out in like 66 and stuff like that. So you'd have been 10 or whatever.
Yeah, my bicycle and out away from my family by then.
Yeah, 10. I don't know. I like I said, some of those tank toys and stuff like that, building model tanks. Yeah, I was out on my bike or whatever. I don't remember spending time in house.
No, Not at all. I was always I escaped the house because I didn't want to be made to do any work.
No, I just didn't want to be, under any direction. I'm my own. No, no, I know how to take care of myself. So
Yeah,
I was off fishing or catching frogs or something like that. And I mean,
exactly.
but like people don't let their kids do that anymore. Like I'd be like 6 or something like that, crossing bridges and creeks and stuff. And nowadays, they drive them to the store or whatever. I remember going into the reservoir and whatnot like that under the fence. Grade one or
That's
two.
a pretty good one here from Will. Jack, how old are you? Are you chatting from a nursing home? Did you steal away during bingo hour? That's pretty good, Will. I like that.
I was trying to be witty. I told him to get a book and take some witty sayings out of there and then just put different names in and just plagiarize. That way it'll be more
Yeah.
interesting. Get a better
Do
book,
the
Will.
do the nurses know you're doing this?
Get a better book, Will. I always used to use that. You remember, what was that weird guy's name? Howard Maricotti or whatever, he used to come on Al Jazeera. Remember, he's right out of his mind, and
Oh,
posting all that stuff.
yeah, I
Howard
remember.
Massicati. I used to call him Messy Cunt.
Yeah, I remember him.
Massy Messicott, that's what it was. Yeah.
I don't remember what his agenda was, but I remember that I believe I talked to him a little bit.
Yeah, he was kind of a wingnut. He'd come on there, and he was Pizza Gate and all these different things like that.
Oh yeah, he was the Pizzagate guy. Yeah, I'd always say pizza when he'd come up.
Yeah, well, he never shut up about it, and other things like that. I just, I used to put like, Howard, if you don't watch out, you're gonna have your computer privileges taken away. You got to go back to your room, and be locking up for the night, and different things along that line. So maybe that's what Will's trying to do.
Yeah, he never got my attention enough to go look at Pizzagate, but I heard people talking a little bit about it. It was enough emptiness to it. I never did go any further. Something to do with pedophiles and stuff, though.
Yeah, I didn't really look at it either because I know the sources it was coming from. It's just something
Yeah,
about that Podesta guy and something else. But I mean, the silliness of it, it was. I classified it as Alex Jones times two. So I never listened to Alex Jones in my life. I never listened to him. The only time I've ever seen him is when clips are made about how retarded he is, right? Um, whether it's on whatever stations. Just like Fox News, I've never watched that in my life, but I've seen clips of it when people are insulting and making fun of it. I couldn't watch that. I'd be going, okay, what am I watching this for? Comedy. I tried watching it once, and it was more in the comedy thing, but they're way too irritating to make me laugh. About how stupid they're. I was just like, yeah, okay, I gotta get off.
yeah. No, Will Durant comes on. I'm just kidding, Jack. Don't hate me. No, Will, I don't hate you. You and I have been in the same chat room for months. We just don't talk much.
Well, it's
I like Will. I like the Will show.
well, it's too much effort to hate somebody like you. We try to find some entertainment and whatnot from what you say, but otherwise, there's not much more. You're just a bunch of words or letters. You're nothing else. Come on the chat, and then you can be a voice too. But you're probably afraid for some reason. Get some guts. Come on. You don't have to hide behind something. Put a voice to all your words. Oh, yeah, but you might attack me. Ooh, ooh. No, no, you'll be okay. Nobody can attack you or hurt you physically.
Yeah, The last thing I have for you is pity, Will.
Yeah.
There's no such thing in my life as pity.
Yeah, that's all, Will. I mean, you come here enough and you're not that witty or entertaining and stuff. And I mean, you continue, so it must be your only entertainment or a big part of it. And for that, your life must be pretty petty and pitiful to be on here trying.
And it's and we're beyond embarrassment.
Yeah.
I'm a living embarrassment.
Well, yeah. Oh, we're going to try to embarrass you. Why? If you come on here and you're not a retard, you speak normally and have something interesting to say or an opinion, why is anybody going to attack you? I'm not going to call you Florence or whatever unless you got stupid, and you must be called that.
Yeah, it's a Will show for sure.
Yeah, now he's carried on though because look, Ronan's got a wrench. Ronan's got a wrench. Hey, Ronan.
Ronan has been rewarded.
He gets a lot angry when he thinks people are interrupting him, but he does take up a lot of airtime. I don't think it's a lot of times people being ignorant or whatnot, but he should just
Yeah, all of us tend to talk over each other, but Ronan seems to take some offense to people talking on him.
Well, as well as I do, Jack, quite often he's got a lot, to say at once. And, it might take up quite a bit of time. And I mean, there's time for other people to even add something or at least get an answer to. But it's not a big deal.
He's smarter than me.
Yeah. I won't go there.
Yeah, you guys were talking earlier about what you'd done in the military and stuff. I worked for a fire department. I was a fireman paramedic, and I got tired of picking up broken people. That's what started me into my fishing and welding and boat building and stuff.
Yeah, I never had an attraction to do that. Do anything medical wire fix people that are broken. I mean, it just wasn't my world. So I wasn't. And military, I don't think I would have lasted there because of the authority. Somebody would have started like that, and I probably would have, put up with it to a point. And I'd said, okay, that's just enough. You can just shut the fuck up now. And that doesn't work very well in the military, right?
Yeah,
I could just see that, and it just wasn't for me. After a while of taking a lot of abuse, I'd say, you know what, I don't really need to take anymore. And so, how long are you going to last? I mean, I might have got along with a sergeant, but yeah, I mean, I like the equipment as an interest and stuff like that, strategies and everything. And I'd fight for my country or fight for my life too, without fear or being a coward. So.
well, they tried to send me to Vietnam, and I did not believe that was fighting for my country. So I battled that as hard as I could, and eventually I was a success and got out of going.
Really?
Yeah, but it wasn't it was accident. I had an accident and broke my leg, and that saved me from Vietnam.
Did they quit conscription in '72? Isn't that what Nixon?
Yeah, I think it was right in there. And it was the very day the draft ended was supposed to be the day I was inducted. And so I was saved by that again also.
Yeah, well, I guess you didn't have the ability to get deferments like having a rich dad or getting into the National Guard,
No,
Credence.
if you got
Credence.
if you got real good grades in school would get you out of it. I didn't even do good enough to do that part.
Well, Creedence Clearwater Revival, John Fogerty wrote a song called Fortunate Son. Kind of fits a lot, Like you could use that song excellently for Trump. You just look at the words. He was a fortunate son. He had 5 deferments. The last 2 were for heel spurt. But they got better. They went away. Can't remember what foot.
Yeah, yeah. I played the deferments as long as I could, and then finally they were taking me in, and then the conscription ended.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were sorting out the population. They were sending the idiots from I shouldn't call them idiots because I was included in the group. But if you didn't get good grades in school, you went and got killed.
I know that I met a bunch of guys from the U.S. who were coming up for war games with the Canadians. They were off the West Coast. They were playing around, and I was drinking with them in the bar. The Americans and whatnot like that. And they were a bunch of cool guys, but they actually, I remember sitting around the table. One guy asked, he goes, "Okay, I want to ask all you guys, how many guys came here on their own free will and didn't get sent here by a judge?" And I think there was only like one or two out of a crowd of about 10 that conscripted. The rest were sent there. Like I guess in those years and that, like when you're bad, the judge go, "Whoa, you can go serve in the military, or you can serve in jail." And that was what they were doing in those years, is giving guys the alternative. Okay, go to jail, or you can go to the military, and they'll smarten you up. But then they were saying they were getting low caliber people because of that, right?
Well, it's for real, but that's how it worked.
Yeah, but these guys are all okay. I mean, they're having a good time, whatever.
Yeah, people are people, but they were making sure they weren't killing off the smart ones.
Well, it was 79, so there was no really. I don't. Wait a minute. Was there anything going on then? 79, 80. Oh, yeah, Iran did their thing. They took over the embassy, but there was no military shit. 79.
No, that was kind of a quiet period.
Yeah, can't remember when Grenada was, but that was just a little silliness. I think that was 1980. Well, it was after Reagan got in, so it must have been in the early 80s, 82 or something. 85.
Yeah, that was like only one little skirmish and it was over.
Well, yeah, I mean Grenada, I think I can almost remember the guy's name that got ousted. But yeah, I can't remember any other military shit. Oh no, that was later too when he shot down those Libyan jets. That was like 84 or 6.
They had pretty good video and audio on that shoot down of those Libyan jets.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty. I can't remember what 86. I guess it was 2 Hornets. They encountered. I don't know if they were Phantoms from the Shaw. It wasn't like anything that good. The Iranian planes. It might have been Phantoms. Anyway, they took a couple of Sidewinders, and that was it. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
They weren't Sparrows.
And then,
huh?
And then they released the audio clips and the video clips of it. You couldn't see them. There was no other than a little bit of smoke as they went away. It was an over the horizon type shot as far as the video camera.
Well, yeah, because all the melodrama in that video shot was the contact between what was it, the AWACS or the ship, and I guess it was the carrier and the planes. Remember, everybody, okay, yeah, he's coming 25 miles away. He's heading straight at me. He's not breathing. I veered out of his way, told him to go. He's corrected my direct. Yeah, that I remember that one.
Yeah.
He goes, okay, bogey fire. Got him, killed, yeah, down, yeah. Okay, there, yeah, got successful. Yeah, it was the build up to it, and you never saw anything. He shot the missile, and the other guys did, yeah, he got him.
You thought you were
bogey down.
You thought you were gonna see a dogfight, and that's all you heard was the 2 missiles going.
Yeah, those don't happen anymore. The last dogfights he really had with jets was in Israel. During 67 war now, when they had the Mirages and that, and they're shooting down big 18s and everything. But they were using machine guns and that. But the Israeli pilots are pretty cool, pretty well trained. They got a lot of incentive to be good. And they were doing.
I think the
Hey?
I think the F-35 only has 5 seconds of machine gun.
Yeah, just a burst. It probably doesn't really need them. I
Oh,
heard
it's
a good.
over.
You know what I heard? Good.
It's
Oh, I heard good news
oh,
up
go ahead.
here. Instead of us being the donkeys to try out the F-22 and spend $55 trillion per plane, as it's going. I think it's better now. I think they've got rid of it, a lot of the problems. But we were going to take these planes with all those problems that were involved with the software and the single engine, all this other stuff. That it was totally stupid for our and they're thinking of buying like they should have, like we all said, like my cousin who in the Air Force and his buddies, the Super Hornet, right? The F-18 EGE and the and they're talking about buying them, and I thought,
Yeah.
oh, good. Like now you've got a proven plane, and you have the facilities for the maintenance that are already there for the other F-18. It's a lot cheaper. It's a proven craft. It's perfect for what we need. And then I just thought, good. Then you can buy a few more too, instead of just those. I mean, have at her
Well,
F-22, but
you guys got the F-35 CA also. I don't know how many you got, but I know you guys got some of them.
oh, I never heard that. Ours basically we had those. We had the F-18s. I can't remember what our 18 or something like that. 12 consistently, like ready to fly.
Yeah.
But they're getting old. I think we got them from you guys about 1981, I believe.
Yeah, that was a real good airplane. It never lost a battle.
Oh no, that was a great plane. And the F-15 is a great plane. The Eagle, even the Tomcat, it was good for what it was. I mean, it's still capable today. I like the Phantom, but the Phantom was outdated. But it's it did it's still used by Israel as Wild Weasel and tank destruction, and also ground support, along with the A-10 Fairchild. Right? They even mount those. They even mount those Gal rotary cannons on them, or they did. I don't know anymore. They're mostly helicopter and A-10 mount now, but yeah, they had those Gauss in there. Like,
yeah, the A-10s are the ones that we still use.
Yeah, they're. If you go on, YouTube there and punch in, Gal gun the front A-10 or doing some tank destruction and whatnot. They got those new phosphorus shells now. Oh, they do quite a job,
I haven't seen those. Yeah.
Oh, well, as soon as I'll put a link for you. As soon as they hit the tank, they start going, and all these sparks come out, and then all of a sudden the whole fucking tank's engulfed, burning everywhere. It takes about like 10 seconds for it fully to react. Like the one shell, or if you got 2 penetrating shells, then it's even worse, right? But they start reacting. Yeah. It's wild. I guess they're pretty expensive.
Yeah, well, they were using during the Gulf War. They were using that depleted uranium. We're using them.
Yeah,
and that's what they did up Saddam's armor with.
Yeah. They use a lot of depleted uranium shells in tank destruction, but they have alternates now that are even much more effective, like that phosphorus one. Once it's in there, it just completely starts engulfing the whole thing inside and out. But I mean, the depleted uranium have a good job of just missing right penetration, like right now, through anything, right? And then all of a sudden, then they release inside and start exploding with all their reactive material.
Yeah,
but not a very nice way to go.
They use the depleted uranium now as armor on the tanks.
Yeah, because it actually repels it. That's what they're looking at armor protection now. It's kind of a deflectionary. Instead of taking an impact of a shell, it actually explodes itself, thereby forcing the the energy outward instead of inward. It's kind of funny, it's like itself. You're trying to explode me, I'll explode you back, and that way there's no penetrating force. It's funny, works.
It has a curtain of protection out there that makes the explosion go away.
Yeah. It reminds me of bouncing, like, those smart cars, those little tiny things. They're pretty solidly made, right? But still, if you go in and you get an impact, the structure is such that it takes the energy, but it actually makes it into a ball almost. So when you hit somebody at 50 miles an hour and they're doing the same speed, you're not really collapsed in there, but all of a sudden the G forces from you propelling from, this direction to 50 miles in the opposite direction rips out all your insides anyway. Well, if you look at them, they bounce. They just go ba-doom, like that. Well, the thing is, you change direction with that much G forces, all your innards, rip right off their attachments. You're pretty well hemorrhaged to death then, just. But I think your car didn't crush you.
Yeah, I can't blame the car.
No.
Let's see. I think we've got company. Who do we have here? Oh, it's Ronan. Welcome, Ronan. Let's see. Make sure he's up and going. I haven't figured out.
Well, I don't have power, so you have to have it.
I don't know how. I just.
Oh, okay. You there, Ronan?
Oh, you have mods, Russell?
I'm working.
Somebody gave me power, Ronan, so I let you in.
Oh, okay. You seem reasonable enough person. No, Armando Vargas, shows favoritism to those petty, condescending, vindictive, backstabbing people. And
Ronan.
That's us.
Well, yeah.
That's us, Ron.
Okay,
No.
Well, I don't know you gentlemen to be that way, but you know who they are. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk. We don't have to talk about it.
I don't have to explain that anymore. I'm most happy to be civil with you gentlemen or anybody until they start up, and they will be starting up. But I'm going to have fun because I was going to rewrite. Have you ever heard that song? Jenny's got a gun, right?
Yeah. Aerosmith.
Aerosmith, yeah. Ronan's got a gun, yeah. But I'm not going to hesitate to. It's called draw the trigger. If any one of you are familiar with shooting guns, a trigger is not pulled. You don't squeeze. I used to be a certified handgun instructor in the state of Texas, so you don't draw a gun. You do not pull a trigger. I mean, you don't pull a trigger. You don't squeeze the trigger. You draw the trigger.
I slowly increase the pressure till all of a sudden it's all gone.
That is drawing. That is where you draw the trigger. Pull is like to yank, right? Squeeze is when someone says squeeze, usually when I was teaching people, I would say shake hands, right? And we shake hands, and this is squeeze, and I use all my fingers, right? And this is draw, and then I use my index finger and slowly increase the pressure. That's drawing the trigger. And when people hear it, they think you squeeze the whole hand, and that'll just throw your accuracy right off. I don't know. Obviously, you sound like you have experience with handguns, rifles, shotguns, so on and so forth. But when I used to, like I said, be an instructor, I would explain to people, and it's remarkable how quickly they pick that up when you use the right terms and explain what drawing means or squeezing means, or pulling means. It's like, when they get it right off.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a throwback from the days of when we had the revolvers, and then you did have to squeeze the trigger, and you'd have to get the hammer to go back, and then it disconnect. And so there was some squeezing then, but it's different with our automatics today.
Right. That's what.
Yeah, but
I used to use paper cartridges. You used to have paper cartridges you'd insert into your cylinder, and then you'd actually have a piece on your pistol that would force in your lead bullet in the end. And you use old black powder, pretty dirty, and it'd shoot, and it'd probably go about 100 feet. Be accurate up to about 10 feet.
Okay, when he's got that sound going?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
Okay,
I'm hunting.
I'm gonna try this again. I don't want you to give up on me, please. You
Oh, I
go to
think.
you go to your Google page where you click that little camera icon, right?
Well, if you'll be quiet now and let me answer, it's all fixed now.
Okay, so you figured it out. Great.
Yes, thank you.
Well, yeah, you're welcome. But just I thought you had one forgotten, two didn't care. I don't know.
No, I just kind of homed in on it completely today. So and I just eliminated those two. I had two of those Google boxes open, and one of the two of them was making that noise, and they're gone now.
Oh, good. Let's continue, gentlemen.
well,
Did
That's
any of you get into those earlier style handguns, like the old powder handguns?
well, that's what I was just explaining. Now, first handgun I got into was a Colt 38 Special revolver, single action, well, of course.
Yeah, those are cool looking.
Yeah, we used to go shoot it on the range, but you know, that's all you were allowed to shoot it on the range. I mean, you can't up here. You can't pack a gun unless you're a trapper or a prospector.
No, well, at the gun range I worked on, right, they used to have these events, right, and these people would have those type guns, the
Yeah,
early guns, and it was
yeah,
amazing to watch like 100 people, right, male and female, right, and they dress up in those old timey clothes. I mean, it was like you 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 almost believed you're out in the Wild West. The clothes were authentic. Well, that was part of the uh, membership that you had to wear clothes of that time frame, right? It's like it was so cool.
Well, you mean like Confederate clothes, and you're
Oh yeah,
are you,
they had all kinds of clothes from that era.
yeah,
They had all kinds of clothes. They had Confederate. I mean, the North, the South. They did reenactments, and then the ladies had the big old dresses and the bonnets, and the guys had Western wear. And I mean, $80 pair of pants. Just because they were authentic. They're replica, obviously replica clothes, and it looked cool at a distance. You like I said, you couldn't tell the difference. Really, you thought you were back there in those days. It was cool. They had competitions, like every 4 months.
you're talking about the old cap and ball guns, right?
Well, yeah. Well, some of them did, and some of them didn't. But it was just in that era, right?
Yeah,
In that era, so it depends on what groups you had, and a couple of them were buckskin. They did the whole thing. With a rod, punching down the paper and powder and ball. Well, paper, powder, and ball. They did the whole 9 yards. Authentic guns, right? And they'd buy like replica guns, right? I mean, well, they weren't like from way back then, but they just had modern replicas of those guns. And it was
yeah.
like real cool to watch them shoot.
Well, don't they in Virginia or Delaware or somewhere like that? They have a reenactment of like, the Civil War where the guys all wear Confederate clothes and the other guys wear Union clothes, and they fire fake cannons and have this little battle or whatever to commemorate. I don't know,
Yes,
Gettysburg or is it Gettysburg, the one where they're all running around doing that?
yeah, I think so. Well, they have
Yeah,
several reenactments. I've seen them on public television station,
yeah,
our local one, and they have different ones. I don't remember because I'm excited now.
yeah.
yeah.
We're in the United States here. We're allowed to make our own black powder guns. You don't have to have a license or anything to make them.
Oh, excuse me. Is that under federal law or state law? Because I'm not really familiar with the state laws about that.
Well, that's both.
But what it might be is velocity, because I know that up here, a rifle or a firearm is considered, I think it's 700 feet a second. It might be 6. It used to be 800. So anything under that wasn't classified as a firearm or in the same, where you had to have, a license to possess. So maybe you have a velocity law, because those powder guns, they're probably like 100 feet an hour. I'm kidding. You know, they're pretty low velocity.
Yeah.
They're probably 1,000 feet a second. So maybe there's a law under 1,200 or something. I can't remember California laws.
Under federal law here, we're allowed to make up our own weapons, a modern weapon, but you can't then sell it. You can only give it to your children or something, but you can't sell them.
I remember shooting my buddy's full auto that he converted on his AK, and it was just a waste of shells. I had more fun on semi. You know, you could pop off anything.
No, we aren't allowed to make any more full autos, but you can own the ones that exist, but they're become so rare that they're expensive.
Well, if they caught him with this gun right now, like with the way the site, they'd probably arrest him and throw away, and you know, they'd have him tied up by the thumbs. I mean, it was illegal. I mean, you can't have fully auto. I mean, you might be able to have one as a, you know, like from a long time ago as some sort of like old history thing. But as far as full auto, no, you can't be running around shooting like we were up there. But he had a way that he can convert it pretty quickly. Take out out the breech. Anyway, I won't tell you. And they would have still thought it was a semi, right? Which was allowed. But the magazines, he had magazines, and they were double 50s, like 50s taped together, so you could flip. So they would have flipped out about that too. Said, what's this necessary? Trying to fucking start a revolution, but you know, so we were pretty illegal. But like I say, never got caught, so it never happened.
Yeah, if you do the wrong things with full auto here, it's a 10-year prison sentence.
Well, we weren't going to go out there and start shooting people. We went out there to have fun. But I always noticed, like, you know, even though we had a lot of ammo, a lot of shells, those Chinese shells we used to buy, big green boxes full, you know, it was just a waste of ammo. Everything gets hot, you know, and you sit there, you do a few bursts, and your bag's empty, so you flip it, and the thing fucking barrels like red hot. Then it'll get to the point where it's jamming, you know, or wanting to. You can hear the breech whacking back and forth as it's heating up. You're like, oh. I just thought semi was better. I think full auto is just for effect. Or if you're fighting somebody and you stick your gun over the top of the wall, if you're hiding, you don't know where you're shooting. Just shoot in the general area and make them think you're shooting at them. You know, that's better than the semi.
With your better selective fires, you have your choice of semi-automatic or 3-shot or full. And the 3-shot is the best.
Yeah, I mean, that could be. But for us target practice, I just thought semi was good. Like, we could pop off all those milk jugs. Then you have to go fucking put new ones up. But, you know, just easy. And it was fun shooting up old cars, you know. Like,
see the...
Huh?
To see the rust.
Oh yeah, like we actually had a friend that had a car that was breaking down and whatnot like that, and it wasn't worth fixing, so he managed to limp it up to Squamish, and we just shot the fuck out of it. Blew everything out of it. Well, you know, then we didn't even take the serial number. But you can just say, what? Oh, I thought it was in the backyard. But no, you never hear anything. It's way out in the middle of nowhere. They just crush it or whatever. But it was pretty good. We were seeing him. He had some different shells with some better bullets that were solid, and we wanted to see what the piercing ability was. But an AK isn't that powerful, you know. Really.
No, they're a people gun, not a big penetrator.
No, not at all.
I have a semi-automatic that's a 308, and it's a little more powerful.
Yeah, it's a bigger shell. I mean, you know, an AK like an M16 or an AR-15, it's only like a 22. What is it? 2.26. They have a number.
Are you talking about the AR? I mean the
No, the AK. The AK
Oh,
shell has actually a caliber number, they call it. Like
yeah.
instead of calling them all AKs, they call it,
No,
a
well, no.
262.
Well, the AK is 7.62 by
Yeah,
39, and the
that's right.
308 is 7.62 by 51.
That's right.
The early AKs could shoot either round, but the
762.
newer ones, they just specifically 7.62 by 39.
That's right.
And that
762. I was looking for the 762. That's the right number. I just forgot it.
that's about 30 caliber.
Yeah, that's 308.
The AK is, yeah,
Yeah, it's 7.62. Same thing.
yeah.
Small.
And then you have what they call the AK-74, and it shoots the 223 size bullets, the little bullets.
There you go.
Oh, the 5.56. Yes.
Yeah, that little tiny AK,
Yeah.
or not the,
Yeah.
the AR shell there, or M16.
All of mine take the 7.62 by 39.
Right.
They're not that small. They go up to 70 grains. Or actually, they get higher than go up to 90 grain. But the 70 grain Sierra, I think, is probably the best and most accurate and most lethal at long distances.
Are you talking an AR-15 now, or an M16?
Well, I'm specifically talking the smaller NATO round with the 70 grain Sierra match grade bullet.
Yeah, we were talking about AKs before that. The 7.
Oh yeah, somebody mentioned 223, so that's why I chimed in with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the larger ones, mostly because I think they're unnecessarily heavy. You know, yeah, they pack a little more punch. Depending on the kind of round you have, they're gonna be lethal for a little bit longer. But the weight difference between even just the clips themselves is pretty staggering, and the lethality of a good 223 round, you know, not a crappy one, but a good one with, you know, a full length, you know, marksman kind of barrel, you know, it's lethal for all the distance you need. And I just don't believe in making people carry that extra weight unless it's unnecessary. You know, having a couple of guys in the platoon with rounds like that is fine, and you want one guy maybe with a sniper rifle or something, but most of the guys don't need to be packing all that extra weight, which is of course why they went to the AR-15 anyway.
Yeah, you just need a people shooter. Nobody's shooting long range. That's for a sniper. He's got a special gun. Sniper's gun.
Yeah, and you can
weight. Not the same world.
With those 70 grain rounds, you know, they're lethal. What they call lethal is something that goes through a steel helmet, and the military tests those out to 600 plus yards and calls it lethal because it'll smash through the steel helmet and kill you.
Yeah.
And then you have, in the AR, you now have the AR-10 that they do use the larger caliber bullets too.
Yeah. Okay.
Same lower, different upper.
I see. Yeah, the SEALs have their own special little version, or the special SEAL unit, whatever we're calling SEAL Team 6 today. They have their own special little unit, but they don't give out the specs on how their particular weapon is made. So it's kind of secretive, I guess. You can get some of the information, but not all of it.
I know my buddy bought an Israeli gun. I forget. It wasn't an Uzi. It was just an Israeli gun. It was a semi-automatic. Could be made into full. I forget what it was called. It's pretty nice, though. Really nicely made.
Well, they make good stuff.
Paid good coin for it. I think he paid about $900 or $1,000, but it was worth it. It's a nice piece of equipment.
Yeah.
You know what I liked that was actually a really good deal was that Brazilian Model 45. I want to say Taurus, but that might not even be right. But it was, at first I thought it was just a cheapy, crappy brand. but it's a Brazilian. Maybe it was a Taurus, but it was accurate. It never fucking jammed. It felt really good in my hand. And, you know, if it weren't for the fact that I just like Colt, you know, if I wasn't such a fanboy of Colt, I'd have to admit that it was better than most of the Colt 45s I bought, frankly. And it was way cheaper. It was maybe $400 instead of $8 or something. You know, it was a good deal.
Yeah, the South Americans, the Portuguese made good guns too. So yeah, South America has produced some good weapons.
Yeah, I never saw any of that. But then I haven't been into guns for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much about, you know, whether you're using a 7.62 or a 5.56. I think it's more to do with whether you're matching up the particular round you're using, you know, with your barrel length and your barrel twist, and are you maximizing, or, you know, are you using too little or too much for your weapon, and, you know, have you harmonically balanced it, you know, is it accurate, and all that kind of stuff is more important to me than which particular round the government issues the soldier, you know.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, the short barrels, they can't compare to the long bull barrels.
You want any distance firing?
Now, one thing that's interesting when I was looking at ARs, and I can't figure this out, and nobody's ever been able to explain it to me, but virtually every single graph you see of the difference between a 20-inch barrel and a 22-inch barrel, it doesn't get more. You would, you know, longer barrels, you know, theoretically give you more velocity because of the distance of the barrel. That's just mathematically how it's calculated. But for some reason, the 22-inch barrel is not as good as a 20-inch barrel on a number of different rounds, and it doesn't make sense mathematically. But when people test them and when they show you the results, sometimes the 22-inch barrel actually has less velocity than a 20, and I can't figure out why, because mathematically that just shouldn't be the way it is.
Yeah, the rounds are designed to achieve full speed at 22 inches.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. And actually, it may be I think 22 is about as long as they get. It might be a 24-inch barrel I'm referring to, actually.
Now, I always wondered because they call it a 22 caliber round, and it's 22 inches of the barrel that it's supposed to happen in. So that's how I remembered that length.
Huh. Yeah, I don't like the, what are they, 14 or 16, or they try to, you know, people buying these really short barrel ones. I just think it's silly and foolish, and they should have a real rifle or a fucking handgun, you know, these kind of compromises in the middle. It reminds of these crossover vehicles. It's like, buy an SUV or buy a fucking car. Don't buy some ridiculous thing that's neither one, you know?
Yeah.
I got my 11.5-inch ones for $90. That's why I got my short barrels.
Well, I guess that's a little different in a way, but because it's so short. I mean, don't you need a license for that, technically?
Have to have a special permit, yeah, but you can have them.
Right.
Right. But a gun like that for under $100 with a folding stock and short thing, that really all they are is a pistol.
Whose watch alarm? Is that your watch alarm, Richard?
No, that's
nope.
mine. That's one that goes all by itself at midnight. So it's midnight at my house.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, that was the name of that Israeli gun.
What was it?
It's an Ace.
A Galil?
No, it's an ace. It's a military issue from back in the 80s. That's why I got it, because it was over here for a long time. I just saw it. I didn't see it shoot. It was kind of cool. You can take it all apart and assemble it. Like, I think there's 4 main pieces: stock, barrel, front mount, and breech, mag. You could take it right apart and put it together in like 15 seconds.
Shotgun's kind of a purist. You know, he always, whenever we talk about guns or long range and all that, first thing out of his mouth is open sights. You know, he doesn't want anything to do with a scope. You know.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He'll say, like when he says you should be able to shoot this distance or that distance. You know, and it's always followed up with open sights. You know.
Well, if he wants
He's
to
a
come,
Marine,
if he wants to come sheep and goat hunting, I'd sit there with full confidence and just laugh my head off as he's trying to do. Well, let's give him. I shouldn't say that. I don't know the guy individually, but I'll give him open sights, 500 yards. Take it. And that's only 1,500 feet.
Have you ever seen the computerized Trigicon that like you can't sell to civilians? It's for military and police use only. Have you ever seen that?
What is it? A sighting?
It's basically a computerized scope, and it'll put the
Richard, you faded on us.
Did somebody jack him?
I don't see anybody else but you, me, and him, and Armando. So no, none of us would have done that. I don't know if he was describing a red dot site. I have a
website.
Okay, you're back, Richard. You were missing for a while. We didn't hear any sound out of you since you were describing the Trigicon site.
Oh, I got the same connectivity thing again, but yeah, it's just cool. It's basically a computerized firing solution that also calculates moving targets, and it's just awesome, dude. It's so good that they have to keep track of them out of the country. They don't want it, falling into enemy hands or civilian hands. It's a pretty sophisticated piece of gear, and it's way better than the computerized scopes that you can buy. It's really fucking nice, dude. It really is. They have contracts with the Army, of course, for regular sites. I think it's the Army. Either the Army or the Marines uses a Trigicon.
Yeah. No, I have a one. Go ahead, Russell.
Is that the one, Richard, where once you sight in and the sight finds the target, it will constantly just follow that target? Not taking the rifle with you, but the sight will follow the target?
Oh, no. I've seen that one. That one's pretty awesome too, where you can sort of sit on your laptop and it'll aim for you thing. No, that's not the one. This one, you look through. Yeah, you look through the scope, and the computer just sets it's a rectile, not a dot, but it sets the rectile at the the perfect place for you, and it's constantly adjusting for wind and distance and movement of the target and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But no, I've seen the one you're talking about. I saw some Russian dude with one on his pickup truck or something. He's just sitting on his laptop blowing away targets. It was cool as fuck, man. It's awesome.
I like that. I like that new laser, how they sight, the one that's in the 747. They're making a smaller version. It's what the hell is it called? A FAF. It's got a coil in it, chemical iodine. oxygen laser. And then once it finds its sighting on, like one of those Satan 2s or whatever, just, it finds its sight, stays with it, and takes a laser, it goes in there and comes back, and then it goes to destroy its target. And it works too. It's pretty miraculous. But it's in a 747 body now because it needs a lot of equipment to make that. But they've got a smaller version, and it'll be able to be in a smaller type aircraft. Shoot down the missiles as soon as they leave your silo.
Yeah, in the old days, we basically had big, sets kind of like a pentagon shaped with 2-inch steel rods with cracks in them, and they'd send the missile towards another missile or a plane or something and blow it up, and it'd be like a shotgun blast.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's pretty effective. You don't have to hit exactly the target if you're throwing 4-inch pieces of fucking hardened steel at it in a shotgun blast.
Well, the Patriot kind of did that same kind of deal. It didn't impact with the whole missile. It actually blew off and caused shrapnel to destroy the missile beside it, from concussion and penetration.
Yeah, we had little Terrier missiles, they call them.
Yeah, that Patriot missiles, that's, like Israel used for Iron Dome to shoot down those.
Mm-hmm. That's the same thing as the Terrier missile.
Yeah.
Right.
But they were just going after Scuds. No, they're pretty sophisticated now. They've really got the systems upgraded that they can do pretty well. I mean, it's not 100%. It's not 100% or anything, but it's 80. No, it might be 100 now.
80% of the missiles. I mean, it's better than 100% hitting your fucking city. That's for sure.
Well, of course. I'm just going to sit there and say, well, I can't get 100%, so I'm not going to fire them all and try something else.
Right. Yeah, those people shooting lobbing those bombs in Israel, man, they're just, they skate on thin ice. Finally, they fall through, and they send the army in to just pummel the piss out of them for a week or something. It's like, why bother? They're going to come in and just kick the crap out of you for a week. Well,
it's all politics. That's why they fire them from schools and stuff like that and hide there. And they're just silly little Katyusha rockets that they build like by hand. Some are Iranian, but they're not very, the Iranians don't let a lot get in there. And they're just hand-built Katyusha type things. But where they fire them from, it's all politics, right? Oh, the terrible Israeli, look what they do. But Hamas has got to stay in power, so they've got to keep war. Without war, Hamas is no more. Right. You don't need military men out of war. Anyway, that conflict, the poor thing.
Fuck. If Iran really hated them that bad and was really that involved, they'd be sending over some really devastating missiles. But they don't, because they know if they did, then they would get the fucking pummeling from Israel for a week. So they don't. They just want to, put little pinpricks in them and be fucking annoying. They don't want to start an actual war with Israel.
Anybody would be absolutely fucking retarded to start a war with Israel. With the power they've got. I mean, they've got, they talk about their nukes. They've got subs hanging around off, Iran's coast, whatnot, that are fully fucking armed. So, I mean, it's not like, oh, yeah, we'll just go and bomb Israel. Yeah, really? Are you gonna? Sure.
And they have what I consider...
You're not going to get one shell close. You're not even going to get a shell close to it. You're not going to get a missile close to it. So just fucking give up.
I think their excuse is kind of lame, but a lot of other people don't, I guess. But their great excuse is, oh, us poor Jews, you're trying to exterminate us. So it kind of gives them an excuse to pretty much 100-fold whatever comes their way by anybody. It's like, look, you fuckers are trying to exterminate. You're not just lobbing bombs. You're trying to exterminate us, and here's what happens to people who try to exterminate us. If you don't like it, go talk to the UN because they don't seem to care.
Well, Richard, there's a history there, and I got to sympathize with the history of what they've gone through. I mean, sure, you're gonna, if you have that Some people are born with it. Like I say, they're going to hate Jews no matter what because their dad told them to, or said that they, charge interest in lending them money and whatever it fucking be. So, you're going to look at it a little bit like that. I just see, hey, whatever, they were persecuted to a point, and that thing happened during Hitler, and they figured, whatever, we're going to take that piece of land because everybody wants us to die, but we're not going to. And I mean, yeah, it goes on for.
I just don't like I don't like the expansion. They're just not going to stop until they get everything the Bible says they should have, not what the UN said they could have. That's what kind of bothers me. But I understand their point. You can't leave the high ground for the enemy that's trying to exterminate you. Even though the UN didn't give it to you, you still have to defend yourself. So I understand their position. I just don't like it. I wish we could find a better way, or people would stop fucking bombing them would be the easy solution. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen either.
But again, you've got a lot of different segments in Israel too. You've got like ultra-Orthodox. You've got people that are semi-religious and they back up the settlement type thing, and Judea and Samaria, and then you've got the real extremists, and then the moderates, and there's quite a big variety of people that think. And the thing is that there is a large religious power, especially in Netanyahu's coalition, right? You got all the Hagidat and all the different parties, and they yield quite a bit of power, and they're pretty right wing. Avigdor Lieberman from Russia, he's one of the transferees, so he's pretty orthodox. Figures the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, right? And that's the ideology they go in there for. And just saying, well, we've had too much from the world and we don't care. This is our land. We were driven out of here by Egyptians and whatnot. So we're taking.
Well, they're evicting them off the West Bank. I'm watching CNN right now. They're, these homes were illegally built on Palestine land, and the Jews are kicking these other Jews off it. So that sometimes, every once in a while, they surprise you with what they.
Oh no, they have a court system that is quite good. It's not like political. It's kind of like our courts in Canada here that don't give a fuck. They just do what they're supposed to do. Have 5-4 rulings and that, and they're pretty fair in a lot of the rulings. That's why they like to use Israeli military courts, because they're a little harsher, and they're not bad either. But the Israeli court, when you go there, quite often you win under a law, not because I'm an Israeli Jewish judge. If the law points that this is against the law, that's the way it's going to be ruled, no matter what. And that's what happened there, is they were ruled against. And that, it takes a little time, but the Israeli courts do rule in favorable ways. They look at law properly. They're pretty non-biased. Which is
a lot of times what I see too, when they're kicking, I've seen some videos of these young kids building shacks on the land and talking about their Jewish heritage and stuff. And a lot of times,
that's outposts.
I see the people doing this stuff as like young kids trying to protect, the homeland and stuff. Not so much older, adults.
What it is it's usually young immigrants, people that come from other places, whether Britain or even a lot from the United States, and different Russian, Eastern, and they come in there, and that's what they have that. This is our land, Israel, kind of vehement type attitude. So they're going to be the first ones to set out the outposts, and they'll sit there, and they'll be the ones fighting the Israeli military and all that,
Yeah, I see this one kid. He basically had this shack, a mattress, and a guitar, and he was interviewed by somebody, and he's like, I'm staying here. I don't care what they say. And he's like, well, where do you get food? Well, I go leave and get food once in a while, and then I come back and play my guitar and sleep on my mattress. And, it's like, that's great that you believe in all that, but it just seems to me you could have a better life if you get a job or something,
No, there's a certain segment of Jews, Israelis, and whatnot. They're just like, they're true Marxists, if you want to put it that way. And they live in the kibbutz. They're like a bunch of hippies, and they all grow their food, and they're all communal. And you're allowed to leave there. Nobody forces you on there. But people, I laugh when they always talk communism. They don't have a fucking clue what it is. It's never been practiced ever. It's a writing and a theory by Karl Marx and Joseph Engels. But anyway, that's another discussion. And that's the closest to that writing of that ideology of communism or socialism, as it was put, dictatorship of the proletariat. And they practice that in those Israeli kibbutzes. And they are in, West Bank land, some of them in the north and whatnot like that. But
yeah, the other thing for me is all the videos I've ever seen, and it's just sort of my bias from what I've seen. I'm sure, in the back of my mind, I know there's a lot more to it, but all the videos I've ever seen with like normal people sort of touristing through Israel or Jerusalem or something, they're treated really poorly by some of these Orthodox Jews. They're like, oh, get the fuck out of here. This is our country. We don't want. And all they're doing is really, they're just tourists. It's like, well, fuck me. We're just, mind our own business, walking through here, and you crazy Jews are yelling at us, And of course, the people, you never know the whole story. The people taking the video might have egged them on or said something, tried to stuff Christianity down their throat. I don't really know, but I've seen some videos of both the Israeli army, the Israeli kids, I've seen the Palestinian kids too, but every video I see is somebody behaving badly. I've never seen, oh, we went to Israel and the Jews were really nice to us and all that kind of video. I'm sure they exist. I'm sure it happens, but it's just not what I've seen so much,
Yeah, I mean, I know Jewish people that visited Israel now, and they never told me anything. They said, the security was tight, because there could have been a potential here, but it wasn't like people were yelling at each other. I mean, maybe over the Wailing Wall or something, or I mean, those ultra-Orthodox Jews are as nutbaggy as any fundamentalist religious zealot, right? So
I seen some playing a Rush song once. It was like the greatest video ever. These Orthodox Jews on the side street in their little black and white get-up thing playing a Rush song. It was fucking cool as shit.
Well, my brother always used to make jokes of because they're all stepping out of Cadillacs with briefcases full of diamonds, with their long locks and their hat and everything like that. Oh yeah, there's those diamond dealers. Yeah, somehow I guess a lot of ultra-Orthodox in New York do diamond dealing. I guess a lot.
They have real. I meant to watch today, but they had a show on the Asia Business News I meant to watch about real man-made diamonds, but they're real diamonds. So now, rather than like cubic zirconium or some of this other kind of stuff, that we're making real man-made diamonds. And of course, De Beers is freaking the fuck out because they've got billions of dollars of stored diamonds to keep the price up, and now these guys come along with this manufacturing process, and they're just freaking out, I guess.
Well, geez, all we need is a magic press, and if we can press hard enough, we can make our own piece of carbon too.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. It's with the press. There's a company in Florida and a company here in Portland, Oregon that are making real diamonds.
Fuck them. What's the pressures that they're getting in there?
Fuck, it must be high. I'm with you on that.
5 billion tons per square centimeter. Well, it's got to be something big.
Yeah, it might be like less pressure and a longer process or something too. And it probably doesn't squash it into a diamond immediately.
Well, I saw when they did but it was doing for some particulate matter, and they had it on the end of and they wanted to split an atom, and it was on the end of a diamond tip. And I remember it was a big, huge thing, and I forget what it was for. Something to do with plasma, maybe.
Well, Jack seems to know. So how do they do it, Jack? Do you know?
It's a combination, like you guys said exactly, of time and high pressures, hugely high temperatures, and they start with a seed of diamond. So they cheat a little bit in getting that's how they get the pure diamond. Is they use a seed, and then they grow it similar to what they grow the silicon crystals for the silicon for the I can't say it, your crystals, but the high pressures, they are a very high pressure machine, but they can make not only one of those machines, they'll have a whole row of 50 of those machines working at one time. You can get a pretty good search on it if you do a Google search on it. You'll find quite a bit of information right there.
Well, it's like gold. They say, oh, there's only, well, no, it's rejuvenated all the time in the crust, and then pushes up into the mountains, and then it erodes and goes into rivers or wherever you find it, right? Oh, no, it comes from meteorites when they came in and blew up. And gold is actually rejuvenated through our mantle.
You remember back in the day when they had the photomat stores? You sort of pull in your car. Yeah. There were little kiosks in the mall. Yeah. That guy was super successful. He took all of his money, all the profit from that photomat business, and he made this ridiculous little device that he claimed you could put sand in the top and gold would come out the bottom, and this complete fraud. and he took all of his profit from that photomat business and threw it away trying to scam people on this gold making machine and went broke. It's such a ridiculous story. You wouldn't even believe it's true if it wasn't. But I mean, here's this guy with, these photo developing shops in every corner of America who decides to sell out to scam people on the dumbest thing you've ever heard of. It had like a hand crank or something. Oh, just put sand in the top and, crank it by hand and gold dust will come out the bottom. It's like, what the fuck happened? He went just as crazy as that McAfee guy for a while. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, his brain must have short circuited or whatever. I mean,
something. I mean, it's like how can you be that successful on one hand and that idiotic to think that people are going to buy your hand cranking sand to gold nonsense? It's just crazy.
Well, who knows? Maybe he might have had the perfect con man pin the perfect pitch, but he might have come up with it himself too. Yeah, do that. Fuck, they'll trust you. Look at business info. Who knows?
It's crazy.
You never know why. Hey, some people
seeing this guy on TV that shot the two Indians in the bar saying, "Go back to America." He just looks like your typical fruitcake, fucking redneck kind of guy. You could pick him out of a crowd and say, "Oh yeah, that's him," without even knowing, who it was.
What happened?
Some guy in a bar. He's basically just shit-faced and pulled out his gun and shot some Indian guy. Go back home and killed him, and I think some other Indian guy got wounded.
You mean like
get out of my? He yelled, "Get out of my country!" and started shooting him. But the upshot of the story is he really isn't a terrorist or anything like that. He's just some super drunk redneck douchebag that shot a couple people.
Yeah, that happened just last week.
Yeah. They're showing some white guy in a hospital bed and they got shot too.
What was it, like an East Indian guy when he shot him and he thought he was an Arab or something?
No, he just thought he's just an immigrant. That's all. He didn't care. He could have been from any country. He just happened to be from India. And the thing that gets me is now the Indians are like yelling and complaining. Oh, you need to protect Indians in your country and they're demanding this and that. That fucking country, India, they gang raping people, and it's so fucking dangerous over there. They're whining about their safety in America. It's just fucking stupid. They need to worry about their own fucking country. But my wife wouldn't set foot in India because of the reputation it has.
Well, they're not over here actually causing any terrorist type things or anything. I mean.
Right.
So, I mean, what it is they're getting looked at as being like, because people are not that smart, they figure they're Islamic.
Well, especially those
Hindus
Sikhs.
Or whatever. Yeah, well, the
Sikhs that wear that head turban, they get confused for Muslims a lot.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Sikhs aren't really at battle with anybody. They're not. I mean, they were at one point here, Khalistan or whatever, but that was just a group. They shot them all up in India anyway. A friend of mine told me. So they're not really a terrorist type people or anything. So that's probably what they want to get across. It's like, hey, we're not Syrians, we're not Iranians, or whatever terrorists.
Right. Well, to guys
But
like
that's pretty
that, though,
bad.
just the fact that they had dark skin and look funny is all he needs. He doesn't care if he's a terrorist or not. You know, to him, he's just not an American.
Yeah, and then to shoot them, I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Fucking like that guy. You see about that Mardi Gras incident? That dude fucking mowed down 28 people in his car or something. Fuck me. How
Was
drunk
that in
was
Brazil?
that guy?
Where was that, in Brazil?
No,
No.
it was in New Orleans. You know, Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Not Carnival, Mardi Gras.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I remember hearing something about that.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
like
there's
three.
a lot.
3
There's a
days.
lot of there's a lot of wackos. I mean, you know, they're gonna do something, so they get. I'm gonna go out in a blaze of glory. But what was that? Just a drunk guy that was really fucked up, or did he
Yeah,
mad at something?
he's about 3 times over the legal limit and doesn't remember anything. And, you know, he said his son, well, the last thing he remembers is somebody handed him a drink and then ended up in the police station after running over. And, well, I don't know how many people he actually hit, but he was the cause of 28 people going to the fucking hospital. And there's 6 or 8 more that said, no, thanks. I'm, you know, a little injured, but I don't need the hospital, you know.
Yeah, fortunately, nobody died. It was all just major injuries.
Yeah. Yeah, he is lucky about that. But I was surprised that his bail was only like 125 grand. And that sounds like a lot. But for
No, it isn't.
seriously injuring, you know, 28 people, it seems to me it should be like 100 grand per person or something, not total.
Well, yeah, you'd think 250 grand, because with that you only have to come up with 12,500, 10%.
Right.
Bail bond.
Yeah.
That's not
But
that much.
they said they were going to make him like do house, if he came up with the money, he has to do house arrest and wear a monitor. So I don't know, whatever. You're
okay.
basically supposed to be considered innocent, and it's only to make sure you show up to court anyway. So I don't know, the bail kind of looks weird on that because of the law, I guess. You're innocent, and if you're an upstanding citizen, or at least a reasonably decent citizen with ties to the city, they're really not supposed to make it all that high anyway.
No, if you've got a good lawyer to represent you, and when bail hearing comes up, he just says, no, the guy was drunk, and I guess maybe the judge thought, yeah, well, he's not really, you know, a threat to society, so here, 120 grand. There's the bail bond guy.
Yeah, I saw another fake news article today. The headline was, you know, guy and wife gets years in jail for Confederate flag issue. You know, they were flying the Confederate flag outside of this party of black people. And then, you know, of course, later on down the article, the prosecutor says, wait a minute, we wanted him. They actually got a year more than the prosecutor wanted. They said, wait a minute, it has nothing to do with flying the flag. It has to do with the fact that he broke out a shotgun and threatened to kill children is why he went to jail. You know,
Yeah.
for fuck's sakes, you know.
Well, was somebody saying it was because of the flag?
Yeah, well, that was what
Like
the
how
fake
the
news article was trying to make it sound like, with the headline and all that, oh, you know, the guy's just flying the Confederate flag and gets years in jail. No, he got years in jail for threatening children with his shotgun, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, that's the bait to get people in there.
That's
Right.
all. It's try to get you to read the article. Like, what? Oh yeah, those fucking foaming KKK retards with their stars and bars.
Just
Well,
like
it worked on me.
I couldn't care. You know, like like I said, I know a lot of guys that race cars and stuff like that. I like Leonard Skinner and that. So I mean, when I was down at the races, there's stars and bars and stuff like that. But you know, I didn't hear any racist stuff to go along with it. They're just like, yeah, well, whatever. I made fun too with them about their stars and bars. They didn't care.
Well, I've said it a bunch of times. I wouldn't fly it because it would look really stupid, but I'd like to have an ISIS flag. You know, I just would. I would put it in my drawer, maybe break it out 50 years from now when they've all been slaughtered and they're gone or something, and say, look at this historical memorabilia, you know. So
hey, we had
you'd probably get arrested in some countries for even having one. I don't know. I'd be afraid to buy one. I'd be on the you know, the fucking the Interpol list, NSA, they alert the Thai police. Oh, you got some guy looking for an ISIS flag on Amazon living there, and who knows what would happen. Get my visa revoked or something.
We had a real dress swastika flag. It was quite nice. My dad got it, Army surplus. And yeah, people used to be kind of like when we brought it out sometime. I never, you know, somebody probably rip it down or whatever, but I remember putting it in the back window on on Halloween on one of the cars, and we were all dressed in. We had uniforms too. My dad bought those, and we got, you know, quite a bit of hassle. They were smart uniforms, SS uniforms, you know. And we decided to put the swastika in the back of the car too. Well, you know, we did get some harassment from certain people, but it was in the 70s, so there wasn't really, you know, a big deal, right? To the point where
I forget which prince it was, but one of the princes of England put on a Nazi uniform for Halloween, and they freaked the fuck out. You know?
Yeah, that was Prince Harry. He's probably, you know, it's probably a cool guy. Actually, likes partying and having fun. But they had to, you know, if you're in that position to do anything, I mean, you're not allowed to live like a real person.
Speaking of fake news, that thing the Emmys or Oscars or whatever it was, the movie people did, and they had the wrong envelope. That gave them that made more news than the show itself did. Was that right there? I swear they did that one on purpose just to get more news out.
Could be.
Is that thing very popular, or did they just make it sound like it's popular?
It's the second. It's the second most popular TV show after the Super Bowl, believe it or not.
Well, I knew you were coming to that, but I can't believe it. Still?
I know. It's crazy. But it did lose. You know, his point is probably pretty good because it dropped, like, percentage-wise in viewership quite a bit, but it still ended up being some 36 million people or something in second after the Super Bowl. But yeah, it could be to get some attention to the fact that they're losing viewers, you know. Who knows?
I guess people still love that dream world of fiction and watching movies and wishing they were there, just like the people watch soap operas. Oh, yeah, I like that. I don't know. I guess so. I just aren't. I'm not entertained by many.
They're getting a little out of hand. Like, I saw this John Wick movie where, you know, he killed, I don't know, he must have killed 300 people all by himself in the movie, you know, being attacked by 50 dudes and kills them all, just, you know, time after time after time. And it just gets so ridiculous and fake and phony. You're like, man, this would be better if they just had less, you know, killing and less nonsense. Have him run around, you know, have him retreat once in a while instead of killing 100 people in a row. Like, that's going to happen, you know.
Yeah, like the movies like Chuck Norris. And who's that guy that moved to Russia there, the martial arts? Why do I forget his name? Black hair. He's old now.
I don't know. I like Jet Li.
Who?
Jet Li was kind of cool.
Who, like Bruce Lee?
No, I want to say Jet Li. Maybe that's not even his name, but he's like a good-looking, black-haired Chinese guy. That his name was Jet Li, but it's L-I, not L-E-E, like Bruce Lee. But he was pretty good. He made a bunch of movies, and he did an interview one time, and people are like, oh, you know, he's like rich and famous. Oh, what do you do, this and that? And he says, you know, I do the same thing everybody else does. I sit on my couch with my family and watch movies and eat popcorn. And do you have any other dumb questions? You know, he's like, I'm not out with the rich Hollywood elite. You know, I'm just home hanging out, doing my thing, you know.
I remember there's some guy called Richard Chai or whatever. He was a pretty comedian. He could do martial arts and stuff, but he was more a comedian. I can't remember.
I think Wesley Snipes is actually pretty good at martial arts in real life too.
Yeah, I think I heard that, you know. Yeah. Well, sometimes, you know, you want to, if you're going to do a movie like that, you might as well learn how to do it properly. Or at least try.
Well, you know, they have a whole type of martial arts that's designed to be the victim. It's like a special type of martial arts to pretend that you're getting beaten up. And a lot of the actors that are getting thrown around by Steven Seagal or something, you know, they go to
the guy.
They
That
go to
was the
these
name I was looking
special.
for.
Okay, yeah, yeah. He's a sheriff. He did a movie a while or a TV show a while back about being a volunteer sheriff in some town.
Well,
you know, people asking for his autograph when they're getting arrested and stuff.
Well, did you see he lives in Russia now? He got a Russian citizenship.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he does seem to kind of like Putin and all that. He's been over here in Bangkok doing
But he
sword
got a
sword
Russian.
sword demonstrations and sword classes and stuff like that once in a while. But yeah, he, for whatever reason, he seems to like Russia. I know.
Well, he got citizenship. He was sitting there going, "Yeah, well, I don't like America. Whatever." I didn't listen to him. He's just going off.
He's kind of crazy. He thinks he's a god. You know, I've seen a video where he says, well, you know, anybody could be a god like me, and I believe I'm a god, and blah, blah, blah. You know, God, his explanation for God's a little different than other people's, I guess. But still, just to say something like that is crazy.
Yeah, I guess he went mental.
Yeah.
I
a lot
remember
of women complained that he was, when he did his movies, that he'd like sexually harass them, you know, when they did interviews about wanting to be in the movie, that he'd put the moves on them and try to, you know, have sex with the prospective candidates for the part. So
well, if you were
he
in
denies it all, of course.
If you were in a Marx Brothers movie back in the day, that's how you got into it. If you were a girl and you wanted a part, that's the way it was. And I'm just using that one instance. It's beyond that. So that's kind of like reality. It's not nice. But I guess nowadays it
might have been pretty nice.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just being rude. No, the way they got their not the threats, but it might have been nice. Some of the stuff.
Oh, what? Telling them, well, you got to do this for me, or you're not going to get the job. I don't know. For me, sex was better if I liked the girl, you know, or can't really get into the raping or throwing them down and have that. Or
yeah, that was a lot of the condition.
Hey.
That was the conditional. It was conditional on that kind of thing a lot back in the past.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, I remember Terry.
Well, the reason is a lot.
Interview.
The reason is a lot to blame on women in a sense that the reason it was so prevalent is because you're always going to find a woman willing to do it, you know. And then they sort of banded together and said, "Hey, if none of us do it, they'll stop asking all of us." But at the point where everybody's doing that, it was because, hey, if you don't want to do it, I'll just, you know, I'll go down the list until I find somebody that does, and it's only going to take me an extra 15 minutes, so get out of here and bring in the next applicant, you know.
That was reality.
Yeah, it was, you know. And I'm not sure if I was a girl that if I could, you know, suck some cock on my way to a, you know, triple my income by sucking a few cocks, that I would even care. I'd be like, okay, whatever, you know, you want to pay me another couple of grand a month, or, you know, 20 grand more a year, I'll suck your dick and get it over with, give me my raise and I'm out of here, or whatever, you know. I don't know, it's hard to say, but it doesn't seem like that bad a deal to me, frankly.
I grew up with a girl that went to Hollywood, and she was more than willing to do all that stuff to get a position.
Yeah, there you go. And you don't even have to go to, I mean, girls, you know, even today, you know, girls are hitting on the boss, hoping for promotions and stuff. And then sometimes when it happens and things don't go exactly the way they want, all of a sudden it's sexual harassment on the man's part when they were flirting and initiating it and going along with it to get what they wanted, and they only got 80% of it. So now the man's a big bad guy and let's sue him, you know. I mean, they play their games too, you know.
Yeah, she was more of the type she'd use it on purpose ahead of time to get her way.
Yeah, a lot of girls are like that. You know, girls are a little, not quite as physically strong, so they have to be a little more cunning, I think, to get what they want, you know?
And I
It's
stopped
kind of,
down in I stopped in Hollywood and visited her one time. She was doing well.
and good on her, you know, if she likes to do that or is willing to do that, and she gets a great job in a new Porsche, you know, good for her. That's what I say. Doesn't bother me any.
Yeah, that was kind of what it did for her. She didn't become a movie star or anything, but she was living a good life and was happy in her world.
Yeah, a couple of our one friend, you know, in our sort of group of friends in the restaurant business, who was a waitress, and she was really nice looking, and you know, she came to work one day in a, I don't know, a couple-year-old, you know, medium-priced Porsche, and everybody's like, "Wow, where'd you get that?" And she's like, "Oh, well, some dude fucking bought it for me," and blah blah blah. And she pretty much quit being a waitress and went into being a whore after that. She saw the benefits, and doing that kind of thing were way better than being a waitress. I don't know what happened to her.
They interviewed Terry Garr about, you know, the business of such as we were discussing, and she kind of brought it up. She didn't have any animosity and go, "Oh, Terry, terrible man." She brought up, you know, what Richard did, how some girls, you know, they came in there and they didn't care. It's getting in the movie. And, you know, they offered themselves. They didn't have to be told. And she just said that was just the way it was in the business. And, you know, you can make up what you do, but that's the way it was. And nobody was all getting abused or, you know, it wasn't like it was all forced, as they like to make it out to be. And all these men coming, "Oh, you can't be a movie star unless you sleep with us." It was, you know, maybe a little bit of that element, but not totally.
No, it was quite consensual.
Sure.
Yeah, if 9 out of 10 women wanted to sue him for doing it, they wouldn't do it. You know, it's really 9 out of 10 women are saying yes, so that's why they do it.
And a lot of times the ones that even sue or just feel scorned anyway because they weren't special or they promised more. I'll get back again.
They run into that crazy Gloria Allred is what happens. She seeks them women out, you know. "Oh,
Yeah.
Come to me, I'm a high-priced lawyer, I'll get a bunch of money for you, just make up some ridiculous story and I'll believe it."
Yeah, but think about it, Richard. Like, if you want to be prominent and want to be famous and you want to be rich, you know, you take that kind of celebrity type post of being the defender of the downtrodden women that have been abused. And I don't really fault her for it. You know, she's taken that position. She gets all the high priced cases, gets her name in the paper on every single news site there is. So, you know, she's probably got what she wants. The crusader on camera.
Yeah.
You know, and then
Pretty soon we're gonna have enough women CEOs, so we're gonna have like men complaining about that, trying to be famous for being sexually harassed by people like Meg Whitman or something, you know.
Probably. Yeah. To me, I couldn't give a shit. You know, a lot of politicians that are women, I figure, are smarter than men. It doesn't really matter to me either way. It's what you really mean, right? Any one issue person that's, you know, like, "Oh, well, I'm all on women's issues or I'm on gay issues or whatever," I could, you know, fuck off. It's the issues that are important, not your gender or what you're identified as. "Oh, I'm a fag, so all my," excuse, I shouldn't use that. I'm sure people get offended. You know, "so all my issues are going to be related to that." Yeah, whatever. You know.
Yeah, I don't like those one-trick ponies. What gets me is the people that repeat abortion, the First Amendment, and that shit over and over. It's like all they care about is overturning Roe v. Wade, and they're on this paranoid delusion trip that somebody's trying to take everybody's guns away when they're really not. You know?
Yeah, there's some weirdos trying to get in that bathroom to look at somebody else. You know, it's like, what?
Yeah, that really gets me. Where do they think transsexuals have been going to the bathroom for the last 100 years? I mean, that's what I don't understand. Do they really think that they've been in the men's bathroom all this time anyway? What would the change be? I don't get it.
I don't either. You know, it's just another issue that they can make people go, "Really? what? I didn't notice that. I better start looking for it. You know, it's like, well, it's not fucking there.
And they make it out to be like if transsexuals can use women's bathrooms, which they've been using all the time,
Yeah,
that somehow pedophiles are going to dress up like women to
yeah,
go in to women's bathrooms to look for children, as
yeah,
though
yeah,
pedophiles couldn't have been doing that already as well. You know,
yeah. You know,
it's
and what
just
are they?
silly.
Are they looking at little girls on the diaper changing table, or you know, I don't want to get into that, but I mean, it doesn't make
Yeah,
any sense. You know, like,
it
is
doesn't.
there access to all this nudity of the young kids in the bathroom that you want? I don't
Right, and
see
they're
it.
all stalls. It'd be different if
Right.
they like whipped their wang out and peed in the urinal like
Well,
men. It'd be different, but they don't. They're all in private individual
yeah.
stalls, and there's nothing to see anyway, except when
Well,
they
that's
come
it.
out and they're doing their makeup in the mirror. So what?
Well, like I said, Richard, the only chance that you would have to see a nude child would be on the changing table
Right.
in that situation. So, I mean, you know, to me, I'm looking at facts all the time, and I'm just going, why don't you fucking, you know, I mean,
To them, of course, it's the principle of the thing. It's like,
I
oh,
know,
you know, they're men and they have penises, so they need to be in the
uh,
penis bathroom. You know, I mean, whatever. It's crazy.
I don't know,
And of
but
course,
I
today,
guess,
as you go around, there are more and more like individual bathrooms. Now, most of them have like a disabled sign or a wheelchair sign or something, but nobody cares who uses them. And I think the world is kind of making a compromise by setting aside a couple of bathrooms that aren't really for anybody in particular, that anybody that wants to can go in. You see that at airports and malls, and you know, any new building, you
yeah,
know, kind of has more of those than there used to be.
yeah, more of the dog leash society, eh? Come lead us. We have no capability, you know, I mean, it's just, I look at everything in lawyer and law terms, right? So you know, I assess things as how it should be looked at in law, not ignorant emotionalism. So every time I see some of this come up, I just, you know, put my hands to my head and go, "Can we evolve?" So you know, maybe I should look at it emotionally. I don't know.
Who knows?
So I went to a funeral yesterday. A friend passed away, and went to a church for a funeral, and we had been traveling for a few hours, and I had to use the restroom, and the one that I used had a picture of a guy and a girl. So you know, it was an even sex bathroom. I used the bathroom, came out. I used the gay bathroom, and it trapped her. She looked at the sign. He wanted to see the sign on a gay bathroom in a church.
I'm gonna use the gay bathroom.
Well,
I
you
mean,
know, if the push came to shove and you asked those people, they would probably tell you that they would prefer a special bathroom for gays. You know, they probably would.
yeah,
Yeah, they are opinionated.
and not always. You know, I'd have to ask. I'd say, what do you do and think about in bathrooms that gets you to have this on your mind in the first place? I know if I use a public bathroom, it's to get in there and get out. You know, do what you have to do, relieve. I don't care who's beside me. I don't want to fucking know who's in the stall or is at the taps. They're all filthy.
The only thing
I
I'm
just want to
thinking
get out.
about, the
Just
only thing
getting
I'm
out.
thinking about when I go to a public bathroom is I
Yeah.
don't want my penis touching anything. That's all
No,
I think about. You know,
no,
like
I
if
don't
I
want
sit
to.
down to take a crap, it's like
No,
I don't
don't
want
want to
my
do that.
dick touching the toilet. I don't want
No,
any pee splashing up on my dick. You know, it's like that's all
no.
I think about. Is I don't
Yeah.
want anything touching my dick until I
Yeah.
get the fuck out of there.
Well, exactly. And I mean, it's not often that I'm going to be sitting down taking a crap in a public bathroom. If it is, it might be a restaurant or something like that. But you know, if I'm watching a football game or something like that, or in that kind of no fucking way.
Yeah, it's airports mostly for me, and actually I like the
Oh yeah,
Chinese
airports.
style toilets where you pull your pants down and you squat. You don't touch anything, and you sort of they have two little feet rest. I don't know if you ever seen them with two little feet
No.
rests with a bowl in the middle. You don't sit down on anything, so you don't have to touch anything. They're kind of they're kind of cool, but you don't want to lose your balance and fall over while you're taking a shit with your pants down around. You know, it can turn into a big fucking mess if you're not careful, right? You know, but they're all right.
Yeah, you hover.
No, they have them in Japan, and they have both in Japan, and I usually choose those instead of the normal American kind.
Oops, there goes my wallet down the outhouse drop.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's the other thing I always worry about is dropping my fucking wallet in the toilet or something.
Yeah, like the Johnny on a Spot or something, you know, having a concert. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yasina, how are you doing, honey bunny? Somebody unhide Yasina, whoever has mods, so we can talk to her. She's my favorite chatter.
Let's see who has mod.
You are, Yasina.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're new. I might change my mind. Somebody else might come along, but for now, you're my favorite chatter.
Well, that works. It's cool.
So we were going to talk about alien abductions today, weren't we?
Oh, yeah. That was going to be the subject tonight.
Yeah. Do you believe that there have been, you know, hundreds of people that have been captured and anal probed by these aliens, as they report?
Anal. Supposed to have to be anal probe.
That's what they report. I don't make stuff up. I just report what they say. They all have one commonality, that they all seem to think that aliens are really interested in anal probing them. So that's not me. That's not me making it up. That's them saying it. And I'm just asking you, see, do you believe that they're all telling the truth or not?
I don't know. I guess. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of
Well, we can leave the anal probing out. Do you think they were captured and brought to the spaceship to begin with?
yeah. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I mean, yeah, I don't know about all that. I have no opinion on that.
Seems to me that if aliens would come all this way to like view us and observe us and see us, they'd at least stop and say hello, you know? I mean, what's with all this secrecy and the anal probing and all that? Why don't they hop down into the hospital and take a good look with some x-rays or something? Stop, you know, hover above the White House and say, hey, why don't we meet the president, you know?
You would think, right? You would think they would be civil and be like the higher intelligence, right?
Yeah, or even if they're like really fucked up internet trolls from another planet, you'd think they'd stop by and just to give people shit. Ah, fuck you humans, we're better than you. You're a bunch of assholes, and then leave. But how could you fly, you know, 8,900 light years from your home to not say hello when you get there? It's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
That'll be our first encounter with real aliens. It'll be a whole planet of internet trolls that'll get here, and they'll just be like the biggest bunch of assholes you ever met, and we'll be scratching our heads saying, wow, how do they have all that technology and ended up like Lysurge and Ronan Kanushi, and what the fuck happened to these people?
So I'm gonna hand the phone over to my hubby here. I'm gonna go and do some stuff here. So you guys have a good night and have a good conversation.
All right, nice to see you.
Thank you, Yasina.
She'll be back.
That's good talking to you too. Good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Jack?
The milk factory guy.
Yes, sir.
You're still talking about anal probing from aliens now?
No, we moved on. We moved on from that.
I was just going to say I know nothing about anal probing. I have no tendency to want to learn, and I've never seen an alien, so I'm pretty, you know, out of that conversation.
Well, according to all the people that have been captured by him, you don't want to see one.
I probably won't be captured by one either.
When they describe the organs being removed and stuff, and surgically removed with no blood, they are describing a coyote feeding zone to me. Cut the tender areas and get in and eat the organs first.
The human mind is a wonderful imagination, doesn't it?
It is like crop
You make a
circles.
story. Yeah.
No, they make them with those little sheets of plywood, and they walk around in circles, making these elaborate, cool things. Yeah. And the next thing you know, they're messages from alien races, and they're, some guys out there with the microwave tester proving, humans couldn't do this and all that. The guy down the road is just laughing his ass off,
Yeah.
Some of them are really cool, though.
Oh, yeah.
Give them that.
People can be creative.
They can.
Especially in fooling other people. Conning,
Mm-hmm.
Quite common. People make money on it.
Yeah, my dad told me when I was a little kid, the way you spot, or at least the way you don't believe something until there's more evidence, is when something just doesn't make sense. It's probably just a bunch of crap.
Well, I remember my dad telling my grandma one time, she was saying, he's so little. And my dad said, yeah, but he doesn't trust anybody. He doesn't, unless he knows him or something, he's got that little frown on his face. And like he said, if somebody says something that isn't right, I don't trust it. Because if it doesn't sound right, it isn't. And they used to laugh. And that's never trusted anybody. I was like, okay, how come you're coming up to me asking me this? You got to have some ulterior motive. I better take off. I don't know, survival.
Well, most of the time it's true. Most of the time people say shit that just doesn't make any sense.
And you wonder, there's got to be a reason this person's saying this to me and acting different. Okay, right. It's probably not good. It's probably weird, so I better get out of here. And, I guess that's the way I used to come to conclusions. It was like, no, I'm not going to stick around. This is fucking weird or something. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, it's like the clown that, buddies up to you in 5 seconds and pretends he's your best friend at the bar. Yeah. And 5 minutes later, I forgot my wallet. Will you buy me a drink or something?
Oh, I know. Yeah. All the time. You got an extra beer, it's like, But yeah, you get the story first and you're sitting there, here we go with the pitch. Okay, never mind the pitch. Here's your beer. You only get 2. Now shut up.
Or they start in with the, I'm stranded and I need $100, and all they really want is a beer. So when they get done with $100 story, say, if you don't want to do that, could you just buy me a beer? And you're so relieved that he's going to be happy that they only want a beer, that you just say, okay, here's a beer. That's all they wanted anyway.
I always laugh because they never came to me. It'd be everybody else. They always kind of look at me at the corner of their eye and go, "Yeah, I'm not going to be sucking that goof in." Never try to pitch and be like, "Oh, shut up and fuck off. I don't need to listen to that." But I guess I didn't humor him, so it wasn't hey, you're just an asshole. Well, I can't say I got ripped off very much.
My philosophy used to be that if you're willing to kind of lower yourself to begging and that sort of thing, that you probably need the money enough that I'll just give it to you. People don't like doing that kind of stuff so much. So I give them credit that they're desperate enough to be asking me for money, whether their story's true or not. They probably need a beer. They probably need a couple bucks for a pack of cigarettes, and I don't care. I'll give it.
Well, that's what I would used to do, but I'd make it kind of like not pleasant. I'd say, shut the fuck up. I don't want the bullshit stories. Sit down. Here, I'll give you $20 or whatever. Pay me when you can. But spare me all the big fucking bullshit. Here, have a beer. Well, you didn't be that way. Well, I just didn't want to listen.
So what's the Chris? I'm guessing you're a Christian there, Yassina's husband. What's your view on giving random strangers that ask money they ask for? Do you have a policy?
Random strangers, I don't give them money.
I see. Okay. Why not?
You know what? I've dealt with a lot of people that came out begging for money. They just want it for liquor. They just want it for bullshit. I don't know. I don't play that game. It's different if somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, man, I'm hungry. Can you buy me a meal?" And I'll say, "Oh yeah, man. I'll buy you a meal. I'll buy you something to eat." You know what I mean? But I've had people that have come up and asked me for money, and then I'll turn around and say, "I don't have any money to give you, but I'll buy you some food." And then they'll say, "No, I don't want any food." And then I say, "Well, okay, then why are you out here asking for money?" You know what I mean?
Right. Well, they may want a drink. They may want some cigarettes. There's a lot of things they could want. But that's kind of common amongst the Christians where I was in Montana. But to me, it's like, people need money for stuff in addition to food. It could be any number of things, but normally they're just going to spend it on alcohol and cigarettes. And to me, if I'm going to be charitable, I'm not going to put a limitation on it that you have to buy food or you can't spend it on crack cocaine or something. If I'm going to be, real charity to me is giving somebody something and letting them do what they want with it, which may actually be enabling a drug dealer, not good too. But that's just me. I don't care what they spend the money on. It's not my problem. I know they're going to waste it or they wouldn't be there in the first place, right? Even if you buy them food, it's probably not going to help them either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and then I've had other dudes come up to me and tell me straight up that they want a beer, and I'll go and buy them a beer. I've had dudes that hey, I'm not gonna lie to you, man, I just want a beer. All right, well, I'll buy you a beer then. I've done that
cool. Too. So it's sort of the honesty part that kind of affects you too. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if somebody will just be honest with me, then all right, I'm if he just comes out and tells me straight up he wants a beer, I'll go buy him a freaking beer. I don't care. But it's when they're sitting there bullshitting you and asking for money, and then you offer them something, and you offer them something that seems legitimate, like, hey, I'll buy you some food, and they're like, no, I don't want food, and you're just like, okay, well, all right, whatever.
I got it. I worked for the Red Cross for a while, and I knew more about the Red Cross than the lady I was working for. And one time this Indian guy came in, and his story was that he broke down. He needed a little gas to get back to the reservation. He probably wanted to buy some booze. Who cares? But there's a section in the Red Cross where, you're allowed to give money away for personal emergencies. And you're really not even supposed to be all that concerned about whether they're bullshitting you're telling the story. It's kind of the same philosophy. If they're going to go to the effort to come into the Red Cross and tell you a story, they probably need the money for something, and the Red Cross has a budget to give it away. So anyway, the lady was on lunch, and I gave the guy $20 out of my own pocket. I didn't even ask to be reimbursed by the Red Cross. I didn't write him a Red Cross chit, and I have like level 3 qualifications. I could replace your whole house full of belongings. I'm authorized to do that because I've taken the classes and I know what I'm doing and that kind of thing. And, this lady, she's like, oh, you shouldn't give that guy money. There are going to be other people coming in here for money. I said, look, honey, this is the Red fucking Cross. If you don't want people coming in that are having emergencies, go fucking, work somewhere else. What's your fucking problem?
Yeah, well, you got a point. I can't argue with that.
But she had never even heard of the personal emergency part of the Red Cross to begin with. I explained it to her. She had the fucking book sitting right there on the shelf. I said, have you ever even read that book? I mean, she's kind of this crazy lady who basically went to the Red Cross. This is in Montana. She went to the Red Cross in Billings, Montana, said she wanted to start a chapter in this little town of Glendive, but she really had no idea what she was fucking doing, and they said yes anyway. They gave her a bunch of books. They rented an office for her. And really the only thing she wanted to do was send letters to people to raise money for the Red Cross, but she didn't want to give a single penny away to anybody. She was just this weird fucking lady. The whole place smelled like fucking 60-year-old smelly pussy. I wanted to tell her every day to get some bleach and wash your fucking chair,
That's funny.
But she was very proud of herself for mailing out, tens of thousands of letters, to ask for money and not giving any away. She's like, "Oh, look at all this money that I collected and I haven't given it away." I said, "I think you kind of have the wrong idea what the Red Cross is. It's not about trying to suck as much money as you can out of the community and not give any back. That's kind of not the point here,
Yeah, no, you're right.
She should have been a campaign.
They're really good. They don't care about your religion or race, and they also want you to buy new stuff. They're not like the Salvation Army giving away dead people's clothing. They'll give you chits to go to the mall and buy brand new stuff. Buy yourself, you get flooded, they want you to buy a brand new stove and a brand new washer and dryer and stuff like that. That's why I like them over the Salvation Army. They're not trying to pawn shit off on poor people. They're trying to replace items of people in disasters and do it with new, with proper items, not the crappiest shit they can get donated to them from fucking poor people or dead people. Or, the Salvation Army is more about, sending a truck to collect shit you don't even want that's worth nothing in the first place that they try to sell. It's just, to me, it's ridiculous. I don't like the Salvation Army at all.
Yeah, I don't go there. Like you said,
it's all about Christianity too. At the Salvation Army meal centers, you're required to go to their little church service in order to have a meal. It's like, what the fuck? You people aren't charity. You're trying to force Christianity on poor people that are desperate for a meal. That's not charity.
Yeah, I disagree with that. They shouldn't be doing that. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. That's don't feed people in this. Yeah, we'll feed you if you come to our church service. That's not cool.
They could have a church service and say, "Hey, we're providing this church service for free. We hope you go, but if you don't, here's your meal anyway." In fact, I think they should take away any public funding they have, because in a sense, if the government helps fund them and they require a particular establishment of religion to get some of that money the government's giving them, it kind of crosses the establishment clause to me.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think that, like you're saying, churches shouldn't get funding from the government. I definitely agree with that. That's what's the why? Why even do that?
I was homeless for a while, and I've been to churches where, the pastor just, I just walked in and talked to him or whatever, and the pastor himself, cooked me a hamburger on the grill and talked to me about Christianity. That's a whole different thing. But his first order of business was to be nice and cook me a hamburger, and he happens to be a priest, so what else is he going to talk about, right? So that was okay. But the whole you're required, they even have sign-in sheets at some places. It's like you have to sign in, and then they'll check, once you get in the food line, if your name's not on the list from church, it's like, fuck you, get out of here. It's like, wow, and then the guy that runs the place is driving home in his Mercedes Benz. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous, man. I know what you're saying, dude, because I've been, like you're saying, I've been there too, and yeah, it's ridiculous that they would treat, poor people or drug addicts like that, man, and require them to sign in. What, do they get a tax break for it or what? You know what I mean? That's ridiculous.
Right. It is. Yeah, some of the shit that goes on in those places is just, and the difference between homeless shelters is amazing. I went to this one in Vermont. I saw a sign, if you're homeless or whatever, So I go, and it was a beautiful house where everybody had their own bedroom, and these little old ladies brought in these, like 10 times as much food as necessary in these home-cooked casseroles, and, they had a free washer. It was like the mansion of homeless shelters, and of course you go to some place in Skid Row in LA, it's gonna be nasty as fuck, and then they're gonna get full and you might not even get in. The difference across the country is just amazing between what you can stumble into.
Yeah, that's right. A few years ago, actually it's been more than a few years, probably a decade or more ago, I had a couple of friends in a men's home out here south of Fresno, and it was a men's home that was actually set up by the ex-president of the Mongols, a biker gang out of Southern California. And he set up this men's home over there, and it was like this was for guys that were out, in and out of prison, and they were just getting out of prison or getting off drugs. And he actually did a real charity for those guys. You know what I mean? He would take them in; they could stay there as long as they needed to. He had like a shop in the back where he would teach them how to like work on cars and work on motorcycles and stuff like that. And it wasn't like you were saying like, here, you gotta go to our church service and get fed or anything like that. They could come and go if they wanted to. They could just leave. You know what I mean? Or they could stay for 2, 3, 4 years if they wanted to. It was a real charity.
Yeah. There's a difference. Yeah, that's it too. There's a difference between real charity and strings attached charity and trying to make money off charity and all that kind of thing. It's like the 700 Club really bothers me. They have a place here in Thailand that is basically just a ratty shithole. And they show pictures, they advertise it as, oh, we're helping these poor Thai children and all this, and it's like one of the nastiest kind of places you can end up as a child in Thailand. But they make it sound like they're doing a big favor to these kids when they're not at all. They're just raking in the money from the suckers, joining the 700 Club.
Yeah, and that's too bad, man. And then it makes you wonder too, like what kind of stuff those kids are going through too. Are they being treated right? What's going on?
Yeah, I was at a resort once in I think it was Phuket, which is kind of a ritzy area of Thailand, when George Bush was president. And I ran into this lady. There were all these people with pamphlets and whatever, briefcases, and I was like, "What's going on?" She says, "Oh, you should come. We're all taking a 4-hour class." And when you're done taking the 4-hour class, during the class, they teach you how to fill out the paperwork and all that. And when you're done, you're pretty much guaranteed to get $200,000 from George Bush for setting up an NGO in Thailand. I said, well, don't you have to have, a reason and actually be doing something, And oh, no, they'll tell you, what to say and what to do. And then you'll get your 200 grand and, and then you can start doing it. And the lady's like, but, the other good thing is you get to take 10% for yourself. So you start with 200 and then you have 180, then you can take 18 and, you can keep taking 10% until it's all gone if that's what you want to do. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real.
Wow.
Yeah, and I couldn't.
Yeah,
it surprised me that it was all the. If it was at this little random place, I happen to be halfway across the world in Thailand. Where else is it going on? How many other people are just filling out the paperwork and claiming they're going to use the money to help people?
Yeah. It's got a lot.
U.S. government does that worldwide.
Yeah. And then with him, it was all a religious thing. It was basically, just say you're a Christian and you're helping people and you qualify. That's pretty much all you had to say.
Wow.
Yeah, he was sort of pandering to the Christian vote with the this huge expansion of the non-governmental organization Christian charity idea. Anybody who wants to sign up and get your 200 grand free and vote for me later when I run for president again,
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Because even if you don't, even if you don't believe in Jesus, hey, that's fine. But if you actually read the Bible, he was at some points he was like flipping over tables and bullwhipping people, and
right.
And these people are just making profit just off the backs of the poor. They're not even following what they claim to even be following. If they were, they wouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. Jesus really, if you read, whether you believe or not, it's irrelevant. But the way it's written is that he was out there with the tax collectors and the prostitutes, and he was getting on the religious leaders at the time, and like I said, flipping over tables and bullwhipping people. know.
Yeah, he was a rebel for sure. He didn't like
Yeah.
he was the Bernie Sanders of religion, you might say. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He wasn't, bowing down to the establishment. He was bucking the establishment.
And he ran around with a bunch of gay guys too, didn't he?
Oh, people say that. I don't know if the apostles were really gay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know
no.
about. But anyway,
I was just poking.
no, I know, and like I said, even if you don't believe he even existed, whatever. But if you believe in that and you read the stories, and you're, like you said, making money off of the back of the poor, you're obviously not even being Christ-like. So why even call yourself a Christian?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that, they say, yes, I'm a Christian, but what they really mean is I just believe that Jesus existed. And if they're really being honest, they say, yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm also going to hell. They just believe that Jesus existed, but they're really doing nothing for themselves about it.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's a lot of hypocrisy within Christianity. Anybody who is a Christian should be able to be, intellectually honest enough to admit that.
Right, and I'm not really even talking about hypocrisy. I'm just talking about people you might meet on the street or something that they don't go to church. They don't really care anything about. They don't even think about heaven or hell or Christ, but they'll say, "I'm a Christian," meaning they just believe Jesus exists and the story is true. But they're not being hypocritical. It's just that they don't care. They're like, "I'm a Christian because I don't believe in Muhammad, or I don't believe the Hindu story. I believe the Christian story, but I'm just not going to get involved in it, even though I do." That's they're not really being hypocritical. They just maybe have a different definition of what a Christian is. To them, it's not behaving like a Christian. It's just believing that Christ actually existed and was the Son of God. You know what I mean? That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe I misunderstood. It's almost more like a cultural thing. Like when I was growing up, I had friends that said they were Muslim, not because they practice Islam, but because it was a cultural thing. Because their parents or their grandparents were from Iraq or Iran or whatever, and they just said, "Well, I'm a Muslim," because it was kind of a culture, more of a cultural thing.
Right. Yeah. Right. That same kind of thing. I think you find the interview on the street. They'll say, "Oh, I'm a Christian." And then, well, what church do you go to? Church? Do you believe in sin and all? And they're, well, no, not really. I'm just a Christian because it sounds good. More than anything else, it sounds better than saying I'm a Muslim or a Hindu, or just it fits more in with the society of the people that are around them. Kind of the same as that Muslim guy, I guess.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, that happens all the time. You're right.
And that's okay. I mean, I guess that's a first step, for if nothing else. If they at least believe the story, they're more likely to become a Christian under a different definition later than if they don't believe the story. So.
Yeah. And even if if they were calling themselves Christian, even if they did follow the example of Christ, I mean, in their society or their neighborhood, that wouldn't even necessarily be a bad thing. I mean,
right. I guess what I don't understand is somebody who actually believes the story, but then blows it off. I understand an atheist says, "Well, I'm not convinced the story is true, so I'm not worried about it." But it just seems bizarre to me to say, "Yeah, I believe the story, and I'm probably going to burn in hell if I don't do anything about it, but I'm just not going to do anything about it." To me, that's really fucked up. And even more fucked up is the people that believe the story and choose to side with Satan in a guaranteed fail situation. It's like, why, if you believe the story, it seems to me that, not doing something about it makes you extraordinarily fucking stupid,
Yeah. No, you're right. And I see exactly where you're going with your line of thinking. And yeah, no, you're right. Exactly.
What do you think of those like hardcore sort of fundamentalist people? You might have seen videos on them that go to the churches that marry gay people and all that. And I'm not talking about the that one famous church, but some of the street evangelists I kind of respect them. They're a little harsh, but there's no interpretation of the Bible where it makes sense to marry homosexuals in a Christian church. And they stand outside yelling and screaming that they're, satanic churches and not what God wants and all that. And I kind of respect those people. They're, like I said, they're a little rude and a little over the top, but their point that it's a false church and you should stay the fuck away from it seems to me a pretty legitimate point.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. If you actually look at, the Bible and things that it says, it does talk about homosexual marriage, and that homosexual marriage is not accepted by the God of the Bible. So, I mean, I guess, if they're really living the way they say they're living, then they're not wrong in saying that. Right. But here in this country, also, another thing to keep in mind is that, it's not my job to go around policing people either. You know what I mean?
Right. They take that job on themselves. But yeah, you're right. It's not. I think it's your job to spread the word of Christ, but it's not your job to go around complaining about thieves and prostitutes and all that kind of thing. Just to more inform than, police or complain or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, those people that do it that way, I think, are just more successful. You don't win anybody to your cause, no matter what it is, with agitation and buzzwords and condemnation. You win them to your side by just explaining to them why your way of thinking is better, and leave it to them to figure it out themselves. I think it's much more effective.
Yeah. Well, and that's a good way of putting it, and, like I was saying, it's not my job or my wife's job or anybody else's job, like I said, to go policing anybody else. It's my job to worry about what's going on under my roof first. Right. And to make sure that my roof is, and then anything outside of that, I mean, if homosexuals want to get married and it's legal in the, in the country that I live in, so be it. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm not going to go over there and crash their wedding or, do anything like that, because what's the point?
If you don't mind me asking, in your marriage, would your wife or Yasina consider you the head of the household, like the Bible says? Or do you like compromise in a more modern day kind of thinking?
Well, she considers me, she considers me the head of the household, but that doesn't mean that I don't consult her in every issue within the household, if that makes sense.
Right, I get it. Yeah, sure. Oh, no, I understand the correct biblical way of thinking about it, but I think a lot of Christian women today, rather than taking the correct biblical thinking about it, go with a more feminist kind of non-biblical view, rather than the husband being the head of the household. It's like they're perfectly equal and there is no head of the household, and that's not the biblical interpretation at all, the way I see it anyway. It's more like what you said.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's exactly. It's more like what I was saying, like, I am the head of the household and I'm the final say, whatever decisions go on. But that, that doesn't mean that I don't consult my wife, and, she can sway me one way or the other. I mean, if she disagrees with something, if she disagrees vehemently with something, I'm not going to step on her toes and force her to do something.
And it's not even just a good Christian principle. It's just a good principle. Even if you wanted to go completely secular, in a gay marriage, somebody should be the head of the household in any kind of relationship. Trying to have, too many chefs spoil the soup, too many chiefs and not enough Indians, just ends up as a clusterfuck of perpetual argument, as far as I'm concerned. It's a good philosophy, whether you're religious or not. Somebody needs to be the leader, and somebody needs to, if you have two leaders or two followers, it's just not going to work out as well.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. And, as far as I'm concerned, my wife in my life, I mean, she comes first, and she can, like I said, she can sway me one way or the other. And I always take what she says into consideration. If she's right, she's right. and I can admit that she's right, and then we'll go with that. You know what I mean?
You know, kind of freaked me out when my wife said, you know, like we were talking about children. We never had children, but when we talked about it and we're trying to have them, she made it really clear right off the bat that if we had children, she's going to love the children more than me. And I'm kind of like, well, wait a minute, I got here first. You know, why do they get to jump in the front of the line all of a sudden? You know, but that was just her. That was what she felt. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't care. It's like, whatever, you know, you love me, you love, you know, as far as I'm concerned, she'd find out she was wrong, that she'd just end up loving us all equally anyway. So I didn't care. But it's just weird that she made that really clear right off the bat. You know, well, I'm going to love the children more than you. If they want something and you want something, they're going to come first, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I don't have to deal with that. My wife is, I'm very, very fortunate. I have a very good wife. I consider myself.
She's a good person, you know, so she's probably a good wife, a good employee. Just she's an all around really nice person.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty fortunate, man. We got a pretty balanced marriage, you know, and the whole process. We've been together for a long time. Not that old, you know, we're both in our 30s. We're not that old, but we've been together for a long time, and she's been real solid, man. She's been like a ring.
She seems really happy too, you know. She's one of the reason I'd say she's my favorite chatter. She's also seems to be the happiest chatter that I know of lately, you know.
Yeah, yeah. No, she is. She's a pretty happy person, you know. And she likes, you know, making people laugh, and she likes joking around. Her personality is great.
I like it when she gets on her here. Her giggle is so fun.
Yeah, and she likes getting on here with you guys too, man. She tells me how much fun she has with you guys and how funny you guys are. You know, when I'm at work and I come home, that's why I come home and I get on here, man, because I like talking to you guys too. You know, I have a good time here.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, speaking of the nighttime, I'm gonna have to end up, you guys. But I've had my two favorite guys on right here. So good talking to you both. See you later.
See you later, Jack.
We'll see you next time, Jack. Sorry, I had my mic muted and I said goodbye.
Okay, we'll see you.
So do you think like we're in the end times, the end times are coming soon or anything like that? Or do you just sort of live your life and if the end times come, they come and you don't really think about it so much?
For me, it's kind of, you always hear these people saying that they had this, you know, I had a vision from God, and you know, the end. I've heard that for years, man. And for me, it's more about how am I going to live my life today? You know, even if the world does end tomorrow, am I going to change what I'm doing today? No, I'm not. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. You know.
Right. It's kind of irrelevant to the way you operate your life anyway. So why waste your time worrying about it? Sure, I get it.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it, because you know, we've all heard that for years. You know, the world's going to end in 2012, and then it's going to end in 2014, and then it's going to end this year and that year, and it never happens. So I just kind of wake up every day and I just say, you know what, I'm going to get up today and I'm going to treat people the way I want to be treated. And people treat me with respect. That's how I'm going to treat them. And I just go about my day.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is over here. Thailand's a Buddhist country, and they are really, really non-judgmental, and they try to be really happy and live every day to the fullest kind of thing. It's a good place for me, because I really wasn't like that so much until I was surrounded by people that are, and I think I'm more relaxed and worry less about the minutia of nonsense that goes on in the world than I used to. I used to be really affected. I remember when, it's partly from being a veteran, I guess, but when things like Desert Storm came along, I kind of had a small mental breakdown, and I'd see, starvation in Africa or something, and I'd get really, kind of worry about it way more than I should. And, there was a point in my life where I just really worried about shit that way more than was sensible to worry about it. And when I got involved with living here, you know, that all really, really changed. I mean, I feel bad for those people. I don't want to see anybody going to wars and getting shot up and lose their legs and stuff. But I also had a more balanced approach. Like, you know, there's no point in worrying, you know, overly concerned about things you can't do anything about anyway. Just live your life and try to enjoy yourself and hope the best for those other people, I guess.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree with that, dude. That's because that's kind of the way I do it too, man. Because you know, we were talking earlier. You were talking about how you've been homeless and stuff like that. I've been there too, man. I've been homeless, and I was a drug addict for years, and I ran around out in the streets, man, for a long time, and just, you know, that whole experience kind of, you know, that stuff like that makes you look at life a little different, you know.
The one thing I learned,
the
one thing I learned from all that was that it was nobody's fault but my own, and it really bothers. It really bothers me. These people, you know, who are like, oh, those poor downtrodden homeless people. It's the Jew banker's fault or the president's fault, or it's like, you have obviously never been fucking homeless and sat around and joking with other homeless people about all the stupid shit that you did to get there. You know, you just have never. You know, I can just tell the difference between somebody who's actually been homeless and somebody who doesn't know shit about it but feels so sorry for all these people. You know?
Yeah, no, exactly, man. Actually, yeah, because I've been there too, and like you said, you get to a point to where you realize, well, that was my fault. I was, you know, that was me. I was the one who was, you know, doing the drugs and, you know, doing all that kind of crap, and that's why I was sleeping in alleys or sleeping in abandoned buildings or whatever. I didn't have to take that route, but I chose to in life, you know.
Even if the CIA did bring all the cocaine into the village, they didn't make me start putting it in a pipe and smoking it. You know?
Yeah. They didn't put it in, you know, exactly. They didn't put it in the syringe and slam it in my arm for me. I did that on my own. You know, they might have made the meth or whatever, but I'm the one who decided to snort it up. That was my fault.
Exactly. Blaming the drug dealer for the line of people out of his house, you know, to me it's silly. It's those people find, you know, they'd be huffing glue or gasoline or doing something, whether they're drug dealers or not, you know.
Yeah, and over the years, man, I've had a lot of friends that were atheists, and I've never had any problems with them. A buddy of mine a long time ago, he was in and out of prison all the time, and he asked me one day, he said, hey, man, why do you believe in God? You know, why do you believe in something that you can't see or interact with? And I just told him real simple. This was like right after I got off of dope. And I said, hey, man, if me believing in consequences for my actions, eternal consequences for my actions keeps me from crawling through your window at night with a gun, why is that so bad? And he just laughed at me, and he said, hey, man, that's the most honest answer I've ever gotten. And he just laughed, and that was it, you know?
The whole perpetual criminal thing kind of gets me too. I just don't understand how you would never learn and just keep doing the same shit, bouncing in and out, and, you know, knowing it sucks where you're going to go, but deciding to, you know, hold up the 7-Eleven for the $25 in the till again anyway. It's like, man, just figure it out and go, you know, go fucking do a minimum wage job. You'd be better off. You know, you can still live in the ghetto. You can still do drugs. You know, you can still do a lot of stuff, you know, that you might want to do without crossing that line of society wanting you locked up. You know, society doesn't really want people snorting cocaine on the weekend locked up. It just happens if you get caught at the wrong time. But some of this other stuff people just perpetually do. Just, I don't know, man. I feel, you know, they're just people, and I don't, you know, begrudge them for what they do. I sort of feel sorry for them that they're just don't have the ability to figure it out themselves over the course of decade after decade after decade, man. It's just sad.
Yeah, no, I had friends that were like that too. They were just institutionalized in and out all the time. And one of the most intelligent people that I ever knew was in and out of prison all the time. I mean, this guy, I mean, he was one of the smartest people that I ever met, man. Is a Hispanic guy, good friend of mine. I haven't seen him in years because I moved away and got away from all that. But this guy, man, and I asked him, I said, hey, man, what did you do when you were locked up? And he said, I read books. Every book that I can get my hands on, I read it. And he was honestly one of the most intelligent guys that I ever knew in my life. Just institutionalized in and out all the time.
Yeah. When I lived in Alaska, they said there were like Eskimos mostly, but white people too, I guess, that would try to commit a crime that would get them sentenced to prison for 2 or 3 months during the coldest, not prison, but jail, through the coldest time of the year. Because, they just didn't feel like fighting the 10, 20, 30 below weather. They just rather basically just go to sleep on the bed for 3 months and get out when it's a little warmer. I'm like, man, it's not, cold weather isn't that fucking bad, I mean, come on,
Yeah. I knew guys that they did so much time inside that they didn't know how to function outside,
Right. And you see like documentaries about people that, been in there for a long, long time that are really scared to get out. They're like, wow, what do I, this was really easy, where I was. Now I got to fight for myself and find a job and food and housing and all that shit was taken care of before. And I can understand that. Imagine, going to prison for like 30 years and getting out where everybody has computers and cell phones and things you've never really, even been allowed to use, and cell phones anyway, computers they probably have, but you know what I mean? Everything is completely different, it really would be, and it'd be shocking in a way,
Yeah, and it was, man. I remember one dude, he got out of the joint, man, and he didn't even know how to use at the store when you go and get your cup of coffee and you got your coffee creamers there, you pump into the coffee and stuff. And
right.
he didn't even know how to use like the automatic ones where you push the button to pump the coffee, to pump the creamer in your coffee. He didn't know how to do none of that. And he was there asking me like, hey bro, how do I do this? And I showed him, but how to do that? That's how institutionalized this cat was.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It is crazy, man.
Over here in the prisons, you have to get your family to bring you any kind of decent food, like fruits, vegetables, meat. They'll give you a little cup of broth and like a little tiny bit of fish. There's no prison doctors, no prison medicine, no fruits and vegetables or anything like that at all. And in a sense, it's a real family kind of society. But what it does is it sort of puts pressure on people because they know that if they end up in jail, their family is now going to have to sort of suffer along with them. They're going to have to go to the prison and bring them stuff. And if they get sick, their family's going to have to hire a doctor and send them to the prison. And, I think it probably is kind of harsh in one way, but it kind of helps out in the other way too. There's a good and bad side to it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Some guys can go in and actually really, become rehabilitated, but I think they kind of do that on their own. They make that decision that
Right.
hey, I'm gonna change my life when I get out.
Yeah, I think they pretty much gave up on spending very much money at all on rehabilitation in America a long time ago. And here there's none of that either. It's, you do your time and get the fuck out of here,
Yeah,
But they're fucking nasty over here, dude. You get this little tiny, like, I don't know, maybe 1/8 of an inch straw mat on the concrete floor where people are lined up right next to each other in these big cells. You can't walk around or anything like that. And then they let them out in the, it's fucking 99 degrees and humidity, and there's no air conditioning or fans or any of that kind of stuff. They're really fucking harsh over here.
Yeah. I bet they are, man.
But, that's kind of what the taxpayers want. I mean, why should they be spending money on gymnasiums and air conditioning and all that shit for criminals? Is how they look at it. You don't like it, don't fucking commit the crimes,
Yeah, no, and I mean, you know, as a taxpayer, I see that too. I see that point.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely. And you have to be pretty fucked up too to end up in prison here. Your first line of not going is to simply negotiate a settlement with the victim, and that goes all the way up to murder. So you
wow.
know your first fuck up is even going to jail in the first place. You know, and after that, you know, like even drug dealers, they give them chances and send them. You know, you can go to rehabilitation, and any petty criminal is stupid for not just giving back what they stole or whatever it is. You know, you really have to be pretty ignorant and hard-headed to end up in a prison over here to begin with.
Yeah, and you know, man, part of what made me, you know, appreciate this country a little bit more too is meeting people from, you know, other countries that were a lot more poor. You know, I had friends from Mexico, I had friends from the Philippines, all over the place, and they would tell me how terrible life was there. And then,
Yeah.
you know, when I got older, I look around and, you know, I say, man, you know, I have it made here. I can do anything I want, you know, and it made me appreciate where I was at more also, you know.
Yeah, my wife bought the house that she grew up in pretty much just to remember what a fucked up place it was. You know, it's one of those places in Thailand where you rent out by the month for $200 in the middle of this shithole ghetto kind of place. And, you know, it's not really that bad, but, you know, the only reason she bought it was just to remember where she came from. And we go there every once in a while. They won't pay the rent or something, and we'll go talk to them. And you know, it's just this seedy little alley with this basically a single wide trailer in a different kind of setup. You know, it's just row housing in this crappy little area. And it's like, man, you know, for her to come from that to studying hard and going to college and having a really good job is a pretty good accomplishment on her part. A lot of people in her situation would have given up somewhere along the way and said, fuck it, I'll stay in the ghetto, you know?
Yeah, no, and for the most part, the people that I've met from the real poor countries like that come over here, I got a lot of respect for them, man, because a lot of them come over here and they do really well for themselves. You know, and they
Right.
come over here and they take advantage of what we have here, and then I look around and I see people that are from here that don't even take advantage of what we have here. You know.
That's right. That's, I think, where part of the jealousy of immigrants comes. You know, they think they're getting all this free ride. That's not really true. They're just using what's available, and the people that hate them sit on their ass and do nothing. But I even respect. I know they shouldn't be here, and we should secure the borders, and I'm all for that. But I have a lot of respect for some fucker that walks through the desert and half fucking, you know, starves to death trying to make a better life for him and his family too, even though they're breaking the law and they shouldn't be doing it. What they're really trying to do, you know, is suffer through this really harsh journey, you know, to make something of themselves. And those kind of people, you know, I have respect for, even though they shouldn't be doing it, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a good point, man. And yeah, and I hear you on that. That's yeah, no, that's a good point because that is what a lot of them do. I mean, they come over here and, like you said, they, you know, damn near starving themselves out in the desert just to get over here and try to do better. I've met a lot of people that were here, you know, that were here illegally, and they're some of the, you know, some of the hardest working people that I've known, and they were just trying to do better for themselves and their family. I can't knock that, man. If I was coming from a place like where they came from, I'd probably do the same damn thing.
Well, exactly. And I've even heard, you know, pretty right wing people like Bill O'Reilly say that, you know, say, look, you know, if I was an impoverished Mexican living near the border, you know, I'd be running across it too. You know, what do you expect? You know, it's so much, you know, it's like night and day. Are you going to stay in the dark your whole life, or are you at least going to take a chance and run into the light and hope it works out? Maybe hope you get amnesty someday and that kind of thing. And we experienced that in Thailand. The countries all around Thailand are significantly more poor than Thailand. So we're the same kind of deal as America and Mexico here. We've got most of the people you see doing the really shitty, poor jobs are illegal aliens from Myanmar or Laos or Cambodia or even Vietnam. You know, they come flocking to the better country. You know, what do you expect?
Yeah, yeah. And then, you know, when you see these videos of these like these Cubans building boats out of trash, you know,
Right.
just hoping they can get to Florida, you know, for a better life. And then, you know, you look at all the news out of Cuba and you're like, man, it's terrible there. And then you see these people doing this. I mean, really, you kind of feel bad for them, you know. You kind of, you know, because even if you're conservative, I mean, you gotta have a heart for these people. You can't be intellectually lazy. You gotta look at it and say, man, these people are building boats out of trash just to try to get here for a better life. And you know, like you said, and like I said earlier, I'd do the same thing.
Yep. I think I would. I mean, I did the same thing to some extent by, you know, I lived in Vermont. They shut down the place I worked 4 months of the year. I kind of got sick of that, and I just took 2 changes of clothes and went to have a better life in Alaska by doing the fish sliming thing when I was a kid. You know, I really have very little respect for people that sit around and complain that there are no jobs in their town during this recent fracking boom. It's like, well, why don't you pick up your shit? If you got nothing to begin with, what do you have to lose by going to the place, you know, that's going to pay you $20 an hour to work at McDonald's and $80,000 to pick up trash? It might be cold. You might not know anybody. It might be hard to find housing. I've been through all that. And when you come out the other end with the $5,000 a month in your pocket, you know, you're going to stop complaining. So just get off your ass and go to the fucking fracking area and shut up, you know?
Yeah, no, you're right. No, yeah, and I agree with that. Same thing for me, man. It's like I kind of look around, even here in Central California, where we got high poverty rates and things like that. There's still jobs here to be done, but there's people that don't want to do those jobs. American citizens don't want to do those jobs, and that's their own fault. You know, like you said, they need to get up, go out, and do the job. You know, they sit around and complain they ain't got no job and all this other stuff, but they don't want to go out and do what they got to do.
Yeah, the problem is they look at if they got a job versus their government assistance, that next week or next month they're not going to be any better off. They might even be worse off because they got transportation and clothing and things like that. And what they don't realize is that 10 years from then, you know, working their way up from the minimum wage job to something better, that everything after that is so much substantially better that next week and next month doesn't matter. And that's what they sort of miss, is that, you know, that 10 years down the road, when now they're, you know, a little bit away or a lot away from that minimum wage job, and it's really substantially better off than being on welfare. They just can't seem to think that far down the line, you know.
Yeah, that's kind of a shame, man, because you know I've been working in industrial maintenance for a lot of years now, but when I first got into it, you know, I went to school to learn a trade, and before I got like where I'm at now, I make a real good wage. I got good insurance, everybody's covered and all that kind of stuff, but I had to work some real crap jobs to get the experience to get to where I'm at now. And I had to suck it up and work those jobs, whether I liked it or not. But it was that process. It was that process to get me where I'm at now. And hopefully, you know, within the next few years, I can even get better. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like, what fun would life be if it wasn't like that anyway? It's like my wife years ago, you know, she wanted to buy a Mercedes. And I'm like, you know, why would we, you know, we were young. I don't know what we were, maybe 45 or something. I'm like, well, we have a long life ahead. Why do we want to buy the Mercedes now? Why don't we just upgrade, you know, along the way, and then we'll get the Mercedes later, you know, because if we buy it now, what's left over? Are we going to want a Ferrari later? I mean, if you had the job you have now on the very first day, it kind of wouldn't mean anything. Your life kind of wouldn't mean anything. It wouldn't be an upward, you know, fun process of life. It would just be, you know, you start at the top and stay there life. That just wouldn't be as fun. It really wouldn't be as rewarding, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And I'm looking at the chat right now, and something LaSurge said. He's right on point, man. He said that He said minimum wage workers don't actually have incentives because they'd only make 20% more than being on welfare. He's absolutely right. A lot of people here have been de-incentivized.
But he missed the overall point I made. I said that's the short-term silly view. 10 years down the road, when they work their way up from that 20%, their life is going to be substantially different than had they stayed on welfare the entire time. He has that same incorrect short-term mentality that the very next day they get off welfare, they're only going to make 20% more. And I say they might even make less because they have more costs to get back and forth to work. But that's the short-term silly view. Once they get a job, once they work their way up from dishwasher to prep cook to what have you, 10 years down the road, they're significantly better off. The 10 years after that, they're even more better off. So the idea that I'm only going to be 20% better off tomorrow if I get a job is the stupid way to look at it. That's the Lyserge stupid way, not the realistic way it works in the real world anyway. You need to worry about whether you're going to be better off on welfare 10 years from now or better off with a job 10 years from now, not if you're going to be better off tomorrow by getting a job at McDonald's as the fry cook, because 10 years from now, you may be the manager of your own McDonald's, or you may be the general manager of a whole group of McDonald's if you do something decent, but you're not still going to be the fry cook 10 years from now unless you happen to be, mentally challenged and that's all you can ever do. It's a ridiculous argument that welfare and minimum wage is about the same, so you just shouldn't get a job anyway. That's the dumb way to look at it. Really
no, and you're right. I agree with you. And I was just agreeing with his point that welfare de-incentivizes people, because I do believe that's true. But like you said, like for me, I've been doing industrial electrical work for 6 or 7 years, and when I started off, I was making $30,000 a year if I was lucky, and now I've more than doubled that in 6 or 7 years. And you're right. It took that determination to get to that point.
Yeah, and I guess I understand the point about how it de-incentivizes people and makes people lazy, and I kind of agree with that. And my kind of program should have a 2-year limit, and they should tell you right off the bat that in 2 years you're going to get cut off. So if you really want to make a career out of it, you're going to have to, over the course of 2 years, at least save up enough money out of each check to last 6 months when you get nothing, and then you can reapply. But in the course of that 2 years, we're going to provide you with education programs and grants, and we're going to help you out as much as we can. But the problem is that once you're on it, it's almost difficult for them to kick you off sometimes. You have to be evaluated, and you can give them your bullshit excuses again, and you'll get more. It's more automatic. But if it was a series of temporary programs, even for people that needed it, it would be much better. They'd be much better served than being de-incentivized forever. That's my best idea as to how to stop that to some extent, is by making it perfectly clear that it is a temporary program and you need to start doing something about it right now.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, man. Because even where I'm at right now, making the wage I do, it's a pretty good wage. But there's guys there that are in management positions that don't have the experience in the field that I do, but they're in management positions because they went to school and they learned management, and they learned that trade in the management aspect of it. So they're higher up than I am. So it really is a lot about, what is your drive? What's your drive to get to where you want to be?
Right, and you can see, Lyserge is coming, I'm overlooking this or I'm overlooking that. All the excuses as to how people somehow can't get off welfare are nothing more than nonsense excuses, Lyserge. You're trying to come up with reasons why, oh, these poor downtrodden people on welfare couldn't possibly make a life for themselves. That's a bunch of crap. Those people on welfare are not necessarily stupid, that have no ability to be educated, that don't want to work hard, that can't work their way up from, a sales clerk at Walmart to a manager of their own store. Your big long list of excuses is a bunch of nonsense. Most of them are decent, normal human beings that can work their way up the career ladder just like anybody else.
Yep. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems. I think the sort of ultra liberal, they have this view that the only thing these people could possibly do is nothing, therefore we have to help them, and it's just not true. Those same exact people living 200 years ago would have lived just fine, just like everybody else, before there was ever any welfare programs at all. The country I live in has virtually zero welfare type programs and has virtually 100% employment. Why? Because there's no alternative. But they still have lazy people. They still have people that would collect a check if they could. But this idea that there's this huge contingent of people that can't possibly do anything but sit on the couch and spend government money is just asinine liberal bullshit. It's just not true.
It sure is.
In a sense, that's the liberals that created them to be that way by constantly telling them that that's all they can do. If they, if the liberals would say, look, we know you need some temporary help, but we also know you're perfectly capable of getting off it and managing your own life, a lot of those people would probably believe the liberals telling them that too and go out and do the right thing. But when there's this huge contingent of people, telling you what you want to hear, it's easy to sit on the couch and say, oh, well, all this, that, and the other thing, I'm only going to make a little more than welfare and the Jew bankers and the rich elite and blah, blah, blah. It's all excuse-based nonsense.
Give me my Obama phone.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Look, you drive through the ghettos near where my dad lives in Florida.
Yeah.
You look through the window and you see a reasonably nice car with a 60-inch fucking plasma TV and people having a good time, and the garbage can is full of groceries like everybody else's house because, these people are not stupid. They're just taking advantage of what's available to be taken advantage of without realizing that the people telling them it's good for them are lying. They're just being fucked into slavery so that they have to keep voting for these liberals that are the only ones that want to give them free shit, and the free shit. Imagine being in poverty for 30 years and then looking back and saying, wow, if I'd only gone to be the fry cook at McDonald's, I'd have a normal life and a decent income now, but instead I'm still in poverty. I mean, that just sad, man, all the way around.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It makes me pretty irritated too.
Yeah, it's some combination of sad and pathetic and nasty, and I think it's the whole system is more nefarious and bad than anything else. I mean, I really believe that a lot of this comes from people who want power in government and want to garner votes at the expense of fucking up people's lives. I really believe that. Whether it's true or not, who knows, but I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that too, man. And like me, me and my wife, I mean, we've spent years, trying to claw our way out of poverty, man. And there's been times in our marriage when we were younger, when we had to get public assistance, but as soon as we were able to get off of it, we did, man. We made that shit null and void because we didn't want it anymore. And the year kind of crawl, trying to claw our way out of poverty has been kind of stymied by, socialist policies and welfare, because, the more you make, the more they tax you, man. And it pisses me off when I go to the grocery store and I'm paying out of my pocket for everything, and the people in front of me are buying everything with their EBT, and I'm sitting here wearing wearing my work clothes, my tattered work clothes, and then we go out to the parking lot and they're hopping in a brand new Escalade with 30-inch rims and nails done, jewelry, and I'm getting into my bucket, on my way to work. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but I guess one of my favorite expressions is living well is the best revenge. And 20, 30 years down the road, they're still essentially going to be living in the ghetto with their Escalade and their polished nails. And you're going to have, a family and a normal life, taking vacations and, have a few toys here and there. Your life is going to end up in the, living well category, while they're stuck in that trap of thinking that they were scamming other people, when it's really the other people that scammed them out of a vote,
Yeah, and that's what it is, man. And like you said, it is these people in power. Like here in California, California is the biggest welfare state in the United States of America. 30% of this country's welfare load is right here in this one state.
I guess what I'd want to know is, how could you possibly go into the areas where these programs that you've set up to help these people, where they live, and see how they live, and not realize that it's not helping them at all? How could you go into the ghetto where there's high crime and these shitty fucking, housing and all this kind of stuff, and say, well, this is the result of these programs I set up, and pat yourself on the back and say, I'm doing a really good job and I'm going to keep doing it? It's incoherent for me to believe that anybody is that stupid as to look at the result of what they've done and think it's a continual good idea. It doesn't match up. The getting votes part makes perfect sense. The other part makes no sense at all.
Yeah. And I see LaSurge on there commenting California's economy is the biggest economy in the USA. And that's true, but it's also the biggest welfare state in the USA. How does that work? You know what I mean? It's because we have a huge population and we have a massive welfare state because of these liberal policies, and they force all the rest of us to pay for that welfare state, and I think that's stifling our economy. I think if they would get rid of that, I think our economy would blow up much larger.
Well, the problem is when you give free other states, that's why proportionally it's higher. It's kind of like people move to Alaska just to get the permanent fund dividend check. There are probably people that move to California. I remember in my day when I was a kid, they said, well, if you just move to California, you can get a free college education. And I don't even know if it's true, but people would move out there for that. If you have, these liberal programs that are easy to get on and give you free money, it no doubt attracts a number of people from other areas to come there for it.
Yeah, exactly. And what they're not realizing is that nothing is free. If somebody's paying for it, it's the taxpayers that are paying for it.
Absolutely.
That's the problem.
In their mind, all those rich Hollywood liberals and the people in Beverly Hills, they're paying for it all, so who cares? They just don't get it. They really don't.
Right. And right now in California, like our budget is balanced, and it's been balanced for a while. But the reason it's balanced is because the state of California is imposing massive taxes on people that make $250,000 a year or more. And the problem with that is that most of those people making that kind of wage, their wealth rides on the stock market. So if the stock market were to crash and all their money went away, well, guess what? We're dead ass broke. So it's really like a house of cards, man.
The other thing too is a lot of those people are living in areas like Silicon Valley and San Francisco, where 250,000 sounds like a lot. Maybe if you're off in the left field of Fresno or something, and it sounds like a lot to people in America that don't live in those places. But $250,000 a year living in Silicon Valley or the high rent district of San Francisco is not that much. You don't have a lot left over when you're done paying the bills. And a lot of people don't realize that. All they hear is a number that would be a lot of money where they live. And they don't get that some of these areas of the country in America where people make that kind of money are tremendously expensive to buy a decent house and to even shop and go to restaurants and what have you. The taxes on your land and all that stuff, it adds up to where 250 grand isn't that much after all.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, man. The last time I went to Los Angeles, we went down to South Central Los Angeles in the Garment District. And I remember we were driving through there, and they had in the projects, I mean, you're talking South Central, in the ghetto, they were advertising single bedroom homes, like studio apartments, and it was like $900 a month rent in a studio apartment in the ghettos of South Central Los Angeles.
Yeah, people just they don't associate the cost of living somewhere else. They associate the cost of living with themselves, and most people really don't live in an area where $250,000, is not much money. Most people live in other areas where it would really go a long, long way.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that $900 a month for that studio apartment in the projects. I mean, like, come out here to Central California, outside of Fresno or Bakersfield or whatever, you could pay $900 a month and live better, but it's not worth what you're paying. It's really not, man, because of the taxes, like you said, the property taxes, the cost of electricity, the cost of groceries. I mean, we're getting charged out here when you go to the grocery store 10 cents a bag for plastic grocery bags. They passed that law. So every time I go to the grocery store now, if I want a bag, I got to pay 10 cents. Well, that may not sound a lot, but now multiply that over a year. They're nickel and diming me to death.
Yeah, and multiply it over, millions of people in California. And then that's, it cuts into the, just the overall spendable discretionary spending of the people of California that could be buying consumer products or investing their money for the future and what have you. And yeah, the nickel and diming fucks up the economy because it applies to everybody. That's, you're right.
I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Matt. So it's 10 cents a bag. Okay, I got it. So can a person just take their own canvas bag to the store and just put the groceries into their own canvas bag? Or is it a requirement? Is it a requirement that I buy a 10-cent bag if I can bring my own bag? I guess that's the question.
No. Oh, yeah. No. And that's a good question. I mean, exactly. You can buy your own. You can buy your own canvas bag or pay 10 cents a bag. But the point is that these liberals who claim to care about the poor still pass these laws and these mandates that affect the poor in a negative way. You know what I mean? And yeah, you can buy your own canvas bag. That's fine. But that tax is across the board for the rich or for the poor. So the guy making, $500,000 a year in Silicon Valley doesn't really feel that. But the guy making $30,000 a year in Fresno or, on the rural areas of Kern County, they feel that.
But the $30,000 a year guy would be obviously smart enough to invest in a canvas bag.
Why should he have to? Yeah, but
my point is that they shouldn't be nickel and diming that $30,000 a year guy like he makes $500,000 a year. That's, in my opinion, wrong.
I don't see the problem in nickel and diming an incredibly wealthy person who does not care enough to understand why. Well, California. We're talking California. I understand why they would do that. Pollution. Try to reduce pollution so people will go around. A $30,000 guy will go around, hey, I'm just going to get a canvas bag and You know, well, I have a backpack, for example. I just put it in my backpack, no problem. No bag needed, right? It's okay. But
And
it's pollution.
I understand that, but I guess my question is it you know, these liberals that say they care about the poor, is it right to nickel and dime the poor guy? They don't care; they do it anyway. You know,
Well,
it's
I hear like airplane, or I don't know what that sound is.
yeah,
No,
that's not me. Sorry.
oh, okay. No. I'm not looking at it like the individual, right? You know, the point of sale. I'm not looking at a point of sale. Okay, I'm looking at much up. I'm backing up a little bit, more the macro than the micro. In the macro level, because of the pollution that those bags create, I could see the benefits of that, and people are going to say, "Well, hey, I'm just going to get a bag, you know, my own canvas bag, one time purchase. It'll last a long time, and it'll work." Like I said, myself, I use a backpack. That's fine. But the idea that like, I don't know why California hasn't said, "Hey, man, everybody grow marijuana. It's going to increase the oxygen levels, clean up, you know, the air a little bit, and then we can." We can. I mean, there's many strains of plants that can be made besides the recreational aspects of marijuana. I mean, hemp rope. I mean, our Declaration of Independence is printed on hemp paper. Now, if we made hemp, you know, like a common everyday commodity, and would make paper bags out of hemp, you know, the bags are incredibly beneficial because they're quite durable. And then
The
if
problem,
when they
oops,
start to break down, someone can just go out and bury it in the backyard, compost.
the problem
And
is that
no,
all of
no,
these
I wasn't
liberal
finished.
taxes
I wasn't
come with an
finished.
excuse.
I wasn't
We're going to
finished.
tax your cigarettes
I
because you
wasn't
might get
finished.
cancer. We're going to tax your
I wasn't
alcohol because
finished.
you might get drunk.
I wasn't
We're
finished.
going
I'm
to
saying you've
tax your
gone on for
bag.
hours, and I wasn't finished.
Sorry, Yasina's thing came up and then went down, and I thought you were done. But the problem is
No,
they
you're
all come with
interrupting me. You're
excuses.
being rude. I was going to ask him a question.
Well, go ahead.
Thank you. And please don't answer for him.
I wasn't answering. I was making my
wondering.
own statement, but go ahead.
Look, we're having the same problem you're always causing, and they want to blame me
Go
for it. I'm tired of it.
ahead.
And
Go
I'm tired of
ahead
it.
and shut the
I'm just
fuck up
tired of it.
and
It's
don't
a
be a
lot of fun,
disruptive
and I get tired
douchebag in the
because
room,
I love
please.
japing.
You are having the problem. We were not
What
having
do
a
you mean
problem
we?
until
We?
you
You
got
own these
here.
people now? Do you own these people? Are they your slaves
You
now?
are having the problem.
Are they your
We were
slaves?
not
You
having
came
a
in and having a
problem until
conversation
you
with me,
got
and you're
here.
setting something up here like you do, but you keep rambling on with the same statement over and
Go
over
ahead.
to hear your voice. I love it.
Go
I love
ahead.
it. Keep it up, man. I love it. I'll turn it right up real quick. I'm quick at that. Anyway, but like I said, with all of those ideas, since I'm being rushed here, is anyone in California, or has anyone in California come up with a concept of growing just marijuana for other purposes, just besides recreation? Matt.
Hey, you know what? That's a good question. I'm not sure because it was just recently legalized, so that'd be something that I'd have to look into because I honestly am not sure.
I'm
The
telling
thing,
you, I live in South Texas. Okay, they say King Cotton over here, King Cotton, and only one part of that plant can be utilized. Okay, to make cotton, the actual bowl called a cotton bowl, right? But a marijuana plant, you can use the roots. There's like what is it, 200 medicinal compounds have been synthesized from the root alone. The actual stem stock, right? Like I said, that's what makes rope, shoes, shirts, bags. Like I said, it's printed on our Declaration of Independence. Canvas. I mean, the word canvas. It comes from the base word cannabis. And I'm thinking, has California thought about this? Because we're just chatting, right? So I was wondering, it was like, since it's legal, people could just grow it in their backyard, a certain strain, right? Because you got whizzes, man, at doing that stuff, genetics and stuff, and you can grow them 30 feet tall. I mean, there is that potential, 30 feet tall, right? And well, the plant itself right? I mean, it absorbs CO2 and really it cleans up the air much faster than a tree would, because a tree just grows for 60, 80 years, and then you got to chop it down, and that takes another cycle of 60 to 80 years to get that tree to grow and produce that much oxygen. But marijuana plants, boom, one season, man, you can grow so much, and like I said, have so many
Yeah.
products. I think there was 5,000 textile products that have been produced just from the stock itself. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Who is this? Is this Ronan?
Yes, Nia. How you doing?
Hi, Ronan. I'm doing good.
How the kids?
They're doing good.
Good. They're growing. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, yeah. So a question about weed. I love. Yeah, I got my card. What was
Uh,
the question?
no. I was wondering. Well, I was chatting with Matt, right? Because the idea came up about plastic bags, and I do know that marijuana became recreation. Recreational marijuana became legal, and I was wondering, has anyone in California or Colorado or Washington State, what is it, Oregon, I think, some other states, has anyone thought of just growing it commercially to produce at least 5,000 textile products that I know of, because I was doing research, shirts, mats, plastic, hemp bags. Has anyone thought of that there in California?
The answer is yes. There's a huge.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the lady.
The answer to the question
I was
is
talking
yes.
to
I'm
the
talking
lady.
to everybody.
You
It's
do
a
Google
chat room
searches,
where
and that doesn't
everybody
make
is
sense to
invited to
me.
talk.
It doesn't make you a smarter man because you do a Google search and interrupt.
Everyone is allowed to talk here, Mr.
And you're
Ronan.
not talking for everyone. I love this. This is fun.
Everyone
And
is
you're not
allowed
talking.
to
You're not
talk.
talking for the
Please
lady.
stop
Why don't you let
interrupting me.
her answer this? I'm having a civil conversation, and you want to come in like some brute.
No, I am involved in the conversation. You just ran them out of the room with your nonsense. The answer to your question is yes.
I don't want your answer. Can we talk to someone else, please?
Try to calm down, Mr. Kanushi.
Well, don't start up, Mr. Garnash. That's
All
the
I
fun
did
part
was
about it.
answer
That's
your
the fun
question,
part.
and you
I'm not
freaked
asking you a
out.
question. I don't want to hear your answer.
Goodbye. Have
I
a
don't
nice
want to hear your
day.
answer. You looked it up with a quick Google search. Okay? Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Kiwi Lass.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Who? How you been?
I've been well, thank you.
A very humid night here tonight.
My apologies. It takes me a little time to pick up on an accent.
Oh,
So, so if I have to ask what it is that you said, it's not really you, but it just takes me a little longer because
isn't it?
something. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, there's no problem. Well, I'll try and talk a bit slower if that helps. Hmm. Yeah. Oh. Mm.
So anyway, somebody brought up a question about hemp in America, and there's been a big movement to try to get hemp oil and hemp products. You can, at this point in America, buy hemp tennis shoes and a bunch of other hemp products that are quasi-legal. But hemp, the idea of using hemp is definitely in people's minds. There are people that like the idea of hemp as a textile product and making all kinds of stuff out of it. It's a real business for a number of people.
Yeah, well, that's been around for years, not decades.
Well, it has been, and the reason it became illegal is because International Paper developed pulp paper products, and
Hemp.
you know, of course, the oil-based things like nylon came along, and they just had more power in the government than the hemp people did, so they pretty much illegalized it for other economic interests instead, and people have been trying to, like you said, bring it back for years and years and years.
So America's, it's illegal to grow hemp.
In most places, yes, but they do. There are American-made hemp products you can buy. Hey, Jose.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hey, Richard.
Actually, in the 20s, it was
Hello.
actually it was the 1920s that E.I. DuPont and Pulitzer and all of those uh, paper giants there. Hearst, I believe, was one of them.
Morning, Ronan.
Good morning, Jose Alberto. They're the ones that basically bribed legislators into making hemp illegal because they wanted to promote plastic, E.I. DuPont, and paper products, which was E.I. DuPont.
Wow. I wonder if America's the only country that has it illegal. But here you are legalizing pot. And you got hemp illegal. That's crazy.
It is. You're right, and people have been pointing that out for a long, long time. But, you know, people don't care. Those same people, you have to realize, those same people still have their same business interests. You know, nylon still exists. Pulp paper. You know, what happened is that International Paper developed a process to use what before then was a waste material. So they had the huge incentive to get rid of the hemp and replace it with what was a waste product. And coincidentally at the same time, you had nylon and polyester and stuff like that come along too. So they're just outnumbered, like I said, by the business, and what Ronan said too, by the business interest. But you have to recognize that those people are still selling those products. So they still have a business interest in not competing against hemp products. So they're still going to bribe the legislatures. They're still going to try to keep hemp, away. And it even, you could say, extends to the oil companies because, hemp oil would be a big product too. So, people involved in other types of oils would be bribing the legislatures to keep hemp oil out of the picture.
Yeah, I don't know really people use hemp to make oil because there's nothing of the kick in it. I don't, to be honest, I haven't known of hemp being turned into oil. Like
Comes from the seeds.
Do with pop.
Yeah, it comes from the seeds. Hemp seeds can be turned into an oil that you could burn and lubricate and do a lot of different stuff with. But I'm just pointing out that those same business interests that didn't like it in the first place, they're even more. They have an even higher interest now that they have all the business. Back then, they were sort of just starting, wanting to get pulp paper going and wanting to popularize nylon. Now that it's already popularized, hemp would be taking away from their business, not sort of slowing the creation down. So they'd be fighting even more tooth and nail, I would think, today than they even did back then,
But more people were trying to go for organic products.
But, we're in a country where people should be free to buy a hemp bag or hemp oil if they want, or a nylon bag or regular oil if they want to. There's no excuse to say we're going to keep your business idea illegal just because it might take away from some of our business. That's not a very American, it's just not even capitalist. It's just nonsense is what it is.
Oh, yeah, sure. That sounds like it.
Yeah. But, it's also the real world we live in. I mean, look at
only for
I saw something interesting that the car companies want to do. They want to make testing auto driving cars illegal for companies like Uber or Amazon or even Google. Basically they want to have a monopoly on autonomous driving cars, and their excuse is that if we let these other people do it, they don't know as much about cars as us, so it'll be a safety hazard. So what a bunch of nonsense that is. Like Amazon and Google can't make a better software system to drive cars than Ford or Chevy. That's just a complete load of shit. But they try to pass that on to the legislators as a good safety idea, when really they're just bribing them and trying to monopolize the autonomous software business.
Too scared of competition.
That's the real world we live in. The big money tries to stay big and buy the little fish or squeeze the little fish out of business. What do you do? That's the way it is.
Yes, the battle for market share has deterred a lot of innovations. Hello, is that Richard? Richard, you there?
I am.
Yeah, something's breaking up on your end.
Okay. You know, every time, does anybody else have this problem? Every time I use my cell phone charging cable thing, whether it's to transfer files from the computer or just to recharge it, it somehow, you know, the electricity running through the line fucks up my microphone. I mean, is that just me, or does that happen to other people?
Oh, I don't know, because I haven't done that, so I couldn't help you there.
Yeah, I'm pretty much giving up on using the cell phone, the computer, and the microphone at the same time because it always seems to do the same thing.
So
And I got
are you transferring, say, like files from your phone to your computer or vice versa and stuff?
Yeah, anytime I use that cord connected to the USB port in my computer, or even charge my phone near the computer, it's like the electricity running through, it's not insulated well or something, and the electricity causes some interference with my microphone, you know, as near as I can figure out. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't use like a cell phone per se, but I'm wondering if, well, it was any source of interference, it would come where the connection goes into the slot, and that might rattle a little bit when you move it. I'm thinking that's about the only thing that would happen, because I mean, the if the cable's broken, well, there's no electricity or signal going through it. So I don't really know, but that's as close as I can imagine.
Yeah, this microphone's been giving me problems for months. I should just replace it, really. It's a crappy old 25-year-old microphone. I don't know. It's not crappy. It's kind of nice. It has a little stand. It's cool, but it is 25 years old. So
Well, that could be it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Frankly, I don't even know why it works. It was in the box of shit I was going to throw away. My friend Jeremy wanted me to talk to him, so I said, "Oh, I'll just give this crappy old thing I'm throwing away one more try." And it's kind of been hanging on ever since. So that's why I didn't buy a new one, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's not broke.
Yeah, there you go. I tell my wife that a lot, but she doesn't listen. She likes to fix some things that are not broken every once in a while.
Yeah.
So what are you doing today, DeMello?
I'm just chilling today, Richard.
Sounds good.
I got to take care of some business, personal business today. I got to head into town.
Do you live a fair ways out of town, or just out in the suburbs?
No, just down the road. I'm up here in Georgian Bay, a small town, and it's a real nice paradise up here. Very relaxing, Richard.
Yeah, except it's cold, so it's off my list of places to settle down.
Yeah. Well, it's the winters are a little bit long, to be honest.
I'd like to move somewhere that's a little less tropical but still warm year round. Even Daytona Beach is now too cold for me. I used to tell my dad I could never live anywhere this hot, but now I look at the temperature and it'll drop down into the 50s or the 40s, and I don't want to live anywhere where it's even in the 50s anymore, you know?
Yeah, if I was to go and live in the winter somewhere, I'd go back home to where I'm from in San Miguel, to be honest, buddy.
Yeah, I think San Miguel might even have been where our Navy ship stopped when we went to Portugal. Does that make sense? Do they have a little Navy? Do they have like a refueling place for ship? I'm sure they do, obviously.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They have a big enough pier there to refuel and stuff. That would be in Ponta Delgada, is the name of the city.
Uh-huh.
And that's close to the airport.
I see. Yeah, we just refueled, bought a T-shirt, and we were on our way. It was one of the more unusual stops because as far as I remember, the entire time I was in, that's the only place we stopped for just a few hours. The only place in the all the other places were stopped for a few days or whatever. But maybe we, for whatever reason, maybe the refueling ship was off getting itself refueled, and it was kind of an emergency stop of some sort. Don't really know the whole story of why we were only there a couple hours, but that's all we were.
Right, and the street there, it's right by the ocean, and it's called the Avenida, and it's very beautiful, man. It's all cobblestone. Yeah, it's really beautiful, man. It's got all the old buildings there, the architecture and stuff. Yeah, it's really nice, man.
Yeah, I remembered it being a really beautiful, sunny, nice day, the kind of day where it just made you want to go out and buy a t-shirt. It was so nice, whether you needed it or not.
And the clouds, they're so close, that's what I remember.
How long has it been since you've been back to your home area in Portugal?
1990, I was there for a couple of weeks, late February. We came back in middle of March. We went there with the soccer team. I went there and played soccer for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bit of time, isn't it?
Yeah, we partied every fucking night, man. And played soccer during the day. We traveled the island. Yeah, it was good.
Soccer is one of those sports that brings people together, I think. I played a lot of soccer, just little, people with soccer balls, and you go play with them. You don't even necessarily speak the same language. I played with Thai people here, and in Alaska, we used to play with a lot of the South American people that didn't speak the language, and it sort of makes people happy and brings them together. I like the game, actually.
Yeah, what was cool was there were some students. There was a school across from the hotel we were at, and we had a Chinese player on the team. And these girls, they were all freaked out, like they've never seen a Chinese player, eh? And they were just freaked out over this guy. They were trying to hook up with him, and yeah, it was kind of freaky to see these chicks the way they reacted towards a Chinese player.
Huh.
Kind of different.
They're getting out and about more these days. I'm guessing more people have run into a Chinese person this year than 20 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. There was a Norway ship there, a sailboat at the pier where you and I were just talking. You were saying you refueled there. Yeah, it was pretty cool because it's a famous island, San Miguel, and we do get a lot of different backgrounds. People from all over the world stop there, in different ships and stuff.
Isn't there a San Miguel beer? Is that just named after the island, or does that actually come from the island?
Yeah, there is a San Miguel beer. There's also a world famous cheese from one of our islands. It's called Saint George cheese. It's a world famous cheese that comes from that island.
Is it a soft cheese or a hard cheese?
It's a soft cheese, and it's very tangy. When you bite into it, man, it's like a peppery flavor. It's got a real bite to it, eh? Yeah, it's world famous. It's Saint George, like George.
Sure. Is it made from cow or something else?
Yeah, it's cow milk. Yeah, it's made from cow milk.
Cool.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, if I see it, I'll give it a try. We go to the international kind of grocery store every once in a while, but it's kind of a performance to get there. So.
Right.
Usually we only go when we spend the night at the hotel next to it. It's kind of an excuse to go to a fancy hotel, to go to the grocery store.
Right. So anybody, looking for a destination for, a place that's paradise there, San Miguel, we have world-class golf courses there too, eh? It's paradise, man.
That's not an incentive. Not for me, anyway.
What's that, Susan?
Susan. Who's that?
Well, I think I'm going to head up to the little market at the head of my street here and buy some fruits and vegetables and maybe sit down and have a beer. So I'm going to talk to you guys later, man. See
All
you
right,
around.
Richard. Nice talking to
Well,
you.
happy shopping.
All right. We'll see you, Sue. We'll see you, DeMello.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay.
Autocracy. Autocracy.
Autocracy. Hello, Hitam.
Hey Ronan, how are you
Hello.
doing, man? Hey Kiwi.
Oh, hello.
How are you guys doing?
Well, yourself, not too bad. How about yourself?
I'm doing some paperwork, some shitty ones. It's gonna take a long time, I think. Between Belarus and Iran. Wow. I'm stuck here.
Oh, where are you stuck?
I'm stuck in Belarus. I'm gonna go to Ukraine and I have to like send my documents to Iran, so the embassy of Ukraine in Iran just check them out and validate them and then send them to me, and then I have to just go to Ukrainian embassy in Belarus and do a lot of shit there. Wow, man, just crazy.
Crikey, I hope you keep safe.
Yeah, just now I'm just chilling. I can do anything right now. There was this flight to Iran today. They wanted to send my documents with that flight, but now it's cancelled. So I'm in
The
trouble.
flight.
I don't know. Morning. It was morning. I called them and said if there's any flight to Iran or not. They said, yeah, 8 p.m. I said, oh, cool, okay. And 12 p.m. I called them. They said, no, there's no flight to Iran. Shit, I don't know who's just ringing the doorbell.
It sounds like typical airlines, actually. I don't think
Yeah, but this ring is the last thing I need right now.
Very frustrating.
Where's that?
Здравствуйте, реклама интересует?
Sorry, what?
Извини, нет.
Что вы хотите?
Реклама интересует?
Реклама интересует?
Интересует? Нет? Извини.
Я не знаю, извините. What did that guy wanted? What did that guy wanted? I don't understand. Whatever, man. Oh.
Oh, it's really muggy. Like, you know, it's not like hot, but muggy, you know, like warm, thick air, humid. and it's night time. It's actually shivers. It's 12:10. So I'm actually in Wednesday morning now.
12:10
AM,
a.m. Oh,
which means I've just clicked into Wednesday morning.
here is 2 p.m.
Oh, true. And you're winter?
What?
You're in winter?
Yeah. The weather is out. Weather is very springy, kinda.
We've had like a true summer the last week. And what's tomorrow? Well, today, the first day of autumn. Our summer's been crap, except for the last week.
Why is that? Because of the weather?
Shall I blame Trump? Because, he gets blamed for everything else. No, I don't know. What's it? You get El Nino and El Nina, and I think we're in one of them, which does drop temperatures down a bit. But this has been really bad. Oh, watch that. Nice. I'm just watching this video, and it's an Australian spider, and it's called the huntsman. Apparently they're harmless, but they're huge. And someone reckons they've found the biggest one yet. Yeah, I tell you what, if I saw that, I'd probably freak. $15 centimeters, legs out, extended. That's big enough for me.
I'm just reading this mail by
Yeah,
this airline company shit.
I'm just looking
They said
through
sorry,
news.
but we can't deliver your documents. It's better for you to send it by post. We can send it only by cargo with customs declaration and other difficult formalities. Thanks. Best regards. Wow.
Recipient.
Did you guys hear about some gang went into the zoo in some South American country and bashed their hippopotamus to death? Because this gang has been asking the zoo for protection money, and the zoo's been saying no, so they delivered a message. Bloody retards, man. El Salvador. That's where it was.
Oh well.
Oh,
Alright, I gotta go. I will join you soon. Have a proper conversation of this matter. See you.
Oh, man. Lovely. Hey, hey. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, Oh, hell. Who's that? Fucking sandflies. Shit, it's warm. So bloody muggy. Oh. Shall I want to open my front door just to let some cool air in? But I don't live in the best neighbourhoods. It's so stinky, hot inside. I might do it just for 10 minutes. Bugger it. Oh, shit. Oh, fucking mosquito. like I shove a nip up your ass. Oh, excuse me. Far out. Combination thing. Oh, oh. Shit. Stinko. Hmm. Hmm. What the hell? Stupid. Hmm. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh man. Oh shit. Oh, thank you. Even though I'm here by myself. Fucking hell, I'm a sad ass, really. But just can't be bothered fucking typing, especially when it sort of goes into religion and Trump. I mean, crikey, I saved my fingers for something else. Oh, that sounds rude. What? Yes, I realise that. Fuck. Oh, shit. Dumb phone. Ah, how's that? Oh, right. Why not? Don't be shy. Don't be a pussy. I don't even know if you can hear me, to be honest. How's that? Take that. Oh dear me. Sugars. To be honest, I don't hang out listening to fucking repeated topics. It's just, you know, in the old school, when you used to play a record and the needle got stuck. It's, yeah, can't be bothered. Really can't be bothered. So, oh, don't be a wimp. It's, bloody hell. Um, I'm gonna check out how warm it is at the moment. Fuck, it is warm. Man. It's so, just so humid. It's 20, well, not quite 20 past 1 a.m. But so muggy. I did open my front door for a little while because where I'm sitting at the computer, I can open up the curtain and see people walk through my gate, my front, you know, my front section. If I open my back door, you know, people jump the fence, whatever, and I can't see. So that's why I open my front door. But even then, you know, if I say, oh shit, I might have actually started typing something and not, and it's only those few seconds that, you know, someone can run, especially if they see a front door open at this time of night, just run in. And I don't have a weapon next to me. I've got my hatchet, you know, the small axe. I keep that under my couch cushions. I've got that. I've got a big plumber's spanner, but that's gone missing. So that's a bit weird. I used to keep that under my bed. Oh, hello. Oh, talking to myself. I know. Pardon? Oh, well, see, I don't know if people can hear me or not, so I just chat, you know. I don't know. I wouldn't have a clue. Is there another voice chat going down, or? Yeah, me either. Yeah, me either. I mean, I've been, oh, what is it? The People's Corner, or whatever it's called. Yes, but they just go on the same thing over and over again. You know, it's like Al Jazeera or any other room, and it gets boring. You know, they start going on about religion, and then they start going on about Trump, and you know, it gets boring. I suppose it depends who's on, to be honest, isn't it? You know, it depends who's online at the time. I don't know. To me, for myself, I rather just meet people and, oh, whereabouts you from? Of the corner of the world. Oh, I'm over here. Oh, true. You know, but, you know, and just chat, just in general. You know, not go into politics, religion, you know, blah, 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 blah. We see it everywhere we look anyway. But I think my accounts are getting hacked, eh? Oh, fuck, he's gone. Yeah. You know, I think my accounts are getting hacked. And I'll be interested to see there'll be one person in the last few weeks, excuse me, that I suppose I think I met on this Google Hangout, and ever since, because he started just talking shit, yeah, I talk shit back to him. Yeah, I think his name was Honest Pakistani or something. So, but ever since then, actually, it might have been when I started talking about the USA spy station we've got in our country. That is actually when my accounts started getting screwed. But I mean, everybody knows that we've got it. So I don't know, if your secret little bloody NSA or whatever the agencies are, and heard the certain words spy, rah, rah, rah. It's like, dumb. Everybody in New Zealand knows exactly where it is. That's why we pop the bloody membranes off the thing, because their radars and stuff are covered by a white, well, I suppose it's plastic or God knows, but it's easy to pop, and it's been popped a few times, to be honest, which they decommission it until they fix it up again. So, it's not secret in my part of the world, but when I mentioned it over this chat line with a few others, I've had problems. So, yeah, interesting. And the problems started too was when that bloody dickweed called Honest Pakistani was online as well. So, I don't know. Sometimes 1 + 1 = 2. God knows. We're talking to my fucking ass right here. Who the hell's fucking spamming this shit? Bloody hell. Hang on. And Banning religion. I think that's going to bloody happen. What's this guy on about? That shit. Hey, did you change your name? Mando. That's bloody hammered or tricky or one of the other little buggers say. It's spamming AG right now. J. Oh my God, has Cuba got a ballet company? Well, I'll be damned. Who was spamming this shit? Oh, fucking hell. I just saw a fat Chinese man. Since when did they start getting fat? Probably doesn't live in China. Oopsie. Didn't mean to actually slap that on caps. Only do it in Al Jazeera just to be a bitch. Leave. The fucking change. Oh, no. That hurts. Thanks, Lisa. Oh, someone needs to invite Truth Hurts to this voice chat. I would be very interested to have a discussion with them. If it's a him, it might be a chick. Oh my germ, America doesn't have frontline women, do they? They just pretend they let a few women through their training. Oh, crikey, Truth Hurts. Oh, crikey. I apologise for going in caps, but oh, Armando, would you just on my behalf send him the link to come on here, because I'll be very interested to chat, you know, to someone that served over there. And if it's a bit too much, I mean, you've got the power just to ban, block, or whatever, eh? I hope. But I'll be very interested to actually chat, you know, voice chat. But it's up to you, though. I mean, it's your room. Crikey. Anyway, I'll be right back. Yep. Oh, that's my last one.
Oh, somebody unblocked me. We're here, but we were blocked. Kiwi left. I don't know what happened. Maybe D-Beck has mods. Kiwi has mods. Somebody. I don't know. How you doing, Doc?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Glad to hear it. Turn down my TV there. So what's new? Anything exciting over there in the Ukraine?
Trying to get my ass to Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, trying very hard.
Get a good helmet and keep your head down.
Exactly, yes. You know, keeping the head down, that's the thing that I should do.
So when somebody asks you, are you going to be pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian?
Neither.
Neither. Ah, okay. You're just the doctor. You don't care. I get it. Good idea.
Yeah. I will be the dicky docky doc.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't matter. And Ukraine and Russia's matter. Wherever the wind goes and blows, I will blow that way.
Just tell them you learn your lessons because you got exiled from Iran for picking the wrong side, and they'll understand.
Yeah, the Russians gonna kick my ass, you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got like some troubles. My documents must go to the Ukrainian embassy in Iran, and they must validate my documents so I can just go to Ukraine and study, and so I can get my visa for Ukraine. Yeah.
Well, the king has problems today too. During this season, they have these flying things. They're kind of like termites, but they don't eat wood. And they're like, I swear to God, thousands of them that just show up out of nowhere, and they're attracted to light, so they'll get in your house. I just had to kill. I spent like 10 minutes with this electrical mosquito killer thing, killing them in my office. And they're just everywhere, dude. You go into the 7-Eleven and you come out, they're all over your neck and your hair, and fuck me.
Oh, fuck.
They're fucking crazy, dude. They really are. I mean, there's a huge cloud of them outside where the floodlight is to light up the street. It's just unbelievable, dude. It really is.
How's your wife reacting to this situation?
Oh, she's used to it. You know, she's lived here her whole life. You know,
Yeah.
the people, all the Thai people at 7-Eleven, they're used to it. Doesn't bother them. They just sort of shoo them away with their hand. But to me, it's just crazy, man. It really is. And the thing is, it's like there's no repellent for it. There's not really nothing you can do because there are just so many of them that, you know, you kill them all today and tomorrow they'll come back and they last, I don't know, maybe 10 days and then they all disappear until next year. They're fucking weird, man. They really are.
Yeah, that's weird.
You know, but it happens every year, so no point in whining about it, I guess.
Yeah, I think they want you to be the hospital guest. Not guest, the host. They're the guest. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I shut all the screens and everything before it even gets dusk. And today I come up to my office and there's like 200 of them flying around the overhead light. You know, like what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, any kind of insect freaks me out. They're kind of disgusting. I'm not afraid of them, but they're kind of disgusting. So.
Well, they are, you know. And these are like 1.5 inches long with these big wings, and fuck, they're just weird.
1.5 inches long.
You know, they feel creepy when they land on you, you know, and you gotta squash them, you know. Fuck, I must.
Aren't they like big?
Yeah, but they're skinny.
1.5 is.
Yeah, they're kind of long, but they're really skinny. So, you know, it's not like they're.
Shit.
You know, and they're harmless. They don't bite. They don't do anything except fly around and die in a week. You know, like the most useless insect ever, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, question I don't know how. So, sorry, lads. People think I've got the mod rights to this room. It sounds like people have been trying to join, and no, I don't. Because I've been the only one in here for a little while. For a while, actually. No, I don't have to meet you, self.
Somebody unhid me. That wasn't you. Maybe it was Armando. I don't know.
No, it wasn't me, mate.
Oh,
Like,
okay. Huh.
yeah.
Maybe it was Beck. Who knows? I don't know either. I don't think
Yeah,
anybody
no.
has mods.
No, so I'm getting called out. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hey, what? Keep me out of it. Hell.
Well, maybe Ronan Kanushi has mods and he went away like a little baby and won't come back. That's probably it.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't know, to be honest.
Yeah. It's all Ronan's fault, near as I can tell.
You two are shocking.
Well, I guess, I got to razz him once in a while, Frankly, I decided.
Oh.
What happened there?
D, remove Richard. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, he snapped Richard. Ebek snapped Richard. D removed. Oh, news. Hello. I'm the only one here. 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 That's crazy, isn't it?
Hey, it worked. Oh, my bad. Armando, you really don't suck. You're great. Thank you for unhiding me. And well, grand this morning. Hmm? And happy Trumptastic Tuesday to everyone. Wait, and now I have to mute the room. Hold on. I'm sorry. My bad. That was me. That was me. That was me. I went. I didn't. I'm here. I'm here trying to get into the piano, right? And I had changed the screens, and I was reading what Krista was telling me. And then I went to try to fix things, but all I did was this giant red mic with a line across it just came across my poor doggy's face. So I figured, well, what I actually did was confound the problem that I tried to solve. But then in the middle of all that, I come back into the screen, and lo and behold, here I am. Here I am. That's where I am. So, how we doing? We all good? We all good? So, Ken, are you gonna come up here and do a duet with me? You know I really can't sing, right, Ken? You got to believe that. Do not believe anything you've been told, because it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm about to prove everybody who says that I could sing wrong, because that's what I do. Now, do I love doing it? Absolutely, absolutely. It's just when you're singing, it's like there's nothing else matters but what you're doing at the moment. It's that peace. It's that I love. But do I have talent for it? Absolutely not, unfortunately. So, let's see. Let's see. All right, okay. I see. Anybody notice that the whining has stopped? Isn't that just like amazing? You see that? You notice how everybody was getting along when all that whining and bullshit stopped? They were actually having conversations. People were getting along. Just that people will do whatever people do whatever they can do. You know what I mean? It's just you gotta say enough. Yeah. We're all here. It's okay. Be the opposite. Be whatever you want, but don't hold us up with all that whining and stuff like that. There you go. Everything is nice. You're welcome. You're all welcome. It's okay. It's all right. So the chat, how wonderful it got. Look, I'm not here to mod anybody. I'm just here. My assignment is stop the whining. That's it. That's my assignment here. Not drama, not nothing. Crystal is your mod. Crystal is the one that's gonna mod any spammer. She's gonna mod. But I'm just here to stop the whining. That's it. That's all. One moment. Be right back. All right. So, okay. So now I'm back, and yeah. Okay. So Ken, 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 can you hear me, Ken? This is delay on the on the what you can hear. What you're hearing now, I said maybe like 30 seconds ago. There's a slight delay there, so I'm waiting for Ken. Okay, there you go. Ken is in the room. Fantastic. Sometimes I lay under the moon. I thank God I'm breathing. And then I pray, don't take me soon. 'cause I'm here for a reason. And sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose. We all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavements keep on moving though the waters stay raging. And in this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it face you. No way. I said no way. And sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around. One day all this will change, treat people the same, and stop with the violence and down with the hate. One day we'll all be free and proud to be under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like one day. One day, one day. Thank you. See, there we go. Who's next now? So, so I find myself back. How you doing? Real good? Who's there? Who's there? Hold on. Oh, yay, people, yay. Oh, it's the mellow, wonderful. How you doing, sweetie? I'm good. Enjoyed yesterday too much, I think. Slept like a baby cow, and I'm here to do it all over again. How are you? I was just singing just now, hoping that Petra or someone else that could sing and stuff could come on and, or Ken. I heard Ken can sing, but I've never heard him sing. You know? Yeah, they told me that it was like Goma Pyle. Like he had like this operatic, this awesome voice, and I'm like, but where is he? But where is he? I can't sing. I would love to hear someone who could actually sing. Come on. Oh, she's awesome. Why doesn't she come on panel no more? I see her on the text. I love that girl's voice. I could hear Racy's voice all day long. She's like awesome.
Good old country boy Ken.
Oh, yeah. He looks like I think they say he looks like Kenny Rogers. Well, the pre-surgery monster Kenny Rogers. You know, the handsome Kenny Rogers. That's what Ken looks like, and he sings like him too. He's talented.
Yeah, he's the kind of boy that I would go and hunt or fish with. He's that kind of person. I really clicked with him. I would consider him, you know, in real life, like if I met him and I would just be real good friends.
That's because Ken is a good spirit.
He is.
And he's welcoming to all spirits around him. Everything is welcome in his realm. And everything feels welcome when they're around Ken. And that's why I'm taking a granny flat in his property. And he's gonna build me a pond for my little goldfish Chico. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really a real good spirit, that I can say.
Absolutely. No doubt about that.
You know, this is the thing. I was talking the other day about we all give off energy, right? It was different before when we were just on text, you know, and stuff. But, you know, we all give off this energy, you know, in our voices, you know.
Can I ask you a question? Do I not sound maybe even more convoluted than the mess I type? And now when you see me type, do you hear my voice?
Well, I prefer talking to you in your voice. I'd rather do that than read your text to Lysurge. That you know that exchange between you and him.
No, it's not that. It's just that it just got like what happened was that just everybody got a gut full of the whining and stuff like that. There's no issue with you being an atheist or you being a leftist or you being whatever. It's how you're going about, and this constant whining had to stop. Notice how I stopped the whining. Notice how wonderful that chat went on. How the whiners actually had conversation. I was blown back. I want to learn about, you know, when someone is opposite than you, that's my best friend, because I want to learn, you know, why it is that you think the way you do. But when you have someone like you know, just there just to insult you, just to I can't explain it. It just it's I just don't get it.
You know what it is? I'm going to explain something to you. What it is what we dislike in others is actually they are a reflection of ourselves. I learned this at a young age. You know.
Yeah, because absolutely, we all can have the ability to be a douche and an asswipe. We all have that. We all have that in us. Every human being comes to this earth with that ability. Now, what we do is we filter that. We don't be a douchebag just to be a douchebag. You don't be annoying just to be annoying. That's the difference, and that's what I hate in them. That fact that they don't have control with that, and they want to inflict it on you. That's how I see it.
What that is ignorance. You know, like I mean, some people, they could read all the fucking books in the world, and they can think that they are so brilliant, but you know, it don't mean shit. And to apply that in a real world.
Wow, you know. Wow, well said. Exactly. You could take an example. For example, you know, just you take like Serge. Like Serge is an absolutely brilliant-minded young man. He is well written. He articulates well when he speaks. But what's happening? What's wrong with him? The problem is he is book smart, but he isn't life experience smart. All the stuff he all his ideologies, all the sociology looks great on paper, how he studied it, but he doesn't seem to know how that doesn't apply in the real world, and he wants to shout that at you, and you're like, but wait a minute, look at Venezuela. Well, no, but oh no, and what do you want us to do with the border? Oh no, I'll walk around. I know what to do. I'm like, what? There's like a disconnect between book smart and life experience, and how to bring that from the books and make it work in the real life. That's the disconnect.
Right.
That's all I don't get.
Right. That's another thing too, is like to measure a person's intelligence. Like if you put someone in a situation, right, and they have to get themselves out of that situation, like let's say a MacGyver kind of thing, right? That's how you're going to measure someone's intelligence, is how, you get yourself out of that jam based on what you got at your disposal. You know what I'm saying? Like in a survival situation, or if your vehicle breaks down, like if you're a dummy and you can't fix that vehicle and there's no help, let's say you have no cell phone to phone anyone and you're in the middle of nowhere, if you don't know how to fix that problem with the engine, you're pretty well done. Let's say in a survival situation, like you're a million miles from nowhere. That's the situation. That's the scenario. If you don't know how to fix that problem, you're going nowhere. You're dead. So exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. You could read all the books in the world. It's not going to help you.
If I put you, Ronan Kanushi, and Lyserge in the middle of the Australian bush, who's going to come out of there?
Myself, you said, and Ronan, who else?
Ronan and Lyserge. I'm going to throw you in the middle of the bush in Australia. Who walks out of there?
Well, in today's, in my situation, I have health problems, so I think I'm going to I'm not going to make it.
I think that you would do the smart thing. You'll spit roast Ronan K because he's older. Why not? Eat him. And you keep him around to get you your firewood and your water and whatnot. And you will have him carry you out of that bush. That's the way I see it. Because you're absolutely right. Intelligence isn't on a test. Intelligence is how you use whatever it is you have, wherever you got it from. How does that person apply that to their life? Lyserge is smart. Now show me where his smart got him. What is he doing? What is he using his smart for? To come to a YouTube chat to whine about stuff? Nah, man. Show me where that smart took you. What are you doing with it? Where?
Right.
No? The only one here who knows my IQ happens to be you, DeMello. One day I let it slip out.
You remember this, eh?
Yeah.
You remember I told you my IQ?
Yeah. Yes. But whatever you do, don't reveal mine.
No, I'm not going to divulge. Don't worry, I'm not going to divulge.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But people think just because I sound funny and spell funny because I'm dyslexic that my gray cells aren't well worked out. Just don't get it. They just don't get it.
I remember a lot of the stuff that you said, like your upbringing and all stuff, all that. I have a good long-term memory.
Well,
basically,
I'm glad you do, because mine is failing. So now when I forget my life, I can ask you about it. Oh, one thing though, I just noticed the side chat, and I see Deepak is there. Is there something we could do to unmute him or something? Come on, Becky, jump on.
Yeah, Beck. Actually, we're not live right now, so we're off. We're off air.
The chat in the room finished?
I just noticed that right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, Beck. Don't be shy, Beck.
I don't know. He's like muted. Is there something we could do to unmute him? Oh, fudge. Okay, hold on. No. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh.
You're more of a computer person.
Yeah, but he's hidden, and the person that to unhide him is Ronan. So
let's see if I can do something here. I'm not a computer tech guy.
Do you have the mod?
I might be able to unhide him.
No, you. Oh. Ronan K, if you're not gonna come here and unhide Becky, can you come and please give DeMello the mod so that he could unhide people coming in? Could you do that? Thank you. That's all. You don't have to be here. He just has to give the mod to at least to the mellow. Because I'm about to go in a few minutes anyway. It wouldn't help me having it.
Ronan jumped in and unmuted me.
There he is. Oh, there he is.
Ah, there you are. Welcome, Becky. I'm so sorry. I did not read the mellow. We're talking, and I saw your little chat on the side. I'm like, oh no, he's gonna think we're leaving him out or something. Nah, come in here.
All right, cool.
Come in here.
Right on.
Yeah, he still hasn't passed the controls on. I passed the controls on before I leave the room, but Ronan for some reason won't do it.
Hey, Beck.
I know the reason why he doesn't, because that's you seriously don't know why he doesn't do that? I know why. Ask him why. He'll tell you.
Give him the permission, but it's like a feeble excuse.
Hey, Beck. I had a talk about 3 days ago with Honest Pakistani. Yeah, Richard was here, but we were off air. That's the only reason I talked to Honest Pakistani. And I asked him, what's going on? Like, why? I said to him, first of all, I said, you don't have to answer me, but what's this fucking thing going on? And it's been going on too fucking long now, where you're accusing Beck about, that word, and it's got to stop. And he carried on, and he kept making excuses why he uses that. And I said, it's got to stop. It's just got to stop. Enough of this shit. I said, first of all, I like to get along with everybody that comes on here. And I said, you're going to start making a lot of enemies if you continue with that crap. So Richard took my side, and Richard said the same thing. He said, you can't be accusing somebody with that word. And I said to him, Honest Pakistani, I said, if that was in real life, I said, and someone like you accused me of that word, I would fucking eliminate you, man.
It's not a problem, Jose. If he was at it again last night, I just sniped him. That's what I'll continue doing.
Yeah. Anyway, I had that talk with him.
Yeah, well, he's playing a game. He wants to Armando either to ban him or ban me. He's just playing a game. That's all it is.
Yeah. Anyway, I just made sure I had that talk with him because, like, I said to him, I said, look, I'm twice your age, and Beck is older than me, and I respect Beck, and I respect Ronan. There's a lot of people I respect, even Richard. But enough of this fucking shit, man. Don't be using that word. Especially when the person is an innocent person. It's the worst word you could call any fucking man.
Don't let it bother you, Jose. I'm not bothered. I'll just snipe him. I warned him last night. Use the word and I'll snipe you. And he just started typing it. So I sniped him,
Good. Yeah, that's what he deserves.
But the issue now seems to be Alhu, and he's threatening to send naked pictures of Rose. And, she's getting pissed off.
Oh boy.
He's just constant stalking, with this argument. It's a bit childish.
He's a fucking sicko, that Alhu.
I couldn't believe Frog, because he was just screaming for that 2 hours the other day.
Yeah, that was yesterday morning.
And and Amanda was re-adding him. I couldn't work it out, and I thought, well, fuck it, I'll just leave.
Fucking Dave thought that was funny.
It's funny for a couple of minutes, not for 2 hours.
No, that's just fucking insane.
Yeah, I muted the screen, and I even texted him that I muted the screen, let other people speak, and carried on for that length of time.
Yeah, he was saying, it's okay, you're a big boy now, have a little, have a tissue, blow your nose. Like, he's carrying on like fucking the guy is too much, man.
Well, I left because, I thought he'll shut up now and other people can chat. you know, I'll just jump up. If he comes in a room, I'll scream at him for a couple of minutes, then I'll just jump out, let him carry on.
Yeah, he's obviously got a fucking drinking problem. On top of that, with I'm having a pina colada, and he carries on with the same fucking broken record thing. It's okay, have a wee little cry. You're a big boy now.
I've heard them talk to Troy and Adam on a stream. They actually
who are we talking about?
Bullfrog.
Bulldog.
Oh, I don't know him. I just heard him one day on the chat. Okay, I don't know that person.
Yeah, he's an older man. I think he's in Australia, isn't he?
Yeah, this is the drunk Australian that was on the chat the other day. Just ranting and doing his nut up in here. That's him.
Yeah. Bulldog, I think that's his name. Bulldog, isn't it?
That's him.
Is he always like that? That was the first time I ever heard him. Is that always the case, or just that I don't know. I could have seen him on his drunk night. He never drink. That was his one time a year he drank. Is he always like that?
Well,
he's normally with Adam and Troy. But
okay, all right.
I've heard them talking about making their own drugs.
Okay, gotcha. Say no more.
THC or whatever it is,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, that explains it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That explains it. When you say, okay, now I know. Yeah, now I know.
Well, I don't know. I just heard them talk about it. Troy was talking about it, chemical processes, to make their own tablets, the uppers and the downers, He came up with a whole formula to make them at home.
Okay.
Troy, isn't Troy a minor? The one that doxes people, that goes and looks up your name, and isn't he a minor? And he's going on about making drugs, Yeah,
I think he's 16.
Wow.
I think he's 17 now. 17 now, was he? Is that college?
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Adam's 32 or something like that.
Yeah, they're a bad crowd, man. I think Troy, if he stays with these people, he's gonna end up in fucking jail one day.
He's Adam's sidekick. Oh, sorry, buddy. Ronan didn't pass on the mod. Oh, you must be muddy, buddy.
Who else is here? Oh, Buddy's here.
Yeah, Buddy. That's what I like about this stream. We all know each other. I think we're all decent, and that's what I like. I love all you guys.
No, I love you too, and I love the decent people. Just that I'm decent people, the trolls, right? They see me being decent, so they think that they, like I'm troll meat or something. They don't realize that they come swinging at me, I'm gonna lay them down wherever they're chatting at. That's where they lay.
Right.
Hi, Ronan.
So if you're good people, I'm good to you. If you're gonna be an asswipe, then don't complain when you find yourself jammed up this old cow's butt. I'm serious. Just I've had enough. That's it. Oh,
Ronan, can you pass on the control room, Ronan? Then people
Ronan K, please pass on your mod control to someone. It don't have to be me. I'm leaving in a few minutes. Give it to the mellow.
No, back.
Beck? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if Ronan and Beck has some kind of issue or something that he don't want to give him mod. But I'm using you because you're like the neutral guy. Everybody likes the mellow, so give it to the mellow. We'll show you how to use it. Don't worry about it. Just like you, so you could just unhide people as they come in.
No, I'm not going to be doing this all day. I'm only going to. I don't want the mod. I don't want the mod.
So when you leave, then when you're gonna leave, you give it to someone who you could trust. That's it.
No, I think Becca's gonna mod.
I normally pass it to everybody on the panel.
Yeah, Becca will mod.
That'll work too.
You know what's funny? I'll call you Abby. You know what's funny is Le Surge. I found out a couple of days ago. Le Surge, he only lives half an hour from where I am.
Really?
Yeah, freaked me out.
Really?
Yeah.
So if I go up there to visit you, you take me over to visit I Surge?
I'm not taking you over there.
You won't take me over to visit with him? I bet you he's a sweetheart. I
I bet
bet
you he is.
I bet you in real life he's an
Yep.
absolute sweetheart. Any money,
Oh, yeah.
any money.
Oh,
That
I bet you.
what he's
I bet
saying
you.
here,
Yeah.
if we were eating a hamburger, he'll be a darling.
I guarantee you, he would hug you, and you guys would be best of friends.
Aw. Aw.
Oh yeah.
You know?
I
The thing
guarantee
with
you.
Serge is he really thinks like I really dislike him or hate him or something. He doesn't get it. I
Yeah.
don't race hate. I don't like what
Yeah.
he does. That's a different thing. But doesn't mean that I don't like him. Jeez, my God, the mellow. You know why I'm here right now? Because of like Serge. I didn't want to come because I didn't want to deal with trolls and stuff like that. So it was Armando telling me, Abby, like Serge, he's in the room. He's there. This is where he went after he got banned. I said, you're kidding me. Yeah, and are you gonna ban him? And Armando said never. And I said, you promise? Okay, and that's it. And I'm here. I'm serious.
All
If
right.
like Serge leaves, I don't think this place will ever be the same.
No.
So,
Oh, he brings so much to this
no.
this place, man. He's one of us, man.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh,
He's just
yeah.
annoying, but what can you do, you know?
Oh man, all of us, we all bring something, to this, man. Even Dave, Dave. I think Dave has gotten better now. We're all here having a good time, right?
Oh, Dave. When you say Dave, you mean Simpson?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
No. Because you know that was one of my favorite little brothers here, and then
Yeah.
when
You got sidetracked.
I saw him,
Yeah, you got sidetracked. Yeah.
So he's still like I don't know, maybe he's gonna have to be good for a long, long time, and not bother Athena for a long,
Yeah,
long time
yeah.
before I warm up to him again. You know,
Yeah, I
I
know.
forgave him and everything, but I'm never gonna be so open with him like I was before.
Right,
It's
right.
just hard. You know, what for?
I know.
You forgive him one way, and the next day he comes back at you with the same shit again.
Yeah, as long as he stays off the booze, that's the most important thing,
Yeah. I always tell him that, and he's missing the prize. You know, the prize is his eye should be on his son. You know, he has a little boy.
Yeah.
out there, you know?
Most
It hurts
definitely.
me. It hurts me to see him here, Bob. I told you, but don't worry about what I gotta say with this life here. You know, go take care of yourself so you could take care of people that matter, your son.
Right.
Yeah.
But I that thing, actually at Newsmax when he started going crazy with Athena and changing his fucking avatar and all that, man, that he really went fucking nuts there,
Mhm. Yes, he
But
did.
anyway, we're not gonna be talking about that.
Yeah. The only
We're gonna
reason
get
why I talk about that is because anything that I'm saying here, I have already said to David, and everybody has
Right.
heard me say it to David. But I will never talk about anything to anyone that I haven't told to that person already directly.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I'm
don't do
just
the gossip. I don't do the gossip shit.
no. I'm just saying. Yeah, I think with time, I think David will fucking move on. For him, maybe it's taking him a little longer than it would for other people.
Mhm.
Because we're all different in how we handle a situation. But I think
Ronan,
too.
is your mic working, Ronan? No? Yeah.
What happened?
I think too, it's a mental fucking imbalance that he's got going on in his brain because he always fucking talking, over when Becca's talking and shit, and doesn't matter who's talking here on the voice chat. But he's getting better though, I think.
Yeah.
Well, morning,
Yeah, I'm here, Ronan.
Hey, good morning, buddy. Good morning, Crystal. Good morning, good peoples. Hello.
She actually can hear you. She's working around the house. She says, "Hey, I'm just getting up drinking coffee."
Hey, buddy.
Oh, get up there and help her.
Have you got mods?
Why are you looking at her work? Get up there and help her too.
No, I'm not. Let me make sure. No, it doesn't appear though odds or anything.
Ronan just put a message up. Are you there? I think he might be having a microphone problem.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, there's a message for you on the side chat. I think Lona is trying to ask you if you're there. He can't come on the chat or something? What's going on?
He's here, Abby. We can't hear his microphone.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's trying to set up a meeting with Donald Trump at the moment. Ronan is.
Oh, really? That'd be awesome. I'm serious. He'll end up loving him. They'll come out hugging each other.
Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah, Pay. Okay.
I'm the eternal optimist. Believe
I'll
me,
just put
it can happen.
I'll just put it to you this way: if you do go visit DeMello, I wouldn't waste my time with LaSurge.
Why not? If I'm gonna go all the way up to Canokia land, I'm gonna go see all my Canokian friends. All of them. I'm just gonna come to your door and bring you some I don't know, some flan or something. I'll bring you a little gift or something. Say hello.
Well, it'll be okay until you go.
Take you out.
Yeah, it'll be okay until you order a hamburger with the stupid son of a bitch, and then he'll argue with the damn waiter on that he didn't fix his fucking hamburger right.
No.
Hey, buddy.
When I go to somewhere, I take them to the restaurant of their choice, of their favoriteness. There'll be none of that. He'll be taking me to wherever my search hangs out, his favorite place. And that's it. And the treat's on me. And of course, the mellow will be there to make sure we don't hurt each other.
And just so you know, as far as the mods and all that, Ronan's not going to stop playing his games. He thinks he can. He won't pass the mods. He's going to be a little kid up here. But it's okay for him to insult everybody and everybody else sit back and play his fucking game. I just want everybody to know, if the man insults me and condemns me over and over again, I'm going to do it back to him. He needs to grow up and quit being a little kid. He's not going to pass the mods.
He did. I think Beck has it. Beck, your name looks blue on the thing.
That's in his best interest not to talk to me no more.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
He just jumped off. He just jumped off, Ronan, man.
That's probably
check
good.
your mods. I think I figured it out. I am not speaking to certain people anymore. Feel free to tell them. Tell me if you got mods now. And then he left.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, good morning, Ken. Good to see you this morning, man. But yeah, go ahead, DeMella.
Hey, man, one of my dreams is if I was doing the lottery, I was thinking about this the other day, man. I would make arrangements for my people to hook up with all you guys and make arrangements with, in the summer for everybody to come up here to a campsite in a beautiful paradise up here where we would all get together, in luxury in these motorhomes where we would camp out. You would bring your guitar, and we'd all gather around a campfire. LaSurge would be invited also, man. We'd all get together. Beck would fly in from Scotland, Dave, everybody. Athena from Greece. I'm talking about all of us, man.
Wouldn't that be a neat thing, man?
Yeah, man.
That would be awesome.
I think Abby would strangle me in my sleep.
Yeah, I'm all for it, man.
Because I love all you guys, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of love here today.
I love you guys too, but there's a couple of people I can't seem to even like, much less love.
Don't. See, that's the purpose of that. That purpose of that negativity is to take you away from the love and to make you focus on the hate. Don't get that hate. Don't give your mind time and your spirit, focus into the hate. Nah. Love them. Say I like you. Don't worry about it. Just don't.
You're right, Pay. I'm just not going to let them rent any space in my head.
Because that's what they do. The whiners do that. They can't have it their way, so they're gonna sit there and whine. Because if they're not gonna have it their way, they're gonna make sure you don't have yours either. And
well, they just have the one common denominator that everybody else that I run into in my life seems to, understand perfectly, is that, you just talk to people in a decent fashion and they usually talk okay back. But if you play this never-ending quest of holding yesterday against someone, then you're never going to get past it. And that's who those guys are. And I'm just burnt out with it. I don't want them to like me. That's the way I deal with it. I don't want them to like me.
No access to the control room, by the way.
It's some people just don't get this online thing. They take it too seriously and they want to carry it on day after day. I don't know if you guys ever heard when me and Kiwi last met. We started out real good, and then somewhere along the line, she called me a bimbo when it was on, and we just went insulting each other. But you know what? 10 minutes later, after all that was over, we both sat here like two grown-ups, and we got along just fine after that. I mean, even Amanda was amazed. She gets it.
Yeah,
She carried
a
it
lot
on,
of
and when we dropped it, and 10 minutes later, we were talking to each other like that never happened.
Right on.
Yeah, a lot of times you can do that, and most people you can. There's just select few that just lead that way, and LeSurge and Ronan are those two people, in my opinion, that are, can't
Renuminators. What is that?
move past it. They just can't. It's not in their fucking DNA.
Eternal ruminators. They stay there just thinking about it, and I don't know. It's just I don't. It's just I don't know.
It's a shame, but hey, it's all good. I mean, they're gonna be who they're gonna be.
I couldn't believe when LeSurge lost it with Yesenia.
Yeah. Adam's wife.
Yeah, swear it at her.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yesenia's Adam's wife?
No, not that Adam.
Matt's wife.
Oh.
Matt, sorry, not Matt's wife. Yeah, Matt. I said Adam, but it's Matt. Yeah.
Who's Matt?
He's in California, and Yesenia is his wife.
Oh, okay, all right. No, because I'm trying to figure out who the chatter Matt is. I know Yesenia. She's lovely. I haven't seen. I don't know. Maybe I haven't noticed.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's cool.
Yeah, her husband. He's an electrician.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's a cool dude. I heard him talking with Richard. I think it was this morning again, and yeah, I really enjoy listening to him.
Yeah, now he lives on the southern California section, if I'm not mistaken. And see, he's living all the problems down there. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
He's actually living it, and I think that was part of their big discussion or whatever, disagreement.
Right.
But, he was just telling him. I mean,
Oh yeah.
You're completely wrong, man. That's not what's going on here, But see, I mean, man, if you're walking down the street and you see a white duck,
right,
and you got somebody that's just going to keep calling it a black duck, what do you do with that?
Yeah, that's
I mean, you can't do anything with that, man. Okay, it's best to leave it alone and just realize, okay, I can't even converse with that person.
Yeah, that was quite the conversation with LeSurge. He told LeSurge to get on.
There's Dave.
He told LeSurge to get in his car and drive down to California. Hey, fuck, that was good, man.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, I can take in the last 5 minutes and describe what I'm talking about. So, Ronan wants to be a little kid. He's 62 fucking years old. He can't pass the mods over to somebody and then leave gracefully. Because, hey, if he doesn't want to talk to somebody or get along with somebody, fine. But don't be a little kid and have to get off D-bag to the side in a secret little closet. And here, I'm going to quietly hand over the mods to you. I'm not going to talk to that person any longer. Just pass the fucking mods over, you 60-year-old fucking fruitcake.
You see, that's why I say that the only ones that could help Ronan K with this social rehab has to be old farts like Buddy and ourselves, because we get it. Ronan's like 10 years old, but we're still old enough to know what's wrong with this. There's something really wrong here, so we can handle it.
I'll tell you something. I've listened to what he described he did in his life, and I can tell you something about those people because I've been around them all my life. Okay. He said he was into design, and basically speaking, he was using lathes and such, and probably a milling machine and a lathe to try to design a part to work on a machine or something that they needed. Those types of people, and just so you know, that was part of my curriculum in college. I had a year of machine shop, so I know how to run a lathe. I know how to make a part.
Me too, man. Me too.
But that was only part of my major in college. So I took robotics. So I had to have a year's worth of machine shop. So I say I've been, I can work in machine shops around those people too, but there's a big reason I don't. Those particular types of people in general, most of the time they can't adapt to the real world because they're perfectionists, and they have to be in control of every little tiny itsy bitsy thing.
Right.
And when they're not, they can't deal with it. And that's kind of what I see him doing after I've heard him describe what he did and all that stuff. And I said, okay, well, that makes sense because, you know, I was not all of them, but a lot of the people that were in that particular line of work. And then plus, if somebody was stupid enough to make him supervisor, see, then, you know, he's always been in control and nobody can, you know, dispute him. Nobody. Yeah, because, hey, I've got all the power here. Well, here you have to get along with people. And then this mod control. And if you'll notice, it's all about control. When he can't control something, that's what he can't deal with. He can't deal with just getting along to get along. It's a simple philosophy, but he can't seem to get.
It's called being a social retard.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yeah.
But yet doesn't know how to act socially.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm hearing echo. David, somebody needs to mute the room.
It's not me.
Yeah, but you know
Who
what?
is?
You know what, Buddy and Abby? That happened at a young age for him. Okay, that didn't happen in his later years. That happened in his younger years, because he spoke about a bird. I recall he said he had a pet bird.
Remember.
Okay,
I remember.
I'm never going to forget about the pet bird. And he said,
well, he's
okay. That was a trigger. He revealed a lot by explaining about the pet bird, and he said it needed to be free. So that actually, yeah, I know about psychology. I took psychology, and yeah, that happened. He had an experience in his younger years, and that really affected him in his later years.
See, DeMello, I remember him telling that story. I was in here.
Right.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that one, and I'll tell you why. I've listened to his other stories. I think that's something since he designs things. He also, in the social world, designs things to meet his narrative all the time too. I think he's just a cold son of a bitch and has created these fucking stories to support his narrative of being a cold person. He's never had a pet in his entire life. Okay. I've seen people like that before, and I'm not making a blanket statement and trying to judge Ronan because of the way the other people were. But anytime that you can't like an animal, because all an animal wants is love. They're just coming up to you wagging their tail. They just want to be loved.
Right.
You know. Okay. Ronan's got a problem. Something else has happened to Ronan that he doesn't want to talk about. But this bird
Yeah, you know
story.
what? Yeah, you know what? Something did happen to Ronan. I don't want to really go in depth with it, but yeah, I would say Ronan got touched or something, you know, as a youngster. And
That's right. Now you're on to the real story.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say any more.
No, you're right, DeMello. That makes me know that you've been around the block a time or two. You're a pretty wise man. Something happened to him, and that's what's made him that way. But you see, you can't. You have to at least be mature enough in your life. For example, I had some traumatic stuff happen to me in my life too, but you can't take that out on the world, man. You have to come to a point in your life where you can't take that out on other people.
Right. He needs to go to a therapist that is, you know, is going to help him with it.
It's never going to happen. Yeah. It's never going to happen. That I rest assured you. Until the day he dies, in his fucking mind, he's just like LeSurge. He's right. You're wrong.
Yeah, he's stubborn. Yeah, he's stubborn that way. You're right.
He'd end up. He'd end up making the psychiatrist go into a fucking insane asylum.
Yeah, for sure. I agree there.
But anyway, that's that. And I've tried to. I've actually been successful in coming in here before, like when him and Richard was arguing, I'd come in here and try to kind of moderate and chill.
Right.
I've actually tried to play different roles with Ronan and it's actually worked a time or two. But when he just comes up here each and every day, and I'm sitting here drinking a coffee, and I say, I'm going to go chill out with the, because I call this place my second family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
And I'll come in here to chill, and him and Lasserd, it's always the same. Well, but and then when he gets up here, he can't wait to condemn, criticize, and and then you're sitting there and you're going, damn, I'm not even in the room. That's all this guy can talk about is condemn me. Fine. Right. We've had our disagreements. We've had our arguments. You see, our president one way, I see him another. You say this, and I, what's the old Beatles song? You say goodbye, and I say
hello. Hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello.
It's just, hey, Jesus, man. In other words, I will say this much about myself. I can come in here and let yesterday go and start over with a new platform, but
yeah, man,
he just can't do it, man. He just can't do it.
Yeah, well,
so I'm supposed to sit here for and he'll wait for that golden opportunity, because he's been doing it so long. He'll be okay for 30 minutes, and then when he starts talking to somebody else about something, he'll pull you right in,
Like last night, man, he was by himself, and I felt bad for him, and I came in, and I started talking to him, and I told him about, well, what's the defense budget? Trump, he's going to increase it, $54 billion. We got talking a little bit, and then you came in, and you started freaking on him, and then I got out of it, and I thought, man, I got to get out of this.
Yeah, just so you know, I was getting him back for something that he.
Oh, I know. I know. No, I wasn't offended. It's just that I'm like, man, I got to get to sleep, man. I love these guys, right. And I'm not going to get in between this shit.
Yeah, and just so you know, DeMello, a lot of times I'll let him stay up here, and because sometimes with people, sometimes not all the time, sometimes the more and more they get social active with people and start feeling good about being social, it kind of repairs them. You know what I mean? And right. I've tried to allow that to happen with Ronan, but he just waits for the next opportunity to nail you, man. And
yeah, he does that with Richard too, man.
But just so you know, I saw you drop out, and that's probably the best thing to do.
Can I say something? Does anybody notice something about Ronan that when he complains about someone, he says they're vindictive, they're this, they're that. He goes a whole list. It's exactly what he is.
Right.
But he's calling you. Yeah. He points at you. In the search does the same thing too. Everything that he's doing, he's telling you're that thing. You're this. Yep. But he's doing that. It's like don't interrupt me. Don't and then when he says mic out, you get 3 words and he comes and interrupts you, and then he says, I'm being interrupted. It's just exactly. What?
Yeah.
I mean, Richard said that the other day. Richard was saying that the other day. His whole tactic, how Ronan uses all that tactic. Richard is very wise, eh? Richard laid it all out. Ronan's tactics, how he goes about it, the whole fucking scheme, eh? It was quite interesting to hear Richard's take on Ronan's whole thing, eh?
With Richard, what I learned is that when you're going to have a discussion or debate with Richard, you got to come with all your facts ready to be displayed. Because you just can't say, this is like this and whatever. That's what happened to Ronan. Ronan came here spouting all his MSN, Rachel Maddow stuff at people. And then when Richard said, and where are the facts? That's when Ronan had the meltdown. When he had to provide that. And then the facts he was providing was some kind of YouTube search or whatever. He wasn't giving anything to sustain what he was saying. And Richard called him on it. And that's what happened there. If you're going to talk with Richard, you better be ready, because it happened to me too. I didn't know the name of the book I was talking about. I learned really fast there.
And just so everybody knows, I don't know if who was here and who wasn't here. The first time Richard and I, which was several months back,
I remember this.
The first time we ever talked, man, did we argue. Oh my God. And
I remember it, buddy.
I remember that very well, man.
Oh man, we nailed each other.
Each other's throat.
Wow. I'm talking about personal attacks, okay? But hey,
Fuck, man.
Wow.
That's the first time I heard you. I never knew you before, buddy. You on text.
Right.
Talk until that night, man. Holy fuck, man. You went wild.
Yeah, man. That guy was, hey, man. But hey, you know what, man? There's a new day, you know, and now I can come in here and we get along okay, you know. Hey, man, as long as a person's reasonable. But anyway, wow, pay me. I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. I've made that statement before myself. If you listen to every description word that Ronan uses, my God, all of a sudden you step back and you think, my God, everything he's saying about everybody else is exactly who he is, you know?
Right.
But
To the
anyway,
letter. It just blew me away. He keeps on. He was whining and he kept. I'm like, oh, does he realize that he's describing himself there? Oh no, I can't, because the people here are this, that. He made a list. I'm like, oh, wow, he just listed all his flaws.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like I don't know. It's just certain people. You know, he's been doing that all his life. I just don't.
Yeah, but you know what?
Ever
You guys are missing one point here. But Ronan was in a bad accident, wasn't he? Was it a bike accident or a car accident?
Well, he said he was. Yeah.
Yeah. So that you know, I think he had a head injury. So I mean that did some damage.
That probably fixed more than it fucked up.
Oh fuck.
I'm sorry, but that tin was already came dented from the factory.
Right, right. It was already.
That was already like that. It could have confounded the problem, but this is something he'll tell you. I came to all my life decisions at the age of 13. At age 13, I decided everything I was going to do. I'm like, whoa, what 60-something-year-old man says that? Because we all know at 13 we thought some way, at 18 we thought different way, and then we were 20 we thought differently, and then at age 30 we laughed at what we thought at 20, and then at 40 we laughed at what we thought at 30, you know, and at 50 I'm laughing what I thought at 40.
Yeah,
there you go.
He was making reference to the Bible.
You know, no, he said a lot of things. He said about life. He said about the Bible, about life, about friends, about people. He said that he everything happened at that age. So there you go.
Yeah, and if you'll notice when he gets real pissed at like me or Ray or somebody, you know, and you know, you can clearly hear my Southern accent, you know, and if you'll listen to him when go ahead, D-Back.
Dave, you blind git.
I wasn't reading the YouTube chat. I'll go back, Beck.
Okay, Crystal's doing it.
But if you,
what is it?
You need to talk to D-Back, Dave.
No, you just said all right, aye, I've got it.
Okay, Crystal's done
Please
it.
continue, buddy. Please continue, buddy.
Okay,
You have an amazing accent, by the way. I love your accent.
Yeah, me too, man.
Well,
Awesome.
know, when I go to work, just this is kind of a personal thing, but when I'm around the house, I kind of relax with my vocal, and I just kind of talk like old Southern boy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
But when I go to work, I you know, I do very technical things, and I have to interact with people out on the production floor. So, you know, I'll step it up a notch. You know, I'll try not to do that on purpose, just for you know, social reasons. You know what I mean? You know, I step it up a notch, and I won't use that Southern twang, you know, quite as much. And but if you'll notice, when Ronan gets mad, he always hollers racist and all that stuff. Listen to what he does.
Yeah.
Listen to what he does when he gets mad. He'll go, "Yeah, you old Southern boy. Yeah, be old Southern. I'm down south." Yeah. See, that's a mockery of. He's all the things that he says someone else is. When in other words, when I'm talking to people, I know that there's people out there like that. I've ran into them in my life, but in his mind, hell, I don't care if you're from Texas or Georgia or Florida or Philadelphia. I don't care, man. I mean, you are who you are to me. I mean, but that'll be the first thing that comes out of his mouth. He'll start mocking the Southern, the Southern thing,
Yeah, that sucks, man.
That's really messed up. I can make fun of Ronan and how he speaks because I have a speech defect. I'm the one who had a spike go through the bottom of her chin at age 3, so that messed up the muscles under my tongue. So I'm tongue tied. So I speak like that. So it kind of sounds like I have no teeth sometimes. So I could do Ronan. You stupid man. You stupid man.
Holy shit.
But you see, only I can do that.
Yeah, I didn't even have a spike.
You have to put that sound in the beginning, and then you got him.
Yeah, you got to bite your tongue.
I'm just having fun. But I'm just saying that because he has some audacity to speak on how somebody else speak when he sounds that funny. It's like if I made fun of someone because they sounded funny, sounding as funny as I do. I mean, I recognize how funny I sound, but he doesn't. He just doesn't get it. He's gonna mock somebody's accent or how they speak. Oh no, that's stupid. You don't do that.
Yeah. And then if you come in to defend yourself, you're the one in the wrong. You try to defend anything that he said against you. Oh, see, here comes the condom defending. It's predictable.
He lives to he prophesizes he lives to make the prophecies, and then he makes sure his prophecies come true.
Right.
It's just like it's like I'm gonna do this just I'm gonna set it up so I could be right because I need to be right. So I'm gonna set the situation up so that they can do whatever it is that I'm saying they're gonna do just so I could be right. I'm serious. Yeah. He spent 62 years making a point and has not been able to make one friend. Doesn't even know what a friend is.
That's the one common denominator that I've noticed that him and LaSurge have. They'll nail people to the wall for 3 hours, 4 hours, and then when they finally say something, then they'll say, see, I told you, look, see, he start, but they'll nail you to the wall for 4 hours straight and you won't say a word. And then when you go in and you say anything, see, he's doing it again. See that, Armando, you need to get that out of this chat room. You're ruining your chat. You're ruining your stream. That's the one common denominator I've watched.
You gotta love someone who actually tells you, look, I've been banned from every group that I think that I belong in. I'm an atheist. Atheists have banned me. I'm a this. They ban me too. I'm a that, but they ban me too. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm getting banned from everywhere, but it's dumb. There's stupid people banning me. It's nothing wrong with me. You see, you condescending fools. I don't know. I don't know what he does with that.
That's funny, man.
Just I mean, sometimes, buddy, all shit aside, this is an older man. Sometimes I wonder, this can't be good for their health. You know what I mean? You joke around and then, I sit back and I go, wait, this is an older gentleman. This is someone probably on high blood medicine. I don't know. If he had that accent, you don't know what's up with him. Is this really healthy? Is it healthy for us to have to live with this? I mean.
Yeah, that's true. And I've actually been
the sanity. You're talking about the sanity thing now, Gab.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Abby.
Yeah, Shotgun had a talk in here with him one day. There was like a week span that, in other words, everybody had triggered Ronan, and really nailed him because he, of the stuff he always does. And he got real bad in here for about a week. I mean, man, he was talking to everybody. Who do you think you are? Blah, blah, blah. And so Shotgun came in here, and Shotgun said, "Ronan, I'm a little bit worried about you, man." And Ronan says, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" And Shotgun goes, "Man, listen to yourself. You are out of control, man. I mean, And then the next day, he didn't let anything go, but he started talking with a decent tone again.
Yeah, I remember that, man.
Yeah. And, Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, buddy. I'm just going to leave this chat. Okay, I'll be on the YouTube.
Why? What's up, David?
I've just really been listening anyway. I've just really been listening to you guys anyway. So I'm not really contributing anything. So I'll just duck out, but I'll be on the YouTube chat.
Hold on, Dave.
And nobody rushing you off, David?
No. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. I'll just be on the YouTube chat. Everything's fine.
No, Dave. We want you to sing.
No,
a song,
well, what I was
please.
going to say was what I was going to say to Abby.
Come on, I sang.
No. What I was going to say to Abby was I was listening before I came on. What Jose was talking about, inviting us all up to Canada.
Yeah, man.
And going round the campfire and everything. And there's a perfect song that Abby could sing if she knows it.
Which one?
Carole King.
Which one?
You've got a friend by Carole King.
Oh no! I'm not a Carole King fan. I'm so sorry.
Oh no!
I'm not a Carole.
Don't tell me you don't like that song.
I'm so sorry.
That was off
ask me for something else. I don't know. I rather sing "Feelings" from the '70s. You remember that annoying song, "Feelings"? Oh my God! Who does not hate that song?
Janis Joplin a little bit too. Pay me.
I absolutely love Janis Joplin. Have you heard me do my me and Bobby
Summertime.
McGee?
How about Summertime by Janis Joplin?
Oh, I can't do that.
Mercedes Benz for me.
I could just do I could just do her version of me and Bobby McGee. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, cool.
Janis Joplin is untouchable. Try to sing her songs online.
Time. Yeah, she was
only a tiny thing
too,
wasn't she? Yeah, she was only a tiny thing too. She was only like 5'4" or something.
Yeah.
She was just voice. That's it. She frizzy hair and voice. Yeah. That was Janis. That's all you saw on stage. I mean, she was short, but you have to think about it because she has such a stage presence. You know.
When she did Ball and Chain at Monterey Pop Festival there, when she did Ball and Chain, oh my God, what a performance.
Because she poured her heart and soul. And then she used to tell people usually sing like a piano. No, she brings it all the way down, up the way up there, you know? She goes hard, you know?
She was just unbelievable. I don't think you'll ever hear another voice like Janis's, ever. I don't think so, you know?
I don't even know where does that voice come from? She was in the middle of Texas. Where did she learn to sing like that? I mean, that had to come. She was born like that.
Oh, what a gift. I mean, unbelievable. Rest in peace, Janis.
Aww.
Yeah, rest in peace, Janis. They all died. They all died age 27. Yep.
Wow, man. Can you imagine what, the next 10 years of music they could have brought to the world, Freaking amazing.
Well, I think we were lucky enough that what she did leave us with.
Yeah. We're still talking about it now, ain't we?
Right? Yeah.
And we will too.
Oh, Abby, it's strange. It's that age. 27. You look it up how many famous singers and songwriters have died age 27, although some have committed suicide.
Yeah, so after a while, the record companies and stuff like that, once they use this artist, once this artist is like really getting heavy into the drugs and not performing anymore and not being able to be on stage no more, they become a liability and they're worth more dead than alive too. So they happen to.
That's contributing factors, but it just seems strange that it's always seems to be 27. I mean, I could list them, but
Amy Winehouse, man, she was another beautiful voice, man.
Yeah.
And there's always that contract that they signed too. You ever heard about that contract?
Yeah, with the devil.
Yep, they're gonna have everything you want here, but at the end,
you got to pay.
You have to give it all up.
Yeah.
It's
Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson. He was 27 too. Robert Johnson. You remember him? He made the deal with the devil at the train tracks, right?
I know who Robert Johnson is, but I don't really know any background of him. I just know his music.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I know he influenced nearly every bluesman.
Yeah, man.
Don't forget
Huddy Ledbetter. People never mention Brian Jones. from the Stones. He died at 27 too. He was the first one before the big names. Before Morrison, before Janis, before Jimi Hendrix.
You go down the line. There's loads. There's Kurt Cobain, although he did commit suicide.
Yeah.
Amy Winehouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah, there's.
I think even Mozart was when he died.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I was going to leave before asking you if Abby would sing that song, but she can't, so I'll just duck out.
Why don't you sing a song? Sing a song, Dave.
Yeah, I already sung earlier today. There was nobody here, and I was singing by myself. Somebody else sing. I can't be being the fool all the time.
I've been in a kind of Leonard Cohen zone. I don't really want to. I don't really want to force Leonard on you again, because I think I put everyone to sleep last night when I was singing.
Yeah, no, because you have a habit of singing like very, 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 very like. Do you know an upbeat song? You know what I mean? But it's okay. I slept like a baby.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really, my musical tastes are pretty downbeat. I don't know why, but growing up with the blues, probably. And my father had a load of blues LPs.
I love
like kind of Pink Floyd and not the blues stuff. I mean, when I get a little older, Radiohead and Manic Street Preachers, because it's kind of dark stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So that's really my musical taste. Although I do love Motown and all that, but I can't sing Motown.
Hey, why don't you
sing Yellow by Coldplay, man?
Oh, I'm not really a fan of Coldplay.
I got one.
See the voice that I've got. It's more suited for like folk stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I can't hit a high note.
To Ronan, man. I got one I'm gonna dedicate to Ronan, Three Dog Night.
All right.
One is the loneliest number that I'll ever do.
Yeah. Harry Nilsson actually wrote that.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Was a friend of mine. I never understood. But he gotta do that with his froggy voice. I can't do that.
That was, you know what? I never really knew how to take Three Dog Night back then, but I look back on them, man. They were really pretty neat band. I mean,
yeah, man.
I could never write.
They done a song that Tom Jones covered. I just can't remember what it is.
How about a foot in cold water, man? Make me do anything you want.
Yeah. All right, Dave, sing one, man.
In the morning light, feels so good by me.
Yeah.
Sing Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Oh God, I don't think I can sing Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah, why not?
And every now and then I don't really know that song. I would need to pop up the lyrics, but I haven't got the voice to sing Bonnie Tyler. Everybody's Talking. You like that by Harry Nilsson?
Oh, that's a good one, man. That's a
Midnight Cowboy.
That's an awesome song, man.
I'll get the lyrics up and give you a little rendition of that. Just give me 1 minute.
I'm gonna go make some breakfast. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, baby.
Oh well.
You boys.
I was going to sing a song, Pammy. You can wait 2 minutes.
Oh, I can wait. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm a cow. I can skip a meal. Don't worry about it. Sing.
Just give me 1 second. I need to get the lyrics up. Excuse me. I think this has got the lyrics on it. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody's talking at me. I don't hear a word they're saying. Those of my mind. People stopping, staring. See their faces. Only the shadows of their eyes. I'm going where the sun keeps shining through the pouring rain. Going where the weather suits my clothes. Backing off of the northeast winds, sailing on a summer breeze, and skipping over the ocean like a stone. Oh, 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 oh.
That was lovely,
The
David.
sun keeps shining
There's more. Sorry.
through the pouring rain. Going where the weather suits my clothes. Banking up of the northeast winds, summer breeze, and skipping over the ocean like a stone. Everybody's talking at me. Can't hear a word they're saying. Only the echoes of my mind. Hey, that's enough of that.
Oh, that's beautiful, Dave.
Yeah.
That was lovely,
That's me
David.
done. Okay.
I was saying,
No
I was
problem.
putting in the side chat. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Now I'm gonna go have my breakfast, and I'll be back soon. You guys behave. Remember, no homo, no whining zone. Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Abby, you take care.
Okay, Pammy.
No homos here.
Yeah, if you see a blue block come up in here, there may be one. Nah, DeMello, man. Hey, if you ever put that together, man, you can consider me in, dude.
That would be fucking amazing.
I think so too, man.
Hey guys, okay. Here's have a nice day. I'll be on the YouTube, man. You have a good day, okay?
All right, David.
All right, man.
You
All
too,
right,
man.
Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest numbers who's the number one. Ow.
I can hear the
Yes, Ronan, it's the saddest experience you'll ever know.
I could see the tall grass down there in Carolina, man. I could hear the crickets at night.
Yeah, man. Oh, man, you know what? That's what I miss doing right there, man. We used to do that. God, we used to do that. So, I mean, you know, the bands I was in, you know, we'd like get together down at the beach with just acoustics and write material, you know. And
Yeah, man.
I just really miss that, man.
Yeah, man. I remember hanging in the barn, man, after we harvested the hay. I'm talking like I'm 5 years old, man. Back home, I can see it right now, man.
Wow.
With my my legs, you know, my head just hanging on the rafters, man. You know, head down, blood rushing to my head.
Yeah.
After the harvest, I'm a country boy, buddy. I'm a country boy like you, man.
Yeah, man. You know, it's kind of crazy. Like, okay, so you won't believe my roots, but anyway, so okay, so basically speaking, my my mother grew up 6 blocks from the Capitol in DC.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, so all of her family is part of the machine in DC, but they were not. They fought against corruption all the way down to, I don't know if I told you, my mother's brother was going to work for J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, I remember you telling that story.
And he walked in and saw all the corrupt stuff going on. Just so you know, Hoover lived 1 block behind my grandmother. And I remember walking past his house, and there would be funny stuff going on as a kid, you know.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of stories that surrounds that guy's life. But anyway, so that my father was raised here in North Carolina on a farm. And so once they got together, even though they bought a place in the city, I spent most of my childhood out at my grandmother's farm, you know, for a lot of different reasons. And of course we had Black Angus beef out there, and
yeah, man.
you know, we grew our own vegetables and canned our own beans and the whole ball of wax, you know.
Right, man. Yeah.
So
yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, man. I mean,
I got kind of a diverse childhood, I guess you could say, but really country at heart, you know.
right. I mean, the only difference is you had tractors, and we, you know, I'd watch the plowman with the horse, you know, and the plow behind the horse, plowing the land and stuff. You know, it was pretty old school stuff, you know.
Yeah, right. Once I came along, the tractors were there, but all of the implements from horse and mule were still at my grandmother's farm. And my dad, of course, my dad grew up with the horse, you know, the mule. And he told me stories about how he, you know, those damn mules would just sit down and you couldn't make their ass get up to keep plowing, you know.
Right. They got so tired.
Well, yeah, and they were just stubborn anyway.
Yeah.
You know, he said
Yeah.
sometimes it'd be hard as hell to even get them to plow, you know.
Yeah, I remember as I got older, I'd hear, you know, my mom telling stories, you know, with my dad, and mentioning, you know, so and so, you know, died, you know, his head, you know, crushed by, you know, a wagon, a horse, you know, and the wagon went over the person, you know, this and that, and
wow,
she crying, you know, telling the story of the horror of what happened, and
right,
and yeah, bad stuff happens, you know. That's life, you know.
And I'm not one to try to hold one generation on another and say, you know, I always swore I wasn't going to be one of those people who, oh, you don't know what it's like to work out there in the fields all day for 25 cents a day. You know, I never wanted to become that. But, you know, I have to say, like when I'm talking to, man, I don't even know if I should but I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel people like LeSurge, you know. I feel like if they had to, you know, come up in a different environment, maybe
right.
They wouldn't see things the way that they see them sometimes. I don't, but that's just, you know, wishful thinking about, you know, times are as times is and generations roll on. But I don't know, man. Sometimes when you, it keeps you close to what's real, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man, I understand exactly what you're talking about, man. That's why from the beginning I got along with you, because yeah, we're similar, man. I get it, man. It's that deep fucking country thing, you know. It runs deep, man. You know what I'm saying? In the bloodline, eh?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, and yeah, you know, it was always interesting to me. I can remember as a kid, you know, there were, you know, like black maids on the farms and stuff, you know, but man, they were such great people. I mean, man, I mean, I was, it just, I don't know, man. I guess it's just the era of the times as it was transitioning out of farming into manufacturing, and all these things were going on with World War II and all of that stuff. And it just seems like people were more down